Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Vaš, and I'm the president and founder of GLOBSEC, and it is my great honor to welcome you here in Washington, D.C. For this, for us, history conference on transatlantic relations. For those who don't know GLOBSEC, GLOBSEC is the leading think tank from Central Europe, or I rather say a do tank, or even better, action-oriented policy institute from Central Europe that has been fostering transatlantic dialogue for already 2 decades, bringing together voices from Europe and US together for policy change. We have offices in Prague, Bratislava, Vienna, Brussels, Kiev, and now we have established recently the GLOBSEC US Foundation. So with that, we are really one of the leading hubs in Europe, bringing together public and private voices for a stronger transatlantic collaboration. GLOBSEC hosts also an annual conference in Prague. This year it will be for the 20th year in June. And it has also established the so-called Geotech Center here in the United States, which is led by General John Allen and with the support of Czech President Peter Pavel, and with the support of Microsoft President Brad Smith. And this is the first inaugural event of what we hope to be an annual transatlantic forum here in DC, bringing together European and American voices. So when we named this forum Reset of the Transatlantic Agenda back in summer, when we conceptualized this event, it wasn't just a catchy title. It was a recognition that the reset, or let's say recreation, was long overdue. Even before elections, there was a tangible sense that while some elements of our partnerships are strong, others are strained, outdated, or simply not working. Now with the new US administration and with the President Trump, this reset isn't just a concept, it's a reality. The transatlantic relationship is being redefined before our eyes. What we bring to each other economically, politically, strategically must be rethought, re-evaluated, and revalued. Today's summit is about more than just identifying challenges. It's about spotlighting the fundamental common interests that unite US and Europe. Some of these interests remain the same, while others are evolving. We want to strengthen the bonds where they make sense, whether in defense, technology, or trade. We need to double down on areas where collaboration benefits both of us. But we also must confront areas where inertia has held us back. We cannot afford to cling to outdated frameworks. The world has changed, and our relationship must evolve with it. We need to get rid of anachronism and inertia. Everyone here knows that we are navigating a world full of disruptions, distractions, and unprecedented changes. Our relations are under stress, but stress isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's a sign that things are moving, evolving, and ripe for renewal. And it also brings opportunities if we make the right political choices. So today, we will ask fundamental questions. What truly matters to each side of the Atlantic? Where do our strategic interests align? And where must we negotiate differences? This moment right here and right now is therefore historic, because the stakes are high and the need to put proposals on the table and to act on them has never been more urgent. Now let's get to work and do the hard work. Before I welcome the guests of the first panel, I would really like to thank to our sponsors. First of all, the general partner, ČEZ Group, which is a remarkable Czech energy company which has been able to change in 6 months the dependency on Russian energy sources to completely change that on a transatlantic base. And it's a remarkable story that I think others should follow. But also partners like Central Media Group, Google, Jigsaw, and Hand Foundation. Thank you for your great support. I want to welcome on stage my dear friend and the co-host of this forum, Steve Clements. Steve is a co-chair of GLOBSEC US initiative, among all of the other great things that Steve is. Steve is a good friend, and he is best in asking tricky questions and making you all feel surprisingly comfortable in addressing all of the tough issues thrown at you. So I will give you the floor, but let me also welcome the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Czech Republic, Jan Lipavsky, here among us.
Terrific. Foreign Minister, thank you for joining us. Robert, thank you. Thanks very much for joining.
And I just want to say that thanks to Minister Lipavsky, we've been able to feel in Prague and in Czech Republic as GLOBSEC as our really second home. So thank you for that. And Steve, floor is yours, and please enjoy the day.
Robert, thank you very much. You know, this morning, Robert Bosch, made a very interesting comment about GLOBSEC. He said it's not a think tank, it's a do tank. And I really want to commend GLOBSEC for hitting above its weight in so many key global tech issues, global economic issues, and global security issues. It's really, when you kind of look at what security means, it's broadened out so dramatically. I also want to thank all of you who braved the so-called ice storm. Let's be serious. It's just cold rain. This is not an ice storm. But I want to tell all of you that are watching online right now, I hope you're warm and comfy there. But we've got a great group here with us today. Minister Lipavsky, let me just start out with the news, you know, with what's happening right now. The Trump administration has been in place for about 2 weeks. And we just have a couple of players, Marco Rubio at State, Peter Hegseth at Department of Defense, Mike Waltz at the White House, General Keith Kellogg is the special envoy for Ukraine and Russia. And Russia and the Ukraine conflict is probably one of the highest priorities right now of this administration. From your perspective, what is essential that is part of an agreement or a new equilibrium from your perspective?
So first of all, thank you very much for having me, and big congratulations on doing this conference here in the DC, especially at this time. And thank
you. Mean the rainy day, the cold rainy day?
I mean first days of your administration. I think that was the idea, and of course the conference was planned when there was no clear idea which administration will be governing DC. And thank you for spreading the message of Czechia's energy independence on Russian energy deliveries. This is something which our government really put a huge effort into, and after 3 years we really can see tangible results, being in gas, oil, or nuclear power. But back to your question, what should or how could look like the peace deal which is suitable to us, or which makes sense to us? And when I speak us, I mean Czechia, I mean Central Europeans, I mean Europeans. I spent quite a great deal answering those questions.
Sorry not to ask.
And thinking about that. Very often, when I speak to different kind of partners, even in Europe, I do hear sentence, oh, they will just discuss the border issue, we will move the border a little bit, and the thing will be over. And I would like to say no. This is not about borders, this is not about territory. This is Vladimir Putin's imperial conquest. And it has no limits. The Putin is not fighting war for some eastern Ukraine territories or to keep Crimea. He's first of all fighting to destroy Ukraine as a state, to include the Ukrainian ocean as a part of something bigger Russian vision, which is totally wrong, sick and wrong. But the Russian propaganda also speak quite a lot about attacking Baltics. We can see military plans showing that they are preparing for that. And we know that they would even like to discuss security of my country. It was Russians' conditions to change the security architecture in back to year 1997, when the Czechia and the Hungary and Poland was not in NATO. So this is very important, that those Russian demands will be absolutely neglected. But if I hear what, for example, Lavrov just recently put out, he wants to have this big Russia like Soviet Imperium, which is nonsense. Russia is not strong like that. And to discuss with White House, maybe with Chinese. The other thing is that it's not only about territory, it's about war crimes. Do we prosecute people who mass murder in Bucha? Do we prosecute those persons who committed the bombardment of the Ukrainian child cancer hospital in Okhmate, in the center of Kiev? Or are we saying, okay, nothing happened, you can go, you are free to go, we will not prosecute anything? Who will pay for the destruction of Ukraine? Will it be us, the West, the US, the Europeans? We always pay the bill. Or it will be Russia responsible for those destructions. Will be Russia allowed to limit the sovereignty of Ukraine as such? What would be the next target? Are we able to stop the Russian imperialism with the peace deal? So that's my real question. And I'm warning against bad peace. Because bad peace will not bring peace. It will be rather pause in what is happening right now.
Let me ask you about NATO and the social contract among nations in NATO and America's place in it. Does it feel good right now? What do you need to strengthen NATO? What do you need to hear from America as being a solvent partner in NATO?
First of all, message to the US here, to everyone. The Czech Republic is spending 2% of GDP on defense spending. So that's I would like to begin, speaking of NATO.
You want that to be headline. You can all tweet it.
Yes.
Yeah, you can tweet that hashtag.
Big headline.
Hashtag
Czechia
Lipavsky,
spends
Czechia.
2% GDP on NATO. So please do spread this message as much as possible. And we are committed to do so. And it's this government which, after many years, fulfilled our promise. And we are buying American F-35s, American helicopters, and much more can be done.
But does it feel good inside right now?
It's too soon to tell. There will be some high-level meetings, so we will observe because in the diplomacy it sometimes takes time to, the lines to change. So basically we are in a waiting mode. But we have to be serious about fulfilling our commitments and to be ready to even have more higher defense spending. So my message is that Europe must be committed to its security, and it won't be easy political discussion, but this discussion should happen back to our homes. Yeah.
So for every foreign minister that I know of, protecting sovereign lines, sovereign territory, the rights of sovereign states within the global system is a high priority. When you hear President Trump's comments about Gaza or President Trump's comments about Greenland, Governor Trudeau of Canada, do you have any concerns that America is sending signals that we care less about sovereignty today than we used to? And are you worried about it?
I think I'm not able to comment on Gaza. It's too fresh. I have seen like 2 tweets. And it's not clear to me what it's really behind that. On the other issues, I think we are able to identify quite understandable position that something has to change if we want to keep our relevancy in today's world. And that mostly is connected to Chinese influence or the Russian influence in High North. It's connected to the ways how the Panama Canal is being operated and what are the deals behind that, in connection to protecting American power. So I think every story has some kind of explanation. So I'm waiting for the Gaza one. But really, we are living in a world of geopolitics, and we have to be ready to protect our sovereignty if we want to keep it. So that's something which connects all those ideas, and this is something which I would subscribe.
Europe broadly, and I don't know the story with the Czech Republic, but Europe broadly is not as aligned with the United States on de-risking from China as many American policymakers would like. Do you think Europe needs to do more to de-risk from China?
I can speak for Czechia. I can spread this message typically in the EU meetings. It's easier said than done because the business dependencies are quite intensive. I spent most of my political career to warn against risk of being too much dependent on China and pointing out on specific threats being in the cyber field, being it in the dependency in economic field. So yes, we have to continue with that. And I'm also looking to see how the US will move on China. We have seen the 10% tariff, but the rhetoric is much intensive, to say so. So I'm waiting what will come up.
Now you're here in town. You're going to meet U.S. government officials and President Trump on a widely shared video that's running all over TikTok. Speaking of China, said that he was asked about Europe and whether he would apply sanctions to Europe, and he says, "Well, too early," and then he goes, "Absolutely." How is that being heard in Europe? Is there a fear that this is going to become an impediment to closer ties between Europe and the United States and coordination on many, many other issues? If Donald Trump comes out, as he said, and he applies tariffs to Europe, is there a problem?
But it would be also a problem for the US. And that's the main message. The mutual trade, it's quite big. And yes, there's a deficit, certain deficit. But
in your favor?
Especially in goods. Mm-hmm. But there's a lot of services being sold from the US to Europe. So quite a big interdependency. So I would rather look at the specific numbers and to sit down and negotiate if you really want to go down this path, rather than saying, okay, let's have this trade war. So the message is that Europe is ready for that, and we should speak about that before anything like that happens.
What do you think about other emerging power systems? One of the things I've been thinking about is that a lot of the global international architecture, from the UN to what used to be the WTO to many institutions around the world, seem to be misaligned. Where's Brazil in that story? Where's India in that story? Other big. I'm just interested. You're a very thoughtful architect about global power and global dimensions, and I think one of the things that the Trump administration wants to do is to rip out a lot of that infrastructure and maybe come back with something new and different. And I'm just interested in whether you think we're at this, collapse of global institutions and we need to recreate them. Is this a Dean Acheson moment again that Czechia or others can work with the new administration in realigning these institutions?
As a middle-sized nation, we support...
But a smart middle-sized nation.
Thank you. We support multilateralism because it gives us a voice which is otherwise sometimes quite difficult to have. On the other side, certain institutions are not maybe working in a way that we would imagine. The question is how to change it. So I wonder what will be the result of this approach. But on the other side, we have nothing better than UN Charter. And it always boils down to the UN Charter, right, to the idea of multilateralism, to the Charter of UN. The Security Council still has its relevance. So yes, we can see the WHO, the WTO in certain problems, but I would not see it as some kind of real shake-up, as some kind of real change. I think it's much more important that we will be able to stop Vladimir Putin,
right,
who is breaching the Charter of UN as such, at its very core, and who tries to dismantle what was constructed in 1945 after the Second World War. Right. Rather than one or two institutions not having, yes, a very significant member, and of course is always connected to money.
One final quick question, which is unfair that I'm asking you to do it quickly, is Another thing that GLOBSEC's invested heavily in is a global geotech center. We've had Elon Musk, Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, all basically, not that I'm considering Elon Musk in the same level with those, but essentially basically saying AI is the big game. AI is the great game of this moment. That if nations aren't in that place, that he who or she who controls AI controls the future of the world. How are you seeing the AI challenge right now? And is it an opportunity or a challenge to coordinate with the US on AI?
It's a great piece of technology. It allows you to speak with machines, something which we were dreaming of many decades. It allows things which before the AI in the current form took sometimes enormous resources to do so. And I'm sure it will bring more prosperity and better things to the planet and to mankind. But also it comes with certain dangers. And we need to protect our way of life. It's quite funny to see those dialogues with the Chinese artificial intelligence on the Tiananmen Square. And the way how you sway the artificial intelligence to tell you the truth, which is hidden through some filters. But many more things are connected to that. I think we have to cooperate in a transatlantic manner. I would like to see the new prepared regulation from the Biden switch Czechia from Group 2 to Group 1. We have quite a lot of good reasons why Czechia shouldn't be limited on the sale of those technologies. And this is one of the reasons why I'm here in Washington also to lobby for that.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'll tell everybody aren't here in a real treat because Sam Vinograd, my dear friend, is a real expert on national security and AI, and she's going to have her own panel. But until that happens, please thank Jan Lipavsky, Foreign Minister of the Czech Republic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Samantha Vinograd, and I am excited to be inviting two extraordinary women to join me on the stage. They really need no introduction, but we will be joined by Minister Ollongren and State Secretary Dr. Anna Isabel Xavier to talk about the NATO alliance and what it's facing after its 75th anniversary. So I'd like to invite our other speakers to come to the stage, and we will be joined by Ambassador Kurt Volker during the midst of the session. So 75 is a big birthday for the NATO alliance. In its current year, it has an expanded set of members and frankly, an expanded set of challenges. I note that just this week, the Secretary General was meeting in Brussels with the UK Prime Minister and talked about Russia's ongoing destabilization campaign and emphasized a message that certainly resonated here in Washington, I'm sure, but to prevent war, we must spend war. Now, this focus on spending is nothing new. I served in the Obama administration, of course, back in 2014. There was a commitment made to spend 2% of GDP on national defense. President Trump has since called for an increase to 5% of GDP to be spent on national defense, which no NATO member currently spends. And there has been a broad increase in NATO defense spending since 2018 when President Trump was in office. We now have 23 out of 32 member states. reaching their defense targets. But what I'm hoping to dive into today is not just how much NATO members are spending, but also why. I find that we get lost in the numbers sometimes without focusing on why that money is just so important. So, Minister, let me start with you. Why is it so critically important today, based on the challenges that NATO is facing, that member states spend 2% of GDP? What are the new range of challenges that member states are facing?
Well, I think, at some point, a number of countries had a very good idea, which was to create NATO. And it was created at the time because of the Soviet Union. Those ministers and heads of states and governments saw at the time the threat that the Soviet Union posed to Europe and to the transatlantic relation. And if you look at where we are today, there is again an imminent threat to Europe, evolving in a large-scale war in Ukraine. So that's the situation. So there's not going to be a war between European countries among themselves. We have organized ourselves in the European Union. But there is a large-scale war, I think at a scale that we could not have imagined in 2014 when Crimea was taken by Russia. And that's what we're up against. And that's what NATO is about. It's about our collective defense. And I think what we have to do is to relearn that deterrence, because I hear about President Trump, he doesn't want wars, he wants wars to stop, and I think that's an excellent idea. We all want this war to stop. And we certainly don't want the war to expand to NATO territory. So therefore, we have to have this deterrence. And then to build that deterrence, we need the budgets. And there's always been, debate about the percentage, and you mentioned 2014. In 2014, actually what they agreed to was to reach the 2% 10 years later. So that was last year. And now we know it's simply not enough. We have to do more. We have to invest more. We have to invest in working together. We have to invest in capability, and we have to invest in innovation and in new technologies. And we have to show to any potential adversary, but at this moment, especially Russia, that this is not going to happen. It's not acceptable. The NATO is the strongest military alliance in the world, and that's why we have to increase that number. And I don't want to focus on, 5% is also just a random number. 2% is not enough. We have to do what we have to do, and that means we have to spend, but we always have to explain to our voters, to our taxpayers, what we're spending it on. So we don't want what's happening now, really, is that we are increasing our budgets and prices are going up. So that's not getting us much more security. So we have to find better ways to do this, raise the budget, spend it wisely, and to make people in Europe and in the United States more secure.
Thank you. And I'll invite Ambassador Volker to the stage as well. Welcome.
Good to see you.
Sorry to be late.
Deputy Minister, the Minister was just talking about the threat of Russia. I will say, as an American, sometimes I find that Americans find the threat of Russia to be very far away and quite removed because we're just distance-wise further away. Do you think that European members of NATO see their responsibility as part of the alliance differently than, say, the United States does?
Thank you so much, Sam, for the question, and thank you so much for having us and having me here in this panel. That's a very interesting question because I don't think there's such thing as distance when we talk about security. And let me give you the example of Portugal. We are more than 3,000 kilometers away from Kyiv. And that does not mean that we are not sustaining peace and sustaining Ukraine as long as it takes. On the contrary. In fact, Portugal is one of the main supporters of Ukraine. First of all, because Ukrainians are one of the biggest communities in Portugal, living in Portugal for several years now, even much before than 2022. Also because Portugal is a natural bridge between Europe, Africa, and Americas, and we feel our responsibility in sustaining the transatlantic security as a whole. And also, very important, Portugal has an active role on the plural South and on speaking with the South. Also because Portuguese is the most spoken language in the Southern Hemisphere. So that's why distance here in international relations, in geopolitical, has to be really, we have to have a cautious approach when we talk about distance, because there is no distance when we talk about security and defense. Another thing that it's very important to say is that, of course, we need to keep supporting Ukraine as long as it takes, and we have that commitment, but we also need to counter Russia. And to counter Russia, we also have to have a 360-degree approach. So, of course, the eastern flank is the immediate neighborhood of Russia, but the southern flank is also facing a daily disruption. Let me also give you an example. Since 2022, since 2022, the disruptions in our seas next to Portugal has increased 5 times more. And those monitoring missions that our Navy has been doing in our coasts identifies that those disruptions come either from Russia or from non-NATO allies. So when you look to geography and you look to a country like Portugal, you can easily say they are too far away, probably US. You are on the other side of the Atlantic. But the daily disruption from what Russia represents, it's really a reality. Just to conclude, because you talked about numbers, that we are lost in numbers, let me just also emphasize your idea to say that I think that probably we are lost in translating the numbers. That's why, for us, defense is not expense, it's an investment. The Secretary General, Mark Rutte, was also in Portugal last week, and he had a very interesting conversation with our Prime Minister. And for Portugal, it's very clear. We have to invest better, not only more, we have to invest better, but the 23 members of the EU that are also members of NATO, in bloc, they already spend more than 2%. So that's what we really need. We need to translate the numbers in action. And action is to keep united and to feel that as a bloc, we are really part of the same commitments regarding security and defense.
Thank you. Ambassador, thank you so much for being with us.
It's a pleasure.
I'm going to start somewhere probably unsurprising with you, which is Ukraine.
Okay.
At the 75th anniversary of NATO, statement indicated, and I may slightly misquote, but that Ukraine is on an irreversible path to joining NATO. Can you share with us what you see that timeline looking like and what it will take for Ukraine to become a member of the NATO alliance?
Right. Thank you so much. So let me start just by saying I think that we will end up with Ukraine in NATO because there won't be a way to guarantee peace and security for all of Europe until Ukraine's in NATO. Putin is on a path to reestablish the Russian Empire on the ashes of the Soviet Union, and that includes lots of countries, not only Ukraine. And he has to be deterred, and the only thing that works for deterring Putin, the only thing that has worked, is NATO. So I think we end up there. Now, that is not where the Trump administration is, not where the Biden administration was, not where Schultz is. Hungary's certainly not there. So we're not going to have this happen at the next summit in the Netherlands in June. I don't see this happening yet. And people are instead talking about security guarantees or security assurances, and then trying to layer on what does that actually mean. So we promise to provide training, equipment, funding, maybe some European troop presence, maybe a US over-the-horizon presence, maybe we still talk about bridges and pathways and things like that, but we don't quite have NATO membership. I think that's where this is headed. But when you think about it, everything that's not NATO membership is less than NATO membership. And what we're trying to do is define something less that we're comfortable with, but that Putin's going to be convinced by. I don't think there is such a thing. I think the only thing that convinces Putin is the real thing, because then it shows you mean it. And if you do less, it shows you don't mean it, and then he's going to test it. So we end up with greater risk of conflict by not doing NATO membership than by doing it. So I think we get there. Now, how long does that take? That was your question. I suspect that we will end up there before the end of the Trump administration would be my guess. So we're talking 4 years, because I think the key to this is what the minister was saying, and I know what Kaiser was talking about before I walked on stage. Trump has to see burden sharing. He has to feel that Europe is stepping up to provide for European security. And if that is on the table, where it is a clear commitment from Europe, we need Ukraine in NATO. Ukraine can provide the largest armed force in Europe. We can provide the funding for this, and we can secure Europe with America's help and participation, but European leadership. I think if Trump sees that, then I think it'll end up there.
Do you think that under President Trump, there will continue to be support within the U.S. for Ukraine joining NATO?
Well, right now there's not. Right now, if you were to ask, General Kellogg, or you were to ask Mike Waltz or the president himself, they would say, we're not talking about NATO. We're talking about stopping the war. We have to end the war. And President Trump has in the past said, all this talk about NATO is what caused this war to begin with. I don't agree with that. I think that's not the case. I think Putin is self-driven because he wants to take over Ukraine and build his empire. But that's the mentality that we have right now. And we have to flip that mentality from one where NATO is a risk to one where NATO is the way we prevent the future war.
Minister, I believe in September, the Netherlands announced an incredibly ambitious military agenda for the next year or so. Can you talk to us about what that military agenda looks like and how that plays into not just the threats from Russia, but the full range of threats that NATO articulated in its last communique, including from China?
Yes. Indeed. So when I was a minister, we started on the path of the 2%. And also adapting to the current threat situation, which is, of course, NATO's eastern flank, but not only the eastern flank, because as my former colleague, I would say, also articulated, the southern flank is as important, and Russian influences and also Chinese influences in Africa are affecting us in Europe as well. I don't have to mention the Middle East and how that affects all of us. And that's what we're up against. And that's why we in the Netherlands have largely increased our defense budgets. But what I feel is very important is that when we do that, and I see that the current government is continuing on this path in the Netherlands, we are not, we're not going back into the Cold War situation. We are in a completely different place today, and we have to learn, and we have to adapt, especially, I think, to the new technologies. And we have to learn from the war in Ukraine. And I think, so as Kurt mentioned, Ukraine has the strongest armed forces of Europe at this point, in terms of fighting capacity, but also in terms of adapting and using new technology. And our armed forces have to adapt to that. NATO has also to adapt, and NATO is adapting, of course. It has presented the new plans for the future, also the new regional plans. So it has adapted to what we feel that we have to be up against. And I think there we see there is a gap between Europe and the United States when it comes to these new technologies, when it comes to private funding of defense industry and of new technology used in our new weapon systems. And we have to fill that gap. And that's why I feel it's important that the new European Commission and Ursula von der Leyen, who is the president of the European Commission, the new defense commissioner, the High Representative, who is our Minister of Foreign Affairs for all purposes for the European Union, are saying just that. We have to be, our economies have to grow, our competitiveness has to improve, and our defense industry has to be boosted. And I believe that this should be done in a cooperative way together with the United States. We are trusted partners, have been so for a very long time. We're very comparable in many ways, much more comparable than other countries in the world. And I think all this investment that we're doing in our armed forces, in our defense industries, is meant to do just that. To show that we have the skills, that we have the technology, and that we're not afraid to put it to use. And it's a different debate. The world has changed. Geopolitics have changed. But we can do it in Europe. I am absolutely convinced of it. I think that I agree with the analysis that Russia is not there just, to win some parts of Ukraine. It's Russia and Putin is out to destroy Ukraine. Ukraine is not going to be the first country, or the last countries. It's only the first country. We have Moldova, we have Georgia, and then we have countries that are NATO territory. So every investment that we're doing is to build up that deterrence. And it's completely different to, let's say, the old times. You could just buy tanks, buy fighter jets, and that would be your investment. Now it has to be an integrated approach with a lot of technology in there, a lot of skills in there, and that's what my country is doing. That's what many countries in Europe are doing right now, and that's my last point would be we have to do it together, because no European country can do this alone. But if we join forces on the European side, if we step up our game and take on more responsibilities in NATO, we can take care of European security within the NATO framework. And I think that should convince also the United States that it's also in their interest to continue in this alliance and to continue to invest in Europe.
And the NATO alliance certainly has been come to the U.S. defense as well, which is something that's important to continue to remind particularly younger Americans. Deputy Minister, a two-part question for you. Do you think that there is concern within Europe right now about the U.S. commitment to NATO? And do you think that that is encouraging adversaries like Russia and China to bide their time prior to taking more aggressive action?
I believe that the European concern does not regard who is now living in the White House, but how can we bridge the common ground between Europe and the United States, or the two sides of the Atlantic. And that is something that must be structural. So it cannot depend on who the governments are in the US or in Europe. That's why that commitment must be sustainable. Another major concern or challenge that European or European Union faces nowadays is competitiveness. And on that regard, the transatlantic relation is very important. Last week, on the end of January, President von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, presented the competitiveness compass. And I think that is a very important document because it will guide the European Union members to be more proactive in what concerns investment, not only in defense, but also on innovation and decarbonization. Again, when we talk about a geopolitical setting where we are moving from a transnational perspective, from a transitional perspective, again, this is a common ground for both the EU and the United States, for both of the sides of the Atlantic. So we have to look to the common agenda. We have to look about what really represents competitiveness, what really represents in the EU a solid internal market, and how member states can cooperate and can act as a solid bloc to actually boost our industrial base and our technology as made in Europe. That's the most important. So everything else, we know that it's very interesting for the news, for the highlights, but what really is challenging Europe is what also is challenging the United States, is to find a common ground for a common understanding on how we must approach this new geopolitical setting. And also what Robert Vass said at the beginning, how can we actually find this common ground between the two sides of the Atlantic, and how can we act together? And on that purpose, I believe that the key word is partner. Portugal is campaigning for the United Nations Security Council to be a non-permanent seat in 2027, 2028. And our slogan is prevent, protect, and partner. And although it is United Nations, not NATO, I know, but partner is really the key. Because if we partner more with the South, if we partner more with the African countries, because Russia and China are really making a difference in the African countries. If we partner more with the Southern allies in the Western Europe, we can find a common ground because, again, Russia, China is not just a challenge for the United States or for France or for Germany or for anyone isolated. So it's really a block. So again, we must find this geopolitical setting an opportunity to get together, to act together, and in the case of the European Union, to speak with one voice. So that's why this competitiveness compass is so important. That's why it's so important to have for the first time a commissioner for defense and space, because we also believe that these small steps are big achievements for a bloc like the European Union that wants to speak with one voice and wants to have defense as a major priority.
Thank you. Ambassador, last question to you, and then we'll briefly go to audience questions. Every president since the creation of NATO has supported NATO, but taken slightly different approaches to resourcing as well as mission sets. How do you see President Trump's focus on NATO's mission? We talked a little bit about resources already, but focus on NATO's mission changing or staying the same over the next 4 years. I mentioned at the 75th anniversary, it was quite interesting that countries from the Indo-Pacific were invited into a session with NATO members. There was a focus on China. We have cyberspace, we have space. There's so many threat domains. Where do you see President Trump focusing from a mission prioritization perspective?
Well, that's a great question because I think very different from past presidents, President Trump looks at NATO as the U.S. doing too much and European allies not doing enough. That's his basic orientation. And he wants European allies to be responsible for European security. And his basic view would be just fix it and then we can move on. And I think he is focused more on China. He sees China as a very powerful, rising country that can threaten the United States in ways that others can. So if we can manage Russia's threat, and your European allies can do that, then he can focus on something else. That I think is probably his basic orientation. Now, you asked a question, Portuguese minister, which I want to tackle part of that as well, which is, do European allies look at NATO differently from the United States? And I think they do, because the US looks at NATO as an expeditionary thing. We go to Europe, we contribute, we deal with security far away. And Europeans look at, it's about us, it's our security. We live in Europe. So it's very different from that perspective. But at the same time, Europeans look at themselves as, but we're not as big. We're smaller countries, we have smaller budgets, we can't do everything, we need the United States. And the United States says, you're big enough. You can do this. And you need to work together, you need to put resources together, and you can actually do this, and we should only pay our share, but not more than that. And that's always been the tension in perspectives about NATO. But honestly, I think we are at a stage where we're seeing the last gasps of the Russian Empire. It's going to go on for a while. It's going to be painful and violent. But it's going to change after this. I don't see post-Putin Russia trying to build a bigger empire anymore. I think this is it. And so we have to get through this. We have to end the war in Ukraine. We have to stabilize that, bring countries in that are in the gray zone so that we don't create temptations for territorial conquests anymore. So I would add to that Moldova and Georgia eventually, once they get their act together. All members of NATO, close the door, if you will, just secure that. And I think Russia will start, Russia can, at that point, start to become like a country that has borders, a country that has a care about its own people and its own national development, rather than an empire that's just trying to take over others' territory.
Thank you. We have time for one or two questions from the audience. Yes, please. And just while we're passing the mic, I will agree that Americans have a harder time understanding the benefits of NATO to Americans.
Yeah.
And that's something from a messaging perspective, I think whoever is in the White House needs to do a better job explaining. Yeah. Please.
Christopher Marshall, I'm Chief Diplomatic Correspondent of the Berlin Daily Tagesspiegel, and at the moment I'm the Global Europe Fellow here at the Wilson Center. Good to see you all. I have heard very nice words, and I really appreciate it, but I haven't heard about the deeds. My scenario for the next 3 years is Europe has to be prepared in 2028 to keep Russia out of Lithuania, the Baltic states, alone, without the US, because there might be a scenario where we have two wars at the same time. China is going after Taiwan, and Russia is going after NATO countries. So what all this talk, yeah, we have to do it in an alliance with the US, we can't do it alone, is we are past that. We have to confront a possible two-war scenario where it's Europe's sole responsibility to take care of the Russian threat, even without the US. I'm not talking about helping with organization and all that stuff, but when it comes to the sheer conventional military, Europe has to be able to do it alone. And I would like to ask, how do we get there within 3 years?
Would one of you like to take that?
Sure. Well, first of all, the presumption in the question is that we then would not have NATO anymore. NATO is the United States, Canada, and a bunch of European countries. And our whole collective defense structure is NATO-based. So the whole military structure of deterrence and defense, the whole command structure is NATO. And I think we must be able to rely on NATO and the commitments in NATO to do that. But having said that, I agree. So European countries must continue to step up, to invest, and to fill every commitment that we've made to NATO. So all the plans that NATO has and that we've agreed on in various summits, they have to be implemented. If we do that, then we, as NATO, will be able to not only deter, but also to defend if necessary. If, for some reason, I hope not, the United States would not even commit to the obligations under the NATO plans, then we are in a completely different situation. Then we have to reinvent, on the European side, a military command structure to fight a war in Europe without the United States. And let me also refer to the nuclear part of NATO and our transatlantic cooperation. Because we have also played by the game as the United States wanted us to do it. So that's under the American nuclear umbrella, with the exception of France and the UK, who have their own nuclear capabilities. My country and other countries have taken up the nuclear tasks for the United States, for NATO, and for the defense from the NATO side. So we are very much linked to each other. And I think that no side should give this up. And I think the biggest, realistic deterrence that we have is that nuclear umbrella. And that is that the Netherlands and other countries are there, and they're ready to take up that task which we have. So I think we have to be a little bit careful about saying that, we have to be ready to do it on our own. No, what we have to do as Europe is to do more. We have to be able to take over from some of the American troops that are in Europe now. We have to have our capabilities where we now have to ask the Americans for heavy lifting, for tanker capabilities. So yes, that is what we have to do. We cannot always lean back and just expect the Americans to do the heavy lifting for us. But that's not the same as preparing for a completely European military defense. I think that would not be a wise thing to do, and I hope that we never get in the position that we have to do that.
We have time for one more. Oh, go ahead, please.
No, I would just like to add two brief comments on your question. The first one is that NATO is a collective defense alliance. So collective here really makes a difference. and makes a difference in not distinguishing the two sides, not emphasizing narratives like burden sharing, Europeans are from Venus and Americans are from Mars. We have to be a bit cautious on that, because that's what really makes other countries to have the opportunity to make the disinformation and to disrupt the Western narrative in a very solid way. My second point is that the European Union is working on strategic autonomy for several years now. It's not something that has born with the 24th February 2022. Of course, that we need to accelerate, we need to invest more, we need to speed up, but European Union is focused on its own strategic autonomy, but of course cooperating and partnering with all the allies and of course with the United States. That's why when the European Union looks to the cooperation with NATO, that is not only based in the Berlin Plus arrangement, but it's based in a wide range of areas of cooperation that are both military in the traditional sense, but also non-military. And nowadays what we have is a range of threats that we like to call hybrid, but in fact what they say is that the action must be collective and we must address different challenges that are not only military, but they are not only solved by military means. So that's why at the end of the day, partnering and cooperating is the key.
Well, I will just say I would love to be a fly on the wall for the scenario planning at NATO headquarters right now. In light of all the issues that we discussed, we are out of time, but thank you so much to our panelists.
Thank you.
Fresh off the Senate floor. Good morning, everyone. In an era of shifting global alliances and economic interdependence, the lines between national security and economic policy have never been more blurred. From supply chain vulnerabilities and energy security to sanctions and strategic investments, governments are increasingly...
I'm going to make a slight introduction.
Sorry.
This is Felicia Schwartz, who is the great, great global affairs correspondent of the Financial Times. She was just too shy to introduce herself.
Oh, that too. Hi, I'm Felicia.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
And let me introduce my amazing panel. First, we have Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs, Jan Lipavsky, Senator Chris Murphy, fresh off the Senate floor, and former World Bank President David Malpass. Well, thank you guys for being here this morning. Just to jump in, I think maybe we'll start this one for Senator Murphy and David. Is America becoming a neo-imperialist power? We've got Trump has designs on Gaza, the Panama Canal, Greenland. He wants Canada to be the 51st state. We've narrowly avoided this trade war. Where does this go?
Well, great to be with you, Felicia. Great to see you again. Great to be on this panel. Thanks to GLOBSEC for being such a tremendous leader and convener of conversations across the Atlantic. Never, been more important that we have this dialogue, especially in trying times. So no is the short answer to your question. So I think the challenge with Trump politically, and we'll get into nitty-gritty of policy and economics today. The challenge with Trump politically is to understand the game, and the game is to flood the zone. This is their own terms coming from the White House, with so much information that you can't tell what's real and what's not real. suggesting that the United States is going to invade, occupy, clear, and rebuild Gaza has consequences, right? That immediately provides bulletin board recruiting material to terrorist groups. It makes us look silly and feckless in the world because everybody knows we're not going to do it. It's not designed to actually achieve the result, he says. It's designed to distract people from the real work that's happening. We are also not taking over Greenland. We are not going to invade Panama. But Donald Trump is very good at keeping the conversation on interesting, salacious topics while work is underway to fundamentally transform the country. And what's happening in the United States today is obviously a very dangerous assault on democracy and democratic norms, a constitutional crisis where the president is shutting down agencies, firing employees, seizing control of spending. And a sort of takeover of the government by unelected, very wealthy political allies of the president. And so while that's all happening, the president wants the conversation to be somewhere else. So his comments were reckless, they were dangerous about Gaza, and it's not as if they don't have impact to the detriment of U.S. national security interests, but I think it is important for Americans and for folks who cover politics to understand that the point of a press conference like the one he had with Bibi Netanyahu is to try to distract from the actual threats that are underway to American democracy.
And David, if I could bring you in, what do you make of Trump's potentially imperialist designs this time around?
We don't need to look for a new name because he said the name. We want peace through strength. We want to do that by recognizing U.S. national interests. And so then begins the debate of why were we so weak in every case over these recent years, whether that's Afghanistan, whether that's Niger with the base closing that allows much of Africa to be threatened by Islamic fundamentalism and by Russia. So how do we get that back and get back the U.S. leadership within the world? That's leadership in terms of hard power, military power, but more importantly, in the soft power that creates respect and allows the world to move toward freedom. So the context that we have is a very difficult one. The U.S. has backed away from so many of its national interests, and it comes at a time when world growth is slow and the U.S. drain on world capital is so large due to the fiscal deficit, the national debt. And so as you look at the world, it's weakening before our eyes, the median income going down and the poverty rates going up. So the U.S. has a huge national interest in seeing that reversed through an upheaval of policy. So then that's where we stand today to look. I've advocated upheavals in every area that's in taxation, in the development assistance, in the way the regulatory policy is done after years of sclerosis within Washington.
And Foreign Minister Lipavsky, if I may, how is this playing in Europe within the EU? I think Trump has threatened tariffs on the EU as a potential option, and his designs on Greenland. How is this playing out?
I would like to follow up on what was said on the Trump's politics of overflowing the space with a lot of information. But at the end of the day, there is a message for Europe to get tough. And Czechia is tough. We are giving 2% of GDP on military spending. We are buying American planes. We are supporting Ukraine against Russia, being it diplomatically, economically, humanitarian aid, military aid, Czech ammunition initiative. We have accommodated per capita the largest number of war Ukrainian refugees, 11 million countries, 600,000 of Ukraine war refugees. So we are doing our fair share, and I think now the whole Europe must get to the same mode, same tough mode. That's the main message I see from that. I don't want to see trade war. I think it would be a mistake. I spoke about that in my previous session, so I don't want to repeat myself, but basically we should do everything to avoid it, through clear messaging that there would be costs on both sides. And in a world, and I think it's also quite described in a complexity, we should nurture this transatlantic, not only military and political alliance, but also to be able to build up economic one, especially when dealing with emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, digital space. We need to do it together. We will be stronger. So that will be my message. Do not do that. We are ready for that, and it's clever to cooperate.
And thinking of this message to Europe to get tough, maybe I will start with Senator Murphy, but offer this question to all of you. Can America First and NATO Article 5 coexist?
Well, listen, I don't know that I have a full view of what the Trump foreign policy will be a week and a half in. It certainly, for now, seems to be somewhat consistent with the first term, which is picking fights with friends and being soft on enemies. I mean, listen, ultimately, the United States and Europe has a collective problem to solve. China's rise presents a great threat to the economic interests of both the United States and Europe. Our citizens are unhappy. David is right. It is a moment where people are in a revolutionary mood because they have seen elites and corporations doing very, very well. They feel like they're treading water, and that leads to political instability, both in the United States and in Europe. And so that challenge of trying to rise all boats economically and that challenge of confronting China is a joint challenge, one that we should be able to share. Now, I think the United States has properly recognized that we need to have our own unique industry, that Americans are not happy when they lose control of basic manufacturing capacities. Some of that we can share with Europe, but some of that we just want to have on our own. We don't, and nor should we rely on any other country to produce basic things like medicines. But we can make that decision together. We can decide to have redundant capacities in Europe and in the United States on certain key technologies. We can rely on each other with respect to other technologies. There will be frictions. There were frictions during the Biden administration over the Inflation Reduction Act when Europeans didn't think we consulted with them enough ahead of time on the subsidies that we were providing for renewable energy. And of course, it looks like the Trump administration will be defined by frictions, but that should be the exception, not the rule, because we have these common problems and we should be able to work together most days on solving those common problems.
Jan, I saw you wanted to jump in.
Yes, I wanted to just comment on the trade. So from the Europe, the export, it's not the basic things. It's usually the most sophisticated machines you can imagine are being delivered here, and in exchange we are importing services and things like that. So yes, let's discuss it. Let's have a fair discussion, but do not spin it into something uncontrollable. That would be my message. One of the things which is being exported from Europe, from Denmark, is the medicine used to fight diabetes, Ozempic, and things like that. You know, so those are very useful things. And to have a more coordination on that would be better than to just uncontrollably spin it. That's my message.
David, do you think that the world is a little too hysterical in this first week and a half or 2 weeks, or?
No, I think there really needs to be a full upheaval. So that is going to, almost by definition, cause people to wonder, how is this going to work? What are the elements of it? How do you proceed with it in every area? Now, I think it should be comforting to people as you think about the self-interests of the U.S. They're different, defined in a different way than Europe, but we're in a world where Europe should be pursuing self-interest for the countries. And so I want to lay on the table, again, the idea of median income rising. Europe has been suffering, and it's suffering politically, in part because it's falling so rapidly behind the U.S. because of the centralization of the government, the regulatory policies, and the ineffectiveness of how the competitiveness is working in Europe. So having that repaired by Europe would help them in their pursuit of self-interest in Ukraine. And so we really need to think, not so much in terms of collaboration of the elites, but more in terms of self-interest of the governments in having their people do better. We have a clear combined self-interest in Europe of neither wants to be communist. And so let's say that and figure out what that means in terms of each group of countries working in its own self-interest in order to push back on that. That's why I kind of began with the idea that weakness is not really an option, because there are forces in the world that are took very rapid advantage of the U.S. vacuum that was in Africa, in the Middle East, in Ukraine, and so there has to be full recognition that there needs to be upheaval, full reversal of those policies. And so that may unsettle people at the moment, especially if they have vested, very profitable self-interest in the old status quo. They're going to face upheaval.
And Jan, if I may, just thinking about realigning strength, perhaps in Europe. What should the Czech Republic, other European members of NATO's, you're an ally of the United States. What is the solvency of the U.S. alliance at this moment? Do you think Europe can still depend on the United States?
Historically, through all turbulences, transatlantic bond withstood. And I think we have to look at the world affairs really since 1945 till today, in those 80 years. So I believe in the strength of transatlantic bond. I believe that it's really time that Europe will get tough, that we will be able to provide for our own security, and that we also care for the U.S. interests, for example, in Atlantic space. I mean, in the Pacific area, and that's something which requires not only military spending, but to be serious on China threats. That's something which might have implication into regulation of sensitive technologies. But we know that the US needs allies. We know that Europe needs also allies. So at the end of the day, it's mutual, but we should not take it as something which is granted, because those things are never granted, and you have to work every day on that.
David, go ahead.
I was going to transition a little bit. If we become specific then, because I think that's where the world should be. What do we do on energy? What do we do on Cuba, which involves the Americas? What do we do with regard to the international taxation system? There's some, which is, I think, get out of the old agreement that was not working at all, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. And so having people realize, well, and I want to throw education on the table. It's vital that we in the U.S. and Europe and that we find a way to have stronger literacy and numeracy. This was a big push I had at the World Bank. In addition to the idea that people in developing countries should do better, we need education to do better. And the data, we just saw the data last week, over the last 2 weeks, of this continued decline after COVID from the school closures. China is going a different direction of getting much better progress on literacy and numeracy. That was a UN, we did a big joint effort with the UN on that. So can I offer that. We're trying to free countries around the world, Cuba, Somalia, Syria, Lebanon, and stop the war in Ukraine. And to do that, there's got to be much stronger educational system for us.
Senator Murphy, you think, I guess, maybe to pivot a little bit, but something that I've been thinking of a lot in my own reporting, and I think connects this question of this competition between U.S. and China, is President Trump in his first 2 weeks in office has all but absorbed U.S. aid into the State Department. It seems like foreign assistance is not something that the Trump administration is going to be focusing on as much, or at least not in the same way. How does this affect the competition between the U.S. and China when, the largest provider of humanitarian assistance, which is the U.S., may not be anymore? Can other countries and organizations fill the void? Where do we go from here?
Well, I mean, let's actually put a finer point on this. He's not absorbing, I mean, to respectfully, right? He's not absorbing USAID into the State Department. That's what he said for the first 24 to 48 hours. A notice has gone out to all USAID employees around the globe to stop your work, pack your bags, and come home. The United States is no longer in the business of soft power. We are no longer going to try to confront China and Russia and terrorist groups with any tools other than military power. China and Russia and terrorist groups are celebrating, because China's influence in the world today is primarily through its soft power. China's military is growing. It presents a real threat. We have to confront that threat. But China doesn't have the kind of military partnerships around the world that the United States does. How they gain influence is by being economic development partners, technology partners, infrastructure partners, mineral development partners, port administration partners. That's what USAID does, is compete with China on soft power. And what has been announced this week is, A, illegal. The President of the United States cannot decide to shutter an agency that is authorized by Congress, but it is also a gift to our adversaries around the world. It is a withdrawal of American power. And I am sorry, I want a strong United States military, but I know enough about foreign policy to know that the military cannot be our only tool of influence. So this is absolutely catastrophic for American aims. I don't understand why the administration has done it. They have claimed their articulation of a rationale has been that it is a criminal organization. A criminal organization is what they say what USAID is. Everybody in this room, everybody knows that that's not true. It's a lie. And so we're trying to figure out what the reason is, because the impact is very clear. I'm all for efficiency. I've signed up for many reform plans of U.S. development aid. We can do it better. But the idea that America is going to be better off if we don't confront soft power anywhere in the world is incredibly dangerous. We'll see what happens here. This is illegal, so it could be that the courts are going to force the president into a reversal, because you can't just decline to spend the money that the Congress has appropriated. And we have appropriated money for not just USAID writ large, but specific programming in USAID. And my hope is that the courts will step in, although I'm not terribly confident that the president will observe those court orders.
And Dave, if anyone wants to applause, go ahead. David, may I ask you, do you agree with President Trump that maybe this isn't what the U.S. should be doing? I think there was a report in CBS that Marco Rubio said to diplomats, foreign assistance is the least popular thing that we do. We need to do some of this, but we need to be able to justify it. How important do you think the U.S. role is in this space?
That was a friendly way to ask, because I think it's pretty easy to say, and lots of people would say, we need a full upheaval in U.S. development assistance. That is not achieving the goals that it set out to be. I started working on AID in 1984, so I'm dating myself, with Guatemala and Honduras and the Kissinger Commission, and it was ineffective in 1984 and 1985. It was ineffective in Nicaragua, ineffective in Pakistan, ineffective in, and I can go through countries around the world, and that includes in the interaction with the World Bank. So there's clearly a problem. Then the question is, how do you rebuild in the U.S. national interest, the interest in countries, and I again emphasize the median income, meaning not the elites of the countries, not the dictators, not the authoritarian leaders, but the people of countries to do better. And that gets into things that are not happening right now. As Undersecretary of Treasury, I did 2 long testimonies. I hope people will read them on ways that the U.S. can strengthen its outreach to countries. But that, it's the core elements. Countries need stable money. They need to have a rule of law. They need to have small businesses that actually operate, banking regulation that allows there to be working capital for people within the countries. And that simply isn't part of what AID is doing. It's not part of the current development assistance. So we need a full upheaval, and that seems to be underway.
Listen, I would just say very quickly, listen, the U.S. military has failed over and over again around the globe, right? The U.S. military doesn't have a great track record of being able to solve big major problems. The solution is not to eliminate the U.S. military. The solution is to learn from our mistakes. And I think right now we need Republicans and friends of the president who understand the need for reform at USAID, but see the danger in its eradication to speak up right now. Because if everybody just endorses the wholesale roll-up of USAID, it's going to be hard to ever put it back together, and the U.S. will be weaker. So I get that people are saying, well, we need to change USAID, we need to make it better. That's not what just happened. That's not what just happened. USAID just got eliminated from the face of the earth. There's no reform effort. And so I think we need people to call out what has happened and suggest to the administration instead that they should keep USAID and engage in an honest bipartisan effort to try to address the issues that they think are inherent in the design.
And Jan, help us to understand how this is playing.
So I'm not in a position to comment on internal development in the US on how the humanitarian and development aid is being done. I have 2 remarks to this debate. First of all, Czechia has owned means how to distribute humanitarian and development aid, and it's a quite important tool in our foreign policy. The budget, it's incomparable, but we are doing our fair share, and we should do more. And the second point is that it's called Czech AID, actually. And the second point is that also there are projects funded from the American budget through different ways. I think some of them also through this agency. And those things which were done in Czechia were quite interesting and welcomed. Not focused especially, for example, to Czechia as such, but we serve as a regional place for activities, for example, to building our democracy in a region. So I welcome this discussion and considerations.
And, if I may, in the time we have left, just to touch a little bit more on China, David, I wonder from your experience at the World Bank and in the first Trump administration, what lessons you think can be learned about U.S.-China tensions at that time and how Europe responded then, and what advice you have to Europe as they're considering this new, tariffs did just take effect in China, so.
I think we have to define the interface between the U.S. and China, and also Europe needs to do that, its interface with China, and that is broadly important. That's the Arctic, that's the South China Sea, that's in the military hard power issues that are between them. Areas that I worked so heavily on are with the Global South, where China has made huge gains by operating in its self-interest while the U.S. kind of stood watching. And so having the U.S. be stronger within its communication, but also in its policies and programs, and AID really hasn't been useful in that area. One thing I'll mention is the debt. People look at the Belt and Road Initiative and they say, and some are saying, well, let's just have a bigger U.S. Belt and Road Initiative. I don't think that works at all. I think you have to look at the Belt and Road Initiative of China and recognize that one of its ways of operating is through the multilateral assistance programs. China has co-opted many parts of the world into its efforts to expand its influence. So we should be looking at that part of the interface. The G7, that grouping, has a lot of common interests in finding a way to push back. That's the debt restructuring, transparency of contracts, the infrastructure and the energy areas and mineral areas that Senator Murphy mentioned that are so powerful. So I think that's got to be done. And we've got to recognize the Chinese Communist Party is a one-party state that's guiding those efforts in China, and recognize the urgency of a strong pushback.
I'll say, Jan, in the 30 seconds we have left, does Europe share these concerns about China?
I cannot speak for Europe as such. I can speak for my country. We do share those concerns, and I think this will make us a good ally of US on that.
Well, that is about all the time we have. I want to thank our wonderful panel for all of their wise words, and especially Senator Murphy for running on so little sleep, but being here with us. So thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Hi, everybody. Wow. Thank you guys for staying for what's going to be the best session of this conference. I know there's a lot of activity. Adrian, have a seat. Join me. For those of you who don't know, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of National Interest. I'm the vice chairman of the GLOBSEC U.S. initiative and a very, very proud supporter of GLOBSEC and its activities here. And as we said, the whole notion of what transatlantic security and global security is I think, a bigger tent today than it used to be. And part of that tent is economic security and economic robustness, which probably was always there but didn't get as much airtime at security conferences. And I'm working hard to de-silo the discussions on security. And so it gives me great pleasure to introduce my friend Adrian Smith. He is from Nebraska. And he has a heartland perspective. I'll just be honest and put that out there. A heartland perspective is different than the West Coast, different than the East Coast, different than the Deep South. You're in the middle of things, and you have you have everything from big industry and tech to farmers and what's going on, Adrian. And I want to thank you for joining us today. And as we sort of think about what is 12, 13, 14 days into the new administration, and trying to get a sense of how trade and economic policy are part of the national security picture. Can you tell me, as chairman of the Trade Subcommittee in the House, how you think about economic security and the overlap with national security?
Well, COVID has taught us a lot. I love hearing from constituents, hearing from colleagues as well on supply chains.
Right.
What's the latest on supply chains that were obviously disrupted during COVID, and that recovery process I think has been instructive, and especially as we look at things like GSP, MTB, a lot of these programs that have existed previously, as we head into the future, I think it's important to note that domestic production needs to be kept in mind as well.
Well, how do you look at, I'm going to just get right into it. You know, have you had a good week with your Canadian friends and Mexican friends?
No.
And how should we think about trade? And this is even before we got into Europe. I raised the prospect earlier, President Trump thinking about universal tariffs on Europe. But let's talk about Mexico and Canada, where the markets were shaken, and then 24 hours we have some balance again. But how do you think about sort of tariffs this moment, and what we need to do with our near neighbors?
Yeah, well, I'm glad to say that Mexico has responded to the panel that was formed on the dispute created by their shutting out biotech corn. Happens to come from my district largely, but
You're the biotech corn capital of the world, right?
Right. But larger than that, I'm concerned when rules-based trade is dismissed.
Right.
And so USMCA, as it relates to agriculture, the biggest difference between NAFTA and USMCA was biotechnology.
Right.
And Mexico actually gave us quite a heads up, as I believe as President Trump left the White House 4 years ago. This was settling in, and then it took 4 years, basically, to form the panel, for them to make their decisions, and then the panel to complete its work. I would like to think that a more vigorous position by President Biden would have truncated that significantly.
So give our audience that doesn't know about panels and complexity and bureaucracy, is American corn in or out?
Right now, American biotech corn is in due to a dispute that was a result of Mexico saying for cultural reasons they didn't want to accept our GMO corn.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind the fact that the efficiency of production that's achieved through biotechnology should not be underestimated or dismissed. I mean, we are able to really help feed the world, certainly America, but in addition to that, help feed the world through biotechnology. And the world is so much better off. Local environments are so much better off. We see more produced with less overall inputs. When you look at the last 75 years, we're basically producing 3 times as much with the same quantity of inputs.
Right.
Now, those input costs have gone up, obviously, but I think there's a lot we should celebrate based on the innovation and technology and advancements in American agriculture.
So, Adrian, one of the things you do as a chair of a committee or subcommittee is you hold hearings. So are you going to hold hearings like tariffs, good or bad, question mark, or how to have a better day with tariffs, or how tariffs can be good for transatlantic relations? I mean, are you going to have these kinds of hearings?
Well, we're going to start out looking at enforcement,
right,
and what that has looked like.
Enforcement of
on our existing trade policy,
right?
And so we're heading in.
So the trade deals we have, USMCA, managed trade deals with Europe, with Asia.
I mean, the list of trade agreements currently in place, I think it behooves us to take a close look at enforcement. The last 4 years, the last administration is the first administration that did no trade deals, no trade agreements since the Carter administration. So, I mean, that's a reflection of what I think some of the priorities were or were not. But I think it's important to note that our trading partners, our friends, and otherwise, expected more from us in terms of trade engagement. Now, they probably didn't celebrate the most recent announcements with the new administration. I get that. But there was kind of fair notice given over the last several months. But the engagement level is going up, and I think there's a lot to be gained from that. And I've said very clearly.
So what you're saying is the president is shaking up the system, and it's driving engagement.
I think it is.
So I think one of the interesting things when Robert Voss opened this conference today was squeezing out the inertia in the transatlantic relationship,
Right.
and getting people to, take a look at what vital equities are part of that and the reset. So when you look at the inertia in the trade world that needs to be shaken up, how would you reset it?
Well, take digital,
Right.
for example, and the massive nature of our digital economic footprint around the world. I think we should expect, and we can expect, a more robust engagement on that coming from a new Trump administration. And I think the list is quite long in terms of what increased engagement can achieve. But the first Trump administration left office having teed up a trade agreement with Kenya. What a great opportunity on a continent with a growing population, certainly in contrast to some other areas geographically, that it would really behoove us, I think, to take that up again, because I think it can be done in a bipartisan fashion.
Let me ask you about food security in the world. I mean, one of the real negative impacts of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is the impact on Ukraine, which is a breadbasket for so much of the world. Food exports certainly affects the global price of a lot of grains and others. And you know this world far better than I do, as an exporter in the sort of the farm side. As we're going to be talking to someone connected to General Keith Kellogg today at the end of this forum, and Senator Jim Risch and other people are going to be here talking about this. How should we be thinking of things like food security, the food dimensions of security and trade, in a kind of a meta way? Because I don't think that's another part of normal security discussions, but it clearly is key.
Well, I think that food security is always should always be a high priority, obviously. But when you look at, again, back to the innovation here in the U.S. of what we have seen through producers in my district and many others doing more with less. I mean, in the last roughly 100 years, corn alone, we see 5 times as much production with 1/5 the land area. I mean, the equivalent of that. So let's celebrate that. Let's utilize perhaps those technologies otherwise in other areas, other crops as well, which we have seen in many ways. But I look at our university research.
Right.
And let's face it, you can have all the research and conclusions from the research that you can come up with if you don't have producers on the ground engaging in new ways of doing things. But actually, we have very engaging producers looking for a better way of doing things, because that helps their bottom line too. And so I leave so many places across my district encouraged by the innovation and ultimately the fantastic output and results from a lot of effort going into it. Let's face it, like I said, the university research and technologies that don't happen easily or quickly necessarily.
So
but they make a big
just to
difference.
jump in, you're talking about an ecosystem of science and innovation and productivity, and you've been part of the system that's connected Nebraska to the world. One of my big questions is America First policies, can it coexist with a global ecosystem of flow of talent and ideas that continue to support that farmer in Nebraska?
Yes, let me give you an example that I point to. Now, here next month, there will be the opening of a beef processing plant, brand new beef processing plant of, I think it's fair to say, a medium size. But the majority ownership of that plant are ranchers, producers themselves, teaming up with a minority owner by the name of Walmart. And there are many reasons for that. But rewind a little bit to when Asia was shutting out our beef, more for cultural reasons or political reasons than scientific.
Right.
And yet the Walmart presence, for example, in Japan, in my opinion, helped get U.S. beef back into Japan when they had shut it out following BSE.
Right.
And so that type of engagement in the overlapping of U.S. companies having a presence elsewhere helps us here at home. We need to make sure with our tax policy right now, as we're having these debates, that we don't shortchange our own businesses who are engaging in economies around the world, because we want them to be stronger for it. In fact, we'd like to kind of have more revenue here at home for what their efforts are. But I think we should celebrate the fact that U.S. companies, I mean, there are twice as many McDonald's locations outside the U.S. as inside.
Right.
And I see production. There was when McDonald's announced a few years back that they would have all-day breakfast. I'm a big fan of that, by the way. There was the opening of a chicken or a hatchery, shipping out 180,000 chicks per day, and that's actually, they're probably more than that by now. But amazing.
I'm sure some people
what
are actually
technology and
appalled
innovation-
by that number of, but it's impressive on one hand. On the other, let me just say,
But it's affordable protein
Right.
that ultimately makes it to folks who need it the most.
Sure. Let me just ask you finally, and I really appreciate your time here. You're a Republican. I don't think that's any news to anyone. You're a Republican. We have a new Republican administration that controls just about everything in town right now. But we have a new economic team. So Howard Lutnick is the new Commerce Secretary, just confirmed by the Senate. You have Jamieson Greer likely to come in as the new U.S. Trade Representative, Peter Navarro, whom we've heard a lot about in the past, and Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury, and of course President Trump himself loves to talk about trade. I'm interested not in how you're grading that team. It's way too early. But as you look at it as a fellow Republican who has significant oversight responsibilities and stewardship responsibilities over the trade agenda of the United States, what could they do that would cause you grief, or that you would counsel Scott and Howard and Jamieson and Peter and just say, you're screwing this up? What would be the things that you would say are red lines for you when it comes to trade?
Well, I think, when we saw tariffs in the first administration, there was a robust exclusion process.
Right.
So I think that's
And a
important.
sophisticated one, which many people don't know about, right?
Right. And
Yeah.
so I think heading in, if we end up with new tariffs, I hope there's a robust exclusion process. It's compelling when I hear from a domestic manufacturer about the few choices that they have on sourcing some raw material.
Right.
But I'm also compelled by the fact, hearing from American companies, when it comes to regulation, they feel so squeezed, and that innovation feels squeezed because of regulations. And I think we can deliver and protect our water, protect our air with more innovation, rather than a long list of prohibitions and mandates that become so cumbersome. In fact, it's compelling when a business says that means more to them, perhaps, than a tax rate.
So just for the record, you're worried about Donald Trump being a heavy regulatory hand.
No. What I want to point out is that can be very productive moving forward, and let's do what we can to make those gains with changes in regulations, perhaps, and not cause ourselves some harm with ultimately increasing the cost of products for consumers, for example. That, looking at history, let's lead a fierce negotiation, certainly. And we know that President Trump is serious about this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the chairman of the Trade Subcommittee of the House Ways and Means Committee, my friend Adrian Smith from Nebraska. Look forward to having you back. We're going to do this in a year, and we'll kind of see, how the chessboard looks.
That's right.
So thank you very much, and I'm going to welcome to the stage Elena Kutsko, the director of GLOBSEC US. So great to see you, Adrian. Thank you very much.
Greetings, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with us. This is this time slot for us to talk about energy, and funnily enough, my energy pack has run out of power right before this slot, so apologies for that. We are bringing in energy into this conversation about national security for several reasons. And there are two important dimensions that we want to emphasize. First, especially for all of us coming from Europe, of course, things have changed dramatically with the war in Ukraine. Before that, we were rather relaxed thinking about energy, thinking this is just business as usual, and we can carry on. And then there was this big, pretty rude awakening moment, and everything changed dramatically everywhere all at once. And the second moment, and that of course happening everywhere, is we see very dramatic transformation of energy systems. And this transformation is happening in a very short period of time. We're in some kind of warp speed moment where things are evolving and are not necessarily allowing us for the time to adjust to them properly. We're going to be talking today a lot about what's going on here in Washington, D.C., what decisions are being made right now, what kind of path dependency we're creating, but of course we're going to be talking also about what it means for transatlantic relations and global partnerships in general. I have a fantastic set of speakers here with me. I have Pavel Cyrany. Pavel is vice chairman of the board of directors from GEZ Group, coming all the way from the Czech Republic. Pavel, thank you so much for flying all the way and being committed to the conference.
Thanks for inviting me.
We have also Frank Fannin, who is currently managing director at Fannin Global Advisors, but he's also former assistant secretary of state for energy resources at the US Department of State, and you probably all know him for all the work he's been doing on energy, enabling the shale revolution, but also all the work on the critical materials here in the US. And we also have with us Ambassador Carlos Pascual, who is currently Senior Vice President for Energy and International Affairs and SAP Global, but at various times of his career, he served as US Ambassador to Mexico and to Ukraine as well. Pavel, I'm going to go straight to you because you took the longest time to make it here, but also because you're coming from Czech Republic. We're thinking about the war in Ukraine as this defining moment that pushed us all to do things differently and think about energy differently. Before the war, Czechia was one of those countries that was pretty dependent on Russia, to put it mildly. And then in a very short period of time, you managed to make sure that Czechia is one of the countries that are least dependent on Russia when it comes to energy sources of all kinds. Can you tell us the secret? How was it possible, and what lessons we should learn from this transformation?
Well, thank you for the question. Yes, I'm truly proud that we, as a country and a company as well, managed to transit from a heavy dependency on Russia to basically zero dependency in a very short time. The last year before the war started, 2021, we imported 100% of gas from Russia, 50% of oil, and all the nuclear fuel. Now, the war came, and obviously it was, as it was put here, a rude awakening. And with a joint effort of ČEZ as the major energy company in the country and the government, we managed basically within the first few months make significant steps towards the independence, which now resulted in zero independence now. Just to mention the fuel, it was only like 6 days after the war started. I was on the plane flying to Västerås in Sweden, where Westinghouse is producing nuclear fuel for Europe, and we started negotiating a contract which we then signed in June of 22, so only like a few months later, which now already makes us offtake nuclear fuel from Westinghouse. We also signed contracts with Framatome and getting fuel also from the French. Now, the next way, the route that we made was through Netherlands. Netherlands opened the first LNG terminal after the war started in Eemshaven, and that was in September 22, so only like 7 months after the war started, and we booked capacity amounting to 30% of the domestic consumption there, and since then we brought about $2 billion worth of American LNG to Czechia. And not only that, also, and it was not ČEZ because we don't do oil, but my colleagues from other companies have worked on strengthening the pipes, bringing Western or non-Russian oil from the west of the country, and also succeeded by now. So really a successful story of doing something which before the war, everybody thought it was impossible. Like, there's no way we could do that, and definitely not in less than 3 years. Obviously, it's only the beginning. We still need to work going forward and to bring new electricity generation, mostly nuclear, to the country. We need to work also on some long-term contracts for LNG, but I think the first steps have been very successful.
In many ways, this reminds me a little bit on the approach right now in Washington, D.C. here. And what I mean by saying that is that there's this attitude that when we need to solve the problem, we will do whatever it takes to solve this problem. Frank, I'm going to go to you and ask for your insight from what is the emerging energy policy under the new Trump administration. Of course, we know that there is National Energy Emergency Act that's been enacted on the first day of President Trump in office. And the president himself said that what it actually means is that you can do whatever you have to do to get us out of that problem. Can you decipher for us what exactly that means?
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. I'd like to acknowledge also the accomplishment, as has been described in the Czech Republic. That is not easy. When I served under the first Trump administration, I spent some time in Prague talking to the government officials about transitioning away from nuclear fuel, in particular Russian nuclear fuel, and whether it's a gas pipeline like Nord Stream 2 or a nuclear fuel relationship, it's a dependency, and that's quite an accomplishment that should be applauded. In terms of the Trump administration 2.0 approach, I think it's a reversion back to what the 1.0 was. Every government has an organizing principle when it comes to particular matters of foreign policy. What is the North Star that a government organizes itself around? And then, because it prioritizes that, other things will take second and third place, et cetera. And I think it's very clear, and as you rightly spoke to the executive order declaring an energy emergency, as well as the other executive order unleashing American energy, they both very squarely put security as that North Star, energy security. You could contrast that with the former administration, which put climate change as its organizing principle. And then they took actions to downgrade other forms of energy or create obstacles for that energy. And in the reversal that was demonstrated in the executive orders was to prioritize traditional, more baseload forms of energy, whether that be the form of hydropower, nuclear, or certainly oil and gas. And part of that was getting rid of the pauses that the Biden administration imposed on LNG expansion, new LNG terminals, and so right at the time when I think partners in Europe really need it the most. So I think that is the direction. Also included in that declarations included critical minerals as a component, back to this dependency relationship. There is an energy transition taking place. That is without dispute. The question is whether and to what extent U.S. or other nations' policies and therefore money will accelerate that transition. What I think we're speaking to in the critical minerals domain is we ought not transition to another dependency. Let's develop this supply chain that we need to ensure it's not just secure, but also reliable and resilient.
Just sticking with you, Frank, for a couple more seconds. Thank you so much also for bringing critical raw materials and energy transition into the mix. Indeed, if we look at the distribution on many critical ones, at least 70% are either produced in China or processed in China, which creates a lot of vulnerabilities. But I want to follow up by asking, you mentioned, of course, that security is the organizing principle versus the climate. And of course, the approach is we go all in on things like oil, gas, hydro, nuclear. What does it mean for non-nuclear renewables in the US? Is it just like an afterthought, not a priority? Or how is it going to factor into this energy transition and policy going forward?
Yeah, I think it's important to see what does the transition mean? In the U.S. context, it generally means to transition away from energy in which we are abundant to that which we are reliant on someone else, an adversarial power. What I think the focus is to build that supply chain more domestically and with partners and allies, rather than accelerate the demand for an energy input that we lack domestically, or that we lack from reliable producers or manufacturers. If we had that supply chain, I mean, if we accelerate the deployment of solar, and 95% of all solar PV is made by Chinese SOEs and affiliates, then that creates a problem. What we should do is develop that supply chain to develop our own solar, or do it with European allies, that we're not dependent on an adversarial power. And I think what we want to do is think about that transition so that we have the inputs, rather than we accelerate demand for things that we don't produce, or that we don't have a high degree of security on that is being produced, not just in a way that aligns with the security imperative, but also aligns with the values that we're talking about. I mean, during Climate Week in New York last year, around the same time, the US Department of Labor released a report which identified how it's increased child and forced labor, particularly tied to Chinese companies involved in the green energy transition. That is not a future I think any of us would agree to. So it's not just about the security, but it's also about the responsibility that we have.
Ambassador, linking that to you, we mentioned China, supply chains to build with allies, and of course what happens in the US matters for everybody around the world. Can you give us an overview, how are the markets reacting to the new policies introduced by the new administration, and what signals are they taking out of it?
It's an excellent question, and the simplest answer is it's going to keep changing, because there's an effort to understand both where U.S. policy is going to go, how the market's going to respond. There's going to be an interactive process as we go through with it. I mean, the first thing that everyone is looking at, and particularly from a transatlantic perspective, is the LNG market. Frank has already laid that out. There's an expectation that U.S. exports of LNG will continue, but in the near term, the market is basically assuming that the prices are going to increase in 2025 and 2026, because there's new capacity coming on in the United States. There has been a slowdown in the process of building up production, and as a result of that, we're going to see some price increases in 2025, 2026, which will be a challenge for the administration, because the purpose of their policy was to bring down prices, and they're going to have to explain that to the public. Those prices will go down afterwards, but we're going to see a price spike for a period of time. The second issue is oil, and the market generally is dismissing the concept that drill baby drill is going to significantly or radically change the production of oil and how much oil is on the market. The number one issue that people are looking at on oil production is demand out of China. That demand for oil is expected to peak probably by 2027. The demand in gasoline in China has already peaked in 2023. Electric vehicles in China are now at over 50% of new car sales consistently. So ironically, China is now becoming a disruptor in energy markets in a different way. Before, for 10 years, a decade, they were the biggest source of demand. They were what was driving prices up and causing that demand surge that was affecting the potential for shale production in the United States, and the issues that we saw back and forth with OPEC and the Middle East on how to manage their supply management and U.S. production. Now the direction is going in a different way, that China is going to be potentially the source that is driving prices down over time as demand is going to decrease over time, not just out of China, but because of the policies that they have adopted of new productive forces. They're focused on certain technologies like EV, where they're overproducing. They're able to bring that to markets at very low prices. We've already seen, obviously, the tariffs that have been imposed in the United States. Europe has done the same. Other countries have done the same. But they are so far undercutting prices in different parts of the world on both internal combustion engines and electric vehicles that will have a big impact on global demand. I think the third issue that is really in the minds of the marketplace is what we're going to see as an impact on demand for critical minerals. And Frank has been a leader on this topic for many, many years. And the big issue that is being looked at here is who owns the minerals and how they're developed is a concern, but the immediate concern is the processing of these critical minerals. For lithium, graphite, cobalt, rare earths, China controls the processing of 75 to 95%. So whatever might happen in the United States in terms of the change in policies and productions, if you roll back fuel efficiency standards, if it reduces the demand for electric vehicles, what we've also seen is that the major manufacturers, the OEMs, have set 2035 as a target for no longer producing new internal combustion engines. Maybe that will change. But what we're seeing right now is that to produce a battery in the United States, you get into the issues that Frank said, that you're dependent on imports of these minerals to be able to produce them. Even when you see battery manufacturing plants in the United States, they're largely importing those minerals from China. And then the debate, which is increasingly happening in the marketplace, is, all right, so where do we go from here? If the United States steps back in the production of electric vehicles, that doesn't mean that the rest of the world is going to do that. So how do you manage an American competitive position? And if you want to send long-term signals about producing those minerals and having supply chains in the United States, like Frank laid out, you have to give some sense that there's going to be a consistency of demand. So there's that debate happening in the marketplace of how that's going to play into the administration's policies and how it will affect things like the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a whole series of other discussions as well.
How are you reading the signals and interpreting what's going on here? You run a giant business back home in Europe, but if you can also tell us a little bit how your partners in Europe are digesting the new policies in the US, but also how market is evolving. Do you feel like you're a winner or a loser in this situation, or are you ready to grasp the opportunities?
Look, we always look for opportunities. Well, the good thing I see is, and I already heard this today, is the kind of realism in the energy sector. So it's not like a one-size-fits-all solution, everybody does this. And it kind of goes like, if it makes sense to, I don't know, produce electricity from nuclear, do it from nuclear. If you are on the north shore of Europe, you can produce it from the offshore. But until recently, until the war, there was like one plan for everybody. You all transit to renewables, and everything else is prohibited. And I see this now, this discussion being open for the cars. I think, you know, there is a place for electric cars, there is a place for a combustion engine. And again, not like a one-size-fits-all. Let's develop these technologies in parallel and see which one wins and how quickly. And obviously, you know, have the climate protection in mind, but not at the expense of killing everything else. So in general, for us, as an energy company, this is a good dynamic. Obviously, I would wish that it would not be caused by a war, but apart from that start, it's a good dynamic. And again, like the nuclear renaissance, which is happening now in Europe, was 5 years ago, unthinkable. Like we were like preparing first unit in Czech 5 years ago was like an underground operation. Let's not talk about it. The unit in our company was called differently. Let's not publish it. Let's just kind of prepare it and see, you know, how things happen. And
how
now,
was it called?
It was like a development or something like this. Like, and then now you see like you know, every week you hear about a new country coming either back into nuclear or thinking about becoming a country which produces electricity from nuclear stations. So I think we see this development around us as an opportunity. Obviously, I hope that the transatlantic relationship stays as strong as it has been always, and that these kind of discussions, how exactly it will be structured, are more about the form and way, not about the fundamental cooperation.
Can you, sticking with the transatlantic cooperation, for you as a business, what do you need for that to be a success? Like, what do you expect from the Trump administration? What kind of policies you think are necessary?
Like, again, speaking just from our company's perspective, two things. One is the restart of the exporting LNG terminals build-up. We're trying to secure a long-term contract. You can secure a long-term contract only in an LNG terminal which has not been built yet, because that's the way it's run. You basically start building only when you have already the long-term contracts. We couldn't do that. Now I just received a message actually from the US Embassy in Prague today that this process has been restarted, so we can again start negotiating a long-term contract for LNG. So that's one thing. Second is as open cooperation and import-export rules for nuclear technology as possible. Ideally, no barriers. Being allies, there should be kind of ideally no limitations as to what kind of technologies we can use, how we can use it, and so forth and so on, because obviously we use US nuclear technology in a number of ways, even in some stations that have been historically built by Russians.
Frank, is that feasible? Do you think that what Pavel is asking for, he's going to get it?
Well, I think the restart on the LNG is absolutely, they want to move it expeditiously as possible. That's very, very clear. There's a question to whether and to what extent opposition interests in the United States will seek to litigate that and challenge that, which is really awful, given the kind of dire needs our allies and friends in Europe have, that there would be some opposition interests here in the United States. In terms of the nuclear cooperation, I think that that's absolutely something that should happen. Just as I mentioned briefly when I was in Prague speaking to the government, and there was a concern that the Russians, we have to also understand that their disinformation campaign is continuous. When I was there encouraging to get off Russian nuclear fuel, the Russians were saying that would be, you could create like a nuclear apocalypse if that were happened, and bring fuel switch, bring Westinghouse fuel into the reactors. And I'm glad to see that Czech Republic pushed back on that and is moving forward. So what we have to do is keep the alliance and the partnerships in mind first, and don't allow adversarial interests to co-opt what's true. And so that's going to require a lot of diplomatic efforts, but I think it's something that should absolutely happen, whether it's there or in other parts of the world.
And sticking with you, Frank, for another second, and also with the topic of critical raw materials, of course, there's a huge number of new policies or continuation of policies introduced here. Europeans also waking up and doing their own things, and also prioritizing in many ways the emphasis on critical raw materials. How are you talking to Europeans on these issues? Do you see that US and Europe are working together on it, or often working at cross purposes, especially in other parts of the world?
Yeah, what I think it needs to happen is there needs to be well, two things. One, in terms of the investment, Europe is Europe, and it's a big place. Every country has a different approach, but are they kind of open for business into the extraction? Is the United States, and we have 50 states. Which state where? So that's one conversation in terms of facilitating cross investment for the purposes of extraction. The other is whether and to what extent Europe and the United States, European nations and the United States, are going to collaborate in investment for other companies to produce materials and refining infrastructure, as Carlos mentioned, processing. Is there going to be that kind of actual commitment of dollars, not press releases about having a meeting to talk about a conference and have another announcement, which is by and large what I've seen a lot of. Why the United States has been talking about under the former administration about a lot of collaboration. China increased its Belt and Road metals and mining focused spending 158% in 2023 over 2022. So while we talk, they're deploying capital and securing material for the long term, and have increased their bans on exports for the immediate term. So we have to come together, but that requires not talk, but deployment of capital and really getting after it.
Steve really wants to ask a question, so I have to allow that.
Excellent.
It's such a great panel, and I'm sorry. I'm here all day that this is the price of that. But I just want to ask, it's a great panel, and this matters so much. And you know, I know Frank so well and Carlos so well that presidents often don't get the world they want, and you know, reality challenges them. And I'm just interested, as you look at a potential energy nightmare for President Trump that is unexpected around the corner, what could that look like? I mean, this is something Carlos's colleague, Dan Yergin, wrote about in his recent book, The New Map, that there are lots of, you know, tensions out there that are subterranean that could come up. And I'm just, and Pavel, I'm just interested in as that well, because sometimes we're a little kumbaya in this moment. I'm interested in the downside of the global energy picture and what we need to prevent against and what might challenge Trump.
Nightmares, but Ambassador, go.
Steve, always good to have your interventions, and the spontaneity of them is clearly welcome. Look, one of the issues that everybody wonders about is why is the price of oil relatively stable? Obviously, it's been gone up, but one of the big factors is that what we have not seen is a disruption of the Strait of Hormuz. And if on tensions that arise with Iran, there is a disruption of ships moving out of the Strait of Hormuz, that will have a direct impact on global oil prices and create huge instability. It challenges this term of what energy independence is, because it reinforces the point that markets are interconnected. I think another critical factor is going to be the power infrastructure in the United States and other countries. The power infrastructure is being tested. The old power systems that we have had are not, let's say, fully adequate in terms of the grids, their capabilities of handling the surges in demand that we're seeing and the additional surges in demand that we're going to see from data centers and artificial intelligence. And that demand is going to rise very, very quickly in the next 5 years. It's going to rise faster than renewable energies have been put in. Coal plants have been shut down. There are questions about how quickly gas can be put in and expanded to be able to address that. That becomes a second key factor that has to be thought about. And I'll just see you raising your mic, so I know we got to stop. But this issue that we've been talking about on critical minerals is fundamental, because we know that the ability to source critical minerals is going to be key to a future energy market. And this is something that it doesn't happen in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. You have to have a lead time in it, and there need to be signals that are put out to the marketplace to get moving on that now.
We indeed have to wrap up, but very briefly, literally 2 words, Frank and Pavel. What's the stuff of your worst nightmare? 2 words. When it comes to energy.
2 words only, blackout.
Blackout. Frank?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's restricted to energy, but it would be it's just the industrial base itself, and that would be the mineral inputs. Some kind of further restriction on that crushes economic activity. I don't think it's the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry to take liberties with the time, but one of the things I think is interesting that the world has changed. Who is the biggest consumer now from the Middle East is China. And there's a new dimension on terms of the pressures that would be applied to not do something stupid on the Strait of Hormuz that is new. But yeah, that industrial inputs.
It's very new, and just to add to that 1 second, it underscores the irony of the situations that we're in right now. China's relationship with Iran and Saudi Arabia are critical to the stability of energy prices today, because the interest of China is the biggest reason why you're seeing stability in the Strait of Hormuz. The interconnections that we have with China and issues like this are ones that we don't necessarily expect.
We will have to leave everybody to live with your nightmares and think about them. Thank you so much for being here with us. And you're all getting Steve back. And Steve is doing a session with Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, and Steve Biggan in just exactly 10 seconds. Thank you so much.
thought you were done with me. No, hi everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of The National Interest. I'm an extremely proud board member and co-chair of the GLOBSEC U.S. initiative. GLOBSEC is planting its flag in Washington in these big consequential issues and discussions. And I would tell you that today's conference is just one manifestation of this. Over the last year, we have done so many events, some behind the scenes, but gathering people who are significant to discuss consequential issues in real ways, and I just am really proud of GLOBSEC. So I just wanted to add that as we discuss this next really interesting topic titled Ukraine, What It Will Take to Blow Out the Flames of Conflict. I think that's part of the reason there is so much interest in this today. I also want to greet and say hello to all of those watching online who avoided the so-called ice storm that hit us, really just cold rain, but hope you're all doing well at home. But let me invite to the stage a really distinguished panel here with us. Please welcome, and you can all applaud as much as you like, Foreign Minister Margus Šakna, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia. We have Foreign Minister Baiba Braze, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Latvia. Hello. We have Foreign Minister Kęstutis Budris, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. And we have my friend Steve Biegun, the former Deputy Secretary of State and currently the Senior Vice President for Global Public Policy, but he's basically been the Darth Vader and run all of the national security bureaucracy of the United States in various administrations. Steve, it's great to see you. Look, I just want to sort of start with all of you and just ask the fundamental question of let me just start with the foreign minister here. Yes, I'm not linear, as you can probably tell. But what would it take from your perspective to preserve the equities that Latvia cares about, that Eastern Europe cares about, in terms of thinking about a potential new equilibrium in the Ukraine-Russia conflict? What are the three most important equities that have to be preserved from your perspective?
Listen, the Ukrainians have their will, right?
Yes.
They have their state, their nation, their will, so it's important they actually decide what type of deal is that and that their will is reflected. They've been doing, actually, the last 2 months on the battlefield. Russia has lost more than they have lost before. It's been a very bloody 2 months for the Russians.
And North Koreans.
North Koreans, there's the dynamics on the battlefield. Russians might try to say that, they are winning or this and that. They are not winning. And the 3 years anniversary that is coming up is not 3 days war that they wanted to have. So it's important to make sure that, okay, there is the Ukrainian state, there is a leadership, there is the models, the ways they want to run their country, and of course it's very important to make sure that the overall situation in the Euro-Atlantic security area is not weakened, because Putin's objective, as we heard it in 21-22, was to basically take back NATO to 97, to take America out of Europe, and to try to sort of rule Ukraine or any other country as they will. And they shouldn't be able to do that through the peace negotiations. So what they didn't achieve on the battlefield.
Before I jump to the other ministers, do you think that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is someone that you can have a robust and strong, committed partnership in dealing with this challenge?
Marco Rubio is a great friend and a great political leader of the United States, so I have no doubt about it.
How do you feel about President Trump?
Absolutely the same.
Mr. Foreign Minister, let me ask you about, in Estonia's case, Estonia has been the direct, all of your countries have, in fact, been attacked in various ways by Russia. But the case where your entire digital infrastructure was undermined in a sabotage attack from Russia. I'm just interested, as you look at digital security, the digital world, you look at the new way we're seeing this war and conflict fought out. We have Google here, we have Microsoft has been part of this, CrowdStrike, Palantir are all now part of the data. There may be many other digital companies from Europe that are involved in the Ukrainian security situation, but I want us not to have just a discussion about classic guns and butter. I want to understand a little bit about what's happening on the digital front and what has to be achieved on that front with whatever comes ahead.
Yes, you're totally right. You were talking probably about 2007.
Yes.
Back when the first time we call like officially Russia attacked actually on the cyber level Estonia. But we are living in the year of 2025 already. So you can imagine that if you have your society based on digitalization, we are the most digitalized country in the world. We have 100% of our services online. And actually, we are not even talking about the cyber attacks like daily, because this is like happening 24/7. We are talking about the hybrid attacks, and I don't like the word hybrid, actually. We are talking about attacks. And this is something which is happening more and more. Not only about against our like digital solutions and the services, but we are talking about the undersea cables. We are talking about the special operations in our territories in Europe and the Baltic states. We have made more than 10 arrests within the last year about the personnel which were financed, guided, and organized by the Secret Service.
You just had a major cable cut, right?
We just had a major cable cut, not only in the Gulf of Finland, but also in our region, in the Baltic Sea. And we see that it is not, this out from the pattern. It's a systematical thing. So, and we need to understand that we are under the attacks already. And I can say that, Russia or China, whoever is behind that, it's very hard to attribute, to find a way that actually to prove that one or the other is behind. But the case is that they're like the boiling the frog, case by case, pushing the limits, the red lines. And if you would have listed everything what we have had on cyber and hybrid level within the last 3 years in our region, and put this list like 4 years ago, we would all be in shock, maybe even called Article 5. But now, what we're doing, of course, we are preparing, we are defending, but we must have more like offensive approach.
But take that a step further. If General Kellogg is able to put together something that's compelling, and a lot of us are scratching our head and saying, what could that be when you look at the fundamental issues of agency of the Ukrainians in this, but also the issue of what people consider, as you heard Minister Lipavsky say today, that he believes that Vladimir Putin is on an neo-imperial binge, that there's interest beyond Ukraine in this. But if Keith Kellogg achieves something that is surprisingly different, how do you not see that? What do you think the protections need to be weighed by in this hybrid area on the digital? Are there blind spots that we should fix in advance when it comes to security?
I think that the most important is to change the goal and the plan of Putin. And it has been public already like 20 years, restoration of Soviet Empire, and also play with this kind of buffer zones, which unfortunately we are in, whether based on his plans. And of course, we are talking about AI opportunities.
Right.
We are not talking only about how can we run our services, but also how can we protect our democracy. So we have had the bad or good example in Romania. And it was not based on the very well-developed AI systems. It was based on the TikTok platform. And the president elections I'm talking about, the results were, by the High Court was declined. So we are facing actually in our democracies as well, the technological approach, and not just to protect the processes. Estonia has 20 years e-elections, and this year we're going to use the mobile elections on the local elections level. And the problem is not how to protect it technologically, but how can we protect the use of AI-based communication robots which are actually stealing our elections even before already when they are reaching on that point. And this is something I think that in Europe and maybe more globally as democracies, we have no solutions actually.
Foreign Minister Budris, one of the other things, if you're a negotiator and you're trying to sort of weigh assets, and General Kellogg is wading into a territory, and I'll be honest, I don't know, as he's sort of looking at Europe, how much power, authority, legitimacy he has to represent all of the interests, but I think he needs to point to players and where they're standing. Do you think Europe is giving General Kellogg the kind of assets he needs to negotiate toughly with Russia in this situation and with Ukraine? is Europe muscling up or providing, you know, the assets he needs in that equation from your perspective? And I mean Europe broadly, not just, of course, the nations that you all represent, which are right on the front line of this conflict.
Thank you. I think that one of the main things that already is happening with new administration here in the United States is that political initiative for the first time during 3 years comes to United States of America to set the environment, to set the battlefield, be it negotiations battlefield, not the real contact line, and set the principles how it will go further. Because we missed that, and that's why from the Baltic countries we were advising on different approaches, how to change its dynamic, how not to be reactive each time, not to go after Putin's, you know, one initiative, another, you know, stage of escalations. Like it was just described with those sabotage operations, kinetic operations, all the hybrid spectrum that was used against us. That was because we didn't react enough, and that's because we were, you know, also all leaning back only. So initiative is on this side. We have to show the strength and the instruments, leverages for Putin to put him at the table, not because of some incentives, not because, you know, of appeasement, because of pressure, because it doesn't work otherwise. If you would count wars that Russia was part of after 1991, or be it, you know, in Lithuania's case from 14th century, that we were in wars with them, they were each time when they see the opportunities, they were going after the neighbors. That was the constant. This is the eternal aggression. So second thing is we have to understand that we are dealing with aggressor that has the means, that has the ways of the military ways how to achieve the results, and the goal is the same. Goal is go after the neighbors. After the Cold War, this additional goal to push Americans out from Europe. And that was in his ultimatum 2021. Now it's the same. To get rid of NATO infrastructure, to get rid of US presence, what it would mean for them, that would mean the sphere of influence for Russia. But they are false in this one, because that would be the sphere of influence of China also, that using each empty space. So we have on the other side, Russia as an aggressor. We have the setting with the political initiative on US side. Then your question is what Europe can deliver in all of this. We do not have to have the illusions that Europe can create suddenly some nuclear capabilities that are not there, some conventional capabilities that are not there, or that fulfill the stockpiles that are empty now, and we are not there with our defense industry. Right. We don't have it if we are talking about the month in front of us. If we are talking about the decade in front of us, it will happen, and the effects are already there. When we talk about months, we don't have it there. But what we can provide the political support and will with the economic instruments to increase the pressure. What I mean by saying political support and will is to sanction further. There's another source, of course, the frozen assets that are also in Europe, where we need US push for it, because it's not easy job to do within the Euro because of
frozen assets. $300 billion or 300 billion euros.
Yeah.
I don't know how euros translates into dollars, so it's probably
almost
$320, $320 billion. But it, largely controlled by Brussels, of which Europe has decided to deploy the interest of that towards support of Ukraine, but not the principle. Do you think that if Russia fails to come to the table constructively, you should go after the principle?
Yes, and you have to show them what comes after. As it was done unsuccessfully a bit in the beginning of 22. Those were two promises that came from US. If you start this aggression again, that will be the first thing. International isolation. The second thing, sanctions. That would cripple your economy. Isolation almost worked. With the crippling of economy, it worked, but not to the point where they wouldn't be able to produce enough for their war economy. They struggling, but they are still doing it. But we know where is that direction that works. It's painful for them. We have to continue with this one. We have to stop the support that comes from China and other critical enablers, because this conflict is not a European conflict.
Stephen, should we open the Pandora's box of taking sovereign wealth of Russia and giving it to Ukraine? In a way, I guess it would be reparations.
But Steve, Pandora's box was already opened by Vladimir Putin. He invaded a United Nations recognized country. He's unilaterally annexed a substantial amount of its territory, and he's launched the most violent and wide-scale war on the European continent since World War II. Pandora's box is already open. It befuddles me why we're
So who's
pretending
who's
we're in a world
way?
that once existed.
What issue or principle is in the way of putting that more robustly on the table?
So, this is not a U.S. debate because the U.S. is largely there. I don't think President Biden pushed nearly hard enough, and I think this is going to be right in President Trump's wheelhouse. Russia broke it. Russia pays to fix it, and that's very simple. And I have little doubt that this is where the Trump administration will end up. But the Europeans can maybe speak more specifically. What the inter-European debate is my understanding. It is two things. One is it's a fear of setting a precedent in which countries can come back later for reparations from sovereign entities for previous wars. And here, think World War II, which to us is a distant memory, but not so much for some of our European allies. And so Germany has a little bit of exposure there, let's just say. And the other is the one you pointed to, which is maintaining the integrity of a global financial system that allows sovereign assets to reside in certain jurisdictions and be safe. But I have to say that it's absurd. It's like we're trying to put fresh paint on the Titanic as it goes down. There's a cognitive dissonance in trying to preserve an order in favor of somebody whose sole mission in life is to destroy that order.
Let me ask you real quick, Steve. You've been deeply involved in so many national security conflicts that the United States and Europe have been involved in. You worked for administrations where the solvency and importance of NATO, not only within area but out of area, is so important. I'm just interested as you sort of look forward in the Trump administration that is clearly, I would say, surfing new nationalist waves. How do you maintain that solvency of NATO with challenges like Ukraine? But that's not the only one. But from your perspective and experience, what are the what are the equities we need to preserve or reinvent in that relationship from your perspective?
So President Bush used to observe, for whom I worked in the White House, President Bush used to observe that nobody ever came in the Oval Office and said, "What can I do for you?" They always came with a list of things that they wanted from him. And he thought how refreshing it would be. And I'm President.
I can imagine saying that.
Present company accepted because these three foreign ministers are representative of the most forward-leaning allies that we have in the alliance, quite frankly. But Europeans fret. If we have to do more in Ukraine, will you Americans be there with us?
Right.
That's a question I hear a lot. And my answer is, if you want America with you, do more in Ukraine. They're looking at it the wrong way. They need to come into the Oval Office and say to the President of the United States, what can we do to achieve the goals that you've laid out?
Minister Brage, as you hear this and we talk about some of the assets that General Kellogg and others might face, and I'm sure you're all going to be very involved in this set of negotiations, how would you approach it? How would you approach this challenge?
I'm not going to go into that because that's a highly sort of theoretical question. I think the important part is to look at the givens, what we need for peace in the Euro-Atlantic sphere. So we need US, strong leadership in NATO. We need allies continuing to support the perspective of membership for Ukraine. And that's very clear. It doesn't have to be immediate, it doesn't have to be with a timeline. But the Treaty of Washington is very clear. Country in Europe can join NATO if there is a unanimity and if it contributes to Euro-Atlantic security. So it's very important to have that perspective in place for Ukraine. It's important to provide support to Ukrainian leadership and people if they continue one way or the other. If they continue building on their Euro-Atlantic integration path, if they don't, if they choose to grow their national indigenous defense capacity furthermore, compatibility with NATO, continuing to fight on the battlefield, we need to support their choices. The agency of Ukraine, one way or the other, is crucially important. Having said that, of course, we do have views, so we talk to Ukrainians regularly. So it doesn't mean that we are not expressing views that we have. But for us, Ukraine's success is our success. Without Ukraine's success, American dream of freedom, they are fighting for the dream that you in the US, that we in the Baltics hold so dear.
So let me ask
Their
you,
freedom.
let me ask you a potentially unfair question. How do you feel as you move westward across Europe? Some of your colleagues in Europe feel about the intensity of this moment, the stakes of this moment. I think Munich Security Conference is coming up, and it's going to be a place where I think people take the temperature of the moment. And I can feel the temperature here with the three of you. I'm just interested in what is the temperature in Munich? What is it you kind of move westward? How do you feel? Do you think there needs to be more coordination of the heat that I'm feeling from all of you on this with a broader array of players inside Europe?
Listen, when it comes to negotiation, when it's, sort of shaping up, there are, again, outcomes that one wants to achieve. And on this occasion, it's very clear that the outcomes will affect not only Ukraine, not only, the situation there, it will affect the whole Euro-Atlantic space. So in that respect, we all have equities in it, that the situation is that peace through strength, that there is that strength element in it. So it's very important. There's a military element, there's a political unity element, there is a whole sort of perspective element in it. So the concept is right. So working back, what does it mean in practice for all of us is something that in this package needs to be reflected. But again, putting it out in the open and negotiating it in the open is something that you don't do in the negotiations. That's not the way it works.
Let me ask you.
But we got Russian troops
Sure.
out of our territory
Right.
in Baltic states, in 93, 94. Ukrainians can do that too.
Yeah, let me ask the three of you. I've had the pleasure of interviewing your prime minister in the past about something that often isn't discussed when it comes to security and NATO and the weaponization by Russia or Belarus or other fellow travelers of migration, of other issues that NATO doesn't have an easy playbook for, trying to meddle in borders, destabilize governments. And again, when it comes to sort of thinking about security and blowing the flames out in Ukraine, it's really how do you, as you come back to the hybrid question, how do you begin neutralizing or preparing NATO? I mean, remember talking to, about Latvia, of what was going on with Belarus and migrants that had been shipped in from Iraq, put on the border to try to destabilize. And, does it become a police action, which is a domestic action? Does it become a NATO action that requires that? This is something we don't often discuss, but your governments all feel this intensely. Do we need to have, a stronger NATO playbook and coordination when it comes to some of the hybrid, conversations you've been having, Mr. Minister?
It's very interesting from us to follow the debate in US already years about the wall on the border and close the border.
Right.
Actually, Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian borders are closed totally. On the border of Estonia, we check every person, every asset, every car, 24/7.
Right.
And we don't let anyone in which has no right to come over. And this is the NATO border. We protect the NATO border. And also, then we have this Baltic Sea, when, based on the international conventions, Russia has a right to pass. More than 500 tankers per week is passing the Finland, Gulf of Finland, which is territorial waters are so close that there's only 6 miles corridor. So we witnessed that. And we try to check it. And of course, we have this hybrid or whatever attacks about the cables and many other things. So we are just in the middle of everything, which is on the border of NATO. Of course, it's a business of NATO as well, because Article 5 starts when one or the other member is actually calling this the violation of Article 5, and NATO ships are there, and operations are there. So, of course. And it's a question as well about the European Union. So we are gaining some support, but finally it is about our nations there, and Finland as well, Poland, and this kind of. We are taking these responsibilities,
right?
We do it. But now the question is much more interesting, because on military level, we know exactly when this Article 5 is, or not. But then we are talking, and that's why I'm hating to use the word about hybrid attacks. But these are attacks against our sovereignty. It's attacks against NATO. And this is very foggy area. And I think that Putin is exactly playing with our fears. about the escalation. We have had many, many incidents. A year ago, Putin or Russia just took our border buoys between Estonia and Russia from the river. We put them every year. They just took them in the middle of the night. We observed, and we had an occasion as well to go there. And maybe we would have had as well the military conflict there.
They just stole the buoys?
They just stole the buoys. So, and they said that they were in, their side. Actually, they were lying. So we have these incidents. And I felt as well when all the NATO was in intense situation, what about our actions? So, and they're pushing these limits. So of course it's a question of NATO. It's a question of as well how we define Article 5, when it is there or not, how we define the attacks as well, cyber or hybrid.
So you think NATO's okay? Because my understanding, and I was over there at the time, I don't know if it was a GLOBSEC meeting or a Leonard Mary conference in Estonia, but the broad issue of Latvia and Lithuania's borders being challenged, people showing up on the border, beginning to deal with it. Is it a police action, which is a domestic action? But it was being driven by Belarus. And so, I'm just sort of interested in that dimension, whether there's a blind spot that we have in thinking about security. And I think it's relevant to Ukraine as well, because you begin looking at what a security deal would look like. How do you keep it from eroding from these kinds of things? Madam Minister?
Just answering on my migration situation, I was then in intelligence service and dealing with the collection on all the operations that Belarusians were organizing from Syria, Iraq, and other places with migrants. The new element in all of it was that, of course, we had the illegal migration from then, and then that was seasonal, but then it was weaponized.
Right.
All the state apparatus, and this is the pure dictatorship in Belarus, and from very origin it's different from Russia because it's even more in the vertical. So all the state apparatus was employed for this. KGB, the security service, was securing all the environment. Border Patrol that used to stop illegal migration, they were organizing the camps for illegal migrants. And we were standing on the other side then with all the international regulations, with all the EU regulations that tells us we have to accept them, to put them somewhere in the camps, provide this or that asylum, maybe go to the courts and everything. And there was the point where we understood that, okay, that's on us. Now we have to stop it. So we introduced those pushbacks, so-called tactics, when we're just pushing back and not allowing them to enter the country. We were also presenting this case to the others, explaining what's going on and proving how certain KGB units were involved there, and there, just to show that it is the manipulation coming from the dictatorship. We knew the reasons why it's happening. It was because of the sanctions that we introduced against them from the EU after the rigged elections in Belarus. So there was the system in it. And they tried to hack the system. They tried to play with us that we are rule of law country. It means that you won't be able to adjust. So our decisions were just explaining to the others, this is the weaponization. We've seen many things, not this one. This is a new one. First, another thing is we will employ, and for this situation, new legislation. We will not accept those. The ones who want to legally enter the country, we have the crossing points, but not our border, because we had, before Finland, we had the longest border of NATO with the hostile nations. That was 1,000 kilometers long. That's 600 miles long. Lithuania had the longest border. And then we made a decision to build a wall. And we did it in 1 year. With Belarus, that is 600, in miles, 450 around miles of the wall that we built in 1 year. With the electro-optic sensors, with all the systems, how we react, and now it's effective. And we're very proud and show to everyone
how
to
subcontract to President Trump. Might make him very happy on that front. I think 600 miles in a year would make him very, very happy. But let me just ask you another question. You've gone into it, Minister Brajé, and I also want to ask Steve, who's involved in the defense industry now directly. I think one of the other things that's come up is at the beginning of this conflict in Russia, I learned that Russia had stockpiled 14 million rounds of ammo. This 153 millimeter. You'll all know the millimeter size of the ammo that's necessary. And Jake Sullivan, President Biden's national security advisor, once came out and said this conflict is not going to be won or settled by fighters or exotic systems or digital technology. He said it's going to be settled by interceptors and ammo. And if we don't get enough there, and we've talked a little bit last night at a dinner and others about defense production and the importance of transatlantic coordination on defense production. And I'd just like to know, are we winning or losing that battle, Minister? I mean, I would just love to hear a strong.
I thought you wanted to.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, Steve's gonna do it, but I also want to look at you. But are we winning that battle? Are we losing that battle? As you know, Vladimir Putin looks at what he can produce a year versus what the United States and Europe can produce in a year. Who's winning or losing? And does that matter when it comes to the Ukraine conflict?
Yeah. So it matters who we are, first of all, and we in the United States are mobilizing very quickly, but. In fairness, on 155 millimeter or 152 Soviet standard millimeter artillery shells, 10 years ago when we were in a constant debate over the future of the defense industry. And there are two factors that drive this. One is hitting the mark on the right technologies for the future of warfare. The other is preserving the capacity in peacetime that's necessary to mobilize and expand during wartime. And both of those are challenging because they're expensive bets. 10 years ago, Steve, nobody in the defense community, to my knowledge, was arguing we don't have enough 155 millimeter shell production capacity in the United States. In fact, to the contrary, probably what you would have heard in defense circles is, fixed artillery duels are a thing of the past, and trench lines are a thing of the past. And yet we see, we talk about hybrid. Well, there's a hybrid nature of the war that's playing out in Ukraine right now, which is it's a mix of World War I and a mix of World War III playing out at the same time, not one in place of the other. Europeans' defense capabilities had atrophied tremendously. So when you say, how are we doing? If I was going to grade them, and I'll use the more generous elementary school grading rather than collegiate grading, it needs improvement. It needs improvement. United States making improvements, for sure. Europe needs to get there. It's encouraging that the resources are there. It's encouraging that the political will for most of Europe is there. But there's still an enormous amount that has to be done. Whatever Vladimir Putin did to prepare for this moment, it wasn't enough. So if he had 14 million 152 millimeter shells, he's found out it's not enough because he's now firing North Korean artillery shells at the Ukrainians, not Russian artillery shells. And that just tells you, that also should be used as one metric to understand the scale of the strategic mistake that Putin made in attacking Ukraine.
Mr. Rajay?
Well, where do we start? I don't want to repeat how our military colleagues at NATO characterized the capacity to produce when the war started and we needed to start supplying Ukrainians. That was very straightforward language. So I think we have moved on from that overall. There is still the compatibility issue with 155s and with the ability to use it across various systems, and that's where Ukrainians discovered, yes, it's 155, but if you have a different system, it doesn't necessarily fit the same thing. So that is the second element in that. So the amount, the speed, the compatibility. And then, actually, I think the important part is Ukraine's own capacity to produce. So that's about our own investment in Ukrainian defenses, because when they have that capacity to produce, they are then able to really ensure that they supply quickly, that they are able to give their soldiers what they need, both in terms of system, ammunition. Targeting is a big issue. One thing I think that we should have done much earlier is the long-range fires and the ability to target legitimate military objects on the Russian territory. That is covered by the Article of Self-Defense under the UN Charter. So whoever gives.
So you think we were too slow to get there?
Very slow. Yeah. Very slow. And we can spend all our budgets on air defenses. Very expensive. We can't cover all the territories with them anyway. So if we don't have that ability to hit the key targets on the other side from where you are shot at.
Minister
Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah, just continuing, Baiba exactly touched the point. you know, one thing I want to get correct is that there's some kind of like image that Europe has not doing, that we have not done anything to support Ukraine. Actually, we have supported military level.
I think there's image you've done enormous amounts to help Ukraine.
No.
Enormous amounts to help Ukraine.
So that's one thing in DC I want to say repeatedly, that actually we have given a lot of military stuff to Ukraine and will continue. This is one thing, and our storages are empty. So it's not that we didn't have anything and we didn't do anything. We did a lot, and we will continue on military level as well. Now about this capabilities, I was a couple of weeks ago in Ukraine as well, met to the defense minister and foreign minister, and actually Ukraine has established and developed the capabilities of production heavily. They didn't produce anything about 155 like 3 years ago. Now they can cover more than 30% what they need themselves. So this is a lot. And I'm not talking about that actually they're the largest producers and also the development body in Europe, at least, maybe in the world, about the drones and new level of capabilities, and as well on the deep strike capabilities. It's amazing things what they're doing, like thousands of kilometers inside Russia in real life. And the question is as well for all the industries in Europe and maybe US as well, in what price actually, what is the price of their production? It's low, it's really low, it's something new. And I think that now as well they're asking our investments. You know, Denmark started it, and now Sweden and many other countries, and we are as well doing the same thing. They're not asking that constant support on military level, but please invest and we scale up rapidly. They have a plan for that. So, and this is something new what we have as well in Europe, and that's why we're advocating as well about the NATO membership for the future, because they can add something a lot to European defense capabilities.
Because at the end, when you have an objective to take out a tank or, you know, whatever object you need to take attacking you, you can do it by various means. You can do it by artillery, you can do it by drones, and so on and so forth. So actually, they're doing all of it. And that is something that I think for us in terms of our defense plans within NATO, in terms of what we need as capability targets, how to close the gaps, that is a very important lesson.
Minister Budrys, let me ask you the same question, but let me frame it, you know, slightly differently. Where I think everybody in this room, and I in particular, know the extraordinary support that Europe has given Ukraine, and don't have any illusions about that. I think that can exist at the same time that many also, I've talked to Congressman Mike McCall, who was the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, or Senator Deb Fischer, the senator from Nebraska who's on Armed Services Committee, and others, who believe that there is a fatigue in the defense industrial base, or an inadequacy in the defense industrial base, particularly in the United States, given they said it's different between a polite world where conflicts are small and tiny and a messier world. And so part of deterrence, they're arguing that there needs to be much more. And you've talked a little bit about the defense industrial base needing more coordination. I'd just love to get a few words from you on where that needs to go from your perspective.
We have to show them that it's a long-term interest and commitment of ours to invest into the defense and also to support Ukraine, to show that the demand will be there longer than their investments into the industrial capacities. That's the simple answer to it. Of course, there are then different financial instruments added to that, how to coordinate it. I'm not opening the spot that is called Europe, where we have the different national industries, different national standards, procedures, and everything. We have to work on it, and we will, but we have to show the money. And how it worked in Ukraine with those initiatives that also support buying Ukraine and support Ukraine's industrial base. And there is also scope to cooperate with us, because our main mobile, main innovative now in the military defense industry, industrial companies are present in Ukraine. Not only cooperating with the companies, they're present at the battlefield, and we see that there is the biggest interest of the others to work with those, because they test immediately their technologies, and they see how Russians are adapting, what they are copying. They also see what Russians are using, because they're also innovative, and this is the hugest laboratory in the world right now. So we have to scale up, and we have to also involve the other industry companies, and this is the future for the transatlantic also cooperation in this one. But first stage, we have to show that it's a long term. That's why our commitment to Ukraine, to support them is for 10 years. 0.25% of GDP for their security and defense needs for 10 years. It's not till the peace negotiations. It's not after we have a deal, but it's for 10 years because we see that it would be needed, as it is our commitment to our defense spending also for years because we need capabilities. So an industry will adjust to that. Whether it is the joint message from all the European countries right now, not yet, not yet. And therefore, President Trump is very, very useful in this perspective, pushing the others and saying that, look, guys, U.S. won't cover those empty gaps that you are leaving. We won't. We can do it for 5 years, for 10 years, but you have to plan how you will cover yourself.
Minister Brazzi?
In those NATO defense plans. So, that's why I fully also support President Trump's message on the defense spending, because we do have capability gaps. We need to produce stuff across the alliance to fill those gaps, but we also need to have that freedom to buy what we need.
Right.
So Europe is developing a defense industry program, with the budgetary allocations to purchase stuff. And our point has been, we need to purchase what we need for actual defense plans to close those gaps, because that is, Europe is not going to produce its own defense plans. We have plans, we have capabilities, and we need to close those gaps, so we need to put that money where the need is. So that is one thing. The other part is that actually, I think the US procurement systems, as many others, really need change, and disruption and change. So I hope that it does happen, because this agile procurement, whether that's for what we are seeing on warfare, electronic warfare, for the actual happenings on the battlefield and being able to get what we need, it's a different system. It's a totally different system. And yes, we need, the fires, we need the artillery and everything, which is very traditional, but we need also that ability to have the agile procurement for the more AI-related stuff and tech stuff and other. So that is something that how to make it compatible is, and that's outside the traditional defense contractors. That's why, when Palantir Anduril says that they want to go in the Pentagon systems and really have a change, I think it's a good thing to do.
We'll let Palantir and Alex Karp know you shared that he'll be very happy. I'm going to ask Steve Biegun a very unfair question and ask our ministers to jump in if they'd like. I want to be cautious about this, but the voice that we don't have up here, Minister Brazzi was talking about, is the agency of the Ukrainian voice, the Ukrainian voice in this, as we're talking about blowing out the flames in Ukraine. And Steve, I want you to take off your hat, but use all the diplomatic experience you have of understanding how to walk in the shoes of other leaders and players. And I want to ask you to share with us how you think President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people are looking at this moment, of where their red lines are, where they need to be flexible, how, when you're tasked by President Trump to negotiate something that people have died over, hundreds of thousands of people have died, been moved, and it's an assault clearly on morality, on sovereignty, but there's also a lot of, we heard President Trump talk about rare earths and wanting rare earths for the deal. But when you're looking at that and you're on the Ukrainian side, I'd love to hear some perspective that we should have on this stage of the Ukrainian perspective of what it takes for them to blow the flames out.
Yeah. So I don't think you would ever get a representative of Ukraine on this stage and would publicly enunciate anything short of Ukraine's most maximum demands, which is restoration of their 1991 borders. I don't speak for the Ukrainians.
Of course not.
Yeah, but my sense is, Steve, that, and I think we only have to see the public comments, that President Zelensky is ready for a negotiation. He wants an end to the war. He does not want to permanently have to sign away those maximalist requests, which are reasonable, but beyond reach right now, to restore Ukraine to its 1991 borders, including Crimea. But I do think the Ukrainians have signaled, and I think they've signaled this to the president publicly and privately, that they're prepared to negotiate. The problem here, of course, is that Putin doesn't want a negotiation. He wants Ukraine. That's the challenge. That's not just the challenge for President Zelensky. That's going to be the challenge for President Trump and his administration. The Ukrainians want to preserve a sovereign, free, independent country that is secure. I think that's it. Sovereign, independent, and free, and secure. That is a tall order to deliver in the negotiations, and it's going to require a lot more from Ukraine's friends and allies outside the conflict. But that's what they want. And if they get that, the future is very bright. And if they get that, that is, in effect, a strategic defeat to Vladimir Putin, because his goal has remained unchanged since the beginning of this war, which is to subjugate the entire Ukrainian nation to Russian control.
Minister Chaka?
Yeah, I'm just adding. I totally agree with what Steve said about Putin's goals and the targets. Actually, it's not just some territories there, and Ukrainians, they know that. And if you go there and not talk only to politicians, but just normal people, they just say that you know, friends, we have no other choice. They are just fighting existential fight. And you know, we may have these debates and theoretical discussions about what can be done or not, but they're just fighting for their lives, really. The second thing is that what we need to understand, that business as usual is never coming back for Ukrainians. So there has been a huge mistake from Putin's side, I think, miscalculation, and also the geopolitical change. We need to understand that the big nation, the Slavic nation as Ukrainians are, they always has been very close to Russian nation in the beginning. They will never, never during the next decades or generations turn back to Russia. So, and they're just asking, please bring us in. Bring us into Europe. Bring us into NATO, because we belong there and we are adding as well our values. We are adding our capabilities. We are adding our rare earth metals and whatever, minerals. Just bring us in. And their feeling is that they are still tested and not trusted. This is the most desperate thing, that you are there in the middle of the hammer, and you need to have your bikini contest still, even you have paid price which is very, very high. We cannot even imagine. We cannot even imagine the price they are paying. And then we need to have this kind of the peace through strength. We, as a Western part of the world, together with the US, we have all these capabilities to push now Russia to the corner and then make a deal. And also give the security guarantees and bring them in. And that's the solution. They ask that. And they ask us as well, like personally, what kind of proof we need to give you more. And this is something which is not even emotional, it's very practical.
Let me ask you all, just in the few minutes we have here, a complex problem. As I sit in the United States, one of the things that worries me is that the consensus on Russia has changed. That there is no consensus, particularly in the Republican Party. There are Republicans that look at Vladimir Putin as a pretty good guy. There are Republicans who think this is no longer an American challenge, that the payoff, the payback for Americans for being involved in these conflicts is not what it should be. And there's just a divide, just to be realistically. I think most of your countries, there may be elements of this out there as well. And I don't know whether to call it rising populism, something, but there's less geostrategic severity and sympathy as there was during the Cold War. And I'm wondering how important it is to beat back that sense, I would call it the Tucker Carlson wing. If I were talking to Robert O'Brien or Mike Pompeo or Marco Rubio, these are real hawks on Russia. But not everyone around the president is a real hawk on Russia. And I don't know what it is like in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. But I guess the question is, do you worry that terrain is a little quicksandish right now when it comes to resolve and consistency of perspective and where President Trump is in that? I'm going to go, let's just go, Mr. Minister, yes.
Yeah. Obviously, that there are some that looking for the quick solutions and easy solutions, and then the ones that would like to sit aside and wait what will happen.
Right.
Because everything costs. At the end of the day, all politicians have to go to the debate about their budgets and whether to spend additionally to defense or whether to spend somewhere for their constituencies. We all understand how it works. It's difficult. That's why we need the leadership and the push forward to the direction that is needed. And therefore, this transatlantic leadership that comes from the U.S. is essential here. Once again,
right.
Just to stress the points where we struggle in Europe when we cannot manage to get in some of the countries when we talk about the sanctions. And each time it comes from US a signal that, okay, we go forward with sanctions. We will push Russians with sanctions.
Right.
It helps us and makes it easier. On the professional field, there is no doubt that Russia is a long-term direct military threat to NATO. We agreed on it in our strategic concept, and that is no one questions that, because they will come after. They are developing and building their militaries for the further long-term, as they see it, conflict with NATO.
Right.
And because they're investing for it, we have to also to do the same. But we are not on the same page who will pay all these costs. So that's why we need this signaling and push forward into the right direction.
Steve Began?
We have those answers already.
Steve
So I can't speak for America, but I'll speak about America. So you pull a lot of threads together into that question, Steve, and it would...
I'm just saying there's a divide.
It would deserve unpacking, and I think you overstate the case, because I actually think there are metrics that we can look at that suggest that that's not true, and that we should be careful not to mistake more volume with more support.
Right.
Because those views get more volume for sure, but they don't necessarily have more support. Americans have been incredibly resilient in support for Ukraine, and I think it's based upon three things that are fundamental to how Americans think. First is that Ukraine is clearly getting bullied by an aggressor. And Americans just don't like that in the world. It goes against our character. The second is that I think the American people understand that Europe is still vital to our interests. And it may be a debate we're having about pivoting to Asia and everything, but I think still fundamentally we do understand that Europe is a vital national interest. The peace and security in Europe are a vital national interest. And the third is that I think in the back of their minds, most Americans know that if this really goes sideways, we're going to have to step in and end it. What worries me is, on that third point, is so many of our, particularly Western European allies, their populations also sleep well at night because they think if this goes really sideways, America's going to have to step in and end it. I think that's a very destructive tendency. So I'd like to see more support in Europe, frankly.
See a free riding problem.
Yeah. The, 80 United States senators voted in April to deliver $61 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. 80 senators voted for that. In 1998, 80 United States senators voted to bring Poland, Hungary, and the Czech Republic into NATO for the first enlargement after the Cold War. In 1949, 80 United States senators voted to create the North Atlantic Alliance. It's an incredible consistency over time. So I think we could be at risk of mistaking increased volume for increased support of those reasons. I'm not denying that it's a fight to be had, but there is no president in my lifetime who will be more able to mobilize the American people to a conclusion on this very question, including if Vladimir Putin misplays his hand to oppose Russia much more vigorously. No president has more ability to shape the view of the American public on that issue than President Trump.
Thank you for that. Minister Chakna, I'd love to have you speak and give the last word to Minister Brage. No, you.
Yeah.
She gets the last word, not you.
I want to say one principal thing to understand actually about Russia and Putin is that Putin is not about the Russian people and the economy and the country. He's about the personal legacy.
Yeah.
And the one thing is that one exception from Kremlin about Khrushchev retired. No one has never retired from Kremlin. And we need to understand that he's fighting for his life. And I totally agree what Stephen said, that President Trump has an opportunity together with Europe as well to finish that, to push, to change the course.
Minister Brage, I'm going to give you the last word.
I think it's crucially important for the US, for us all to remember that Russia's objective is to weaken the US and leadership in the world. So Russia's association with China is a no-limits partnership and, trying to change how the world works. North Korea, mutual defense clause, agreement with Iran on stronger partnership in everything. So what they are doing in Africa, Middle East, that is indeed something to challenge America's interests around the world. And America needs friends. America needs friends like any other country needs friends for its trade, for its supply lines, for its military support, for everything. So that's why having the alliance, having the partnerships in Indo-Pacific having the friends like us is actually important for the US. Russia is not friend of the US. They are after America. So remembering that, I think, put things in perspective also with regard how we can support Ukraine better.
What I'd say, just listening to this, and I just want to thank all of you for your candor, and obviously I threw in some curveballs in this because I think it's complex. And if you talk about blowing out the flames of a conflict that has so many, it's a high-stakes conflict in the world, it's going to require deliberateness, it's going to require coordination, it's going to require partnership at a time, and I tell people—
And further weakening of Russia.
Yeah, and exactly, the further weakening of Russia in a very complex time. So I want to thank you very, very much. Foreign Minister Marga Štakna, Foreign Minister Baiba Braze, Foreign Minister Kestius Budris. I'm going to make sure I get all of these right. And of course, Steve Biegun. Thank you all very, very much. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope somebody got a great picture up here. Stephen, thank you very much. And folks, before you get up and leave, we have a special visitor of a wonderful congressman who's going to come in and talk to us real quickly for a few minutes, who wanted to come in, this Congressman Jim Costa of California. I want to welcome Jim Costa to the stage, and we're going to talk a little bit about trade and foreign policy and tariffs and California. Jim, it's great to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being here, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
And I know, here, why don't you sit here? We'll let him here.
Okay.
Just don't drink this water. I don't know what's ever you. You can have yours. So Jim, I tell everybody that being in Washington, D.C. right now is sort of like being in the middle of the Chesapeake Bay. It's like 8 feet deep, but the swells are 30 feet high, you know? And for those of you, I mean, it's really rocky and tense out there. But, you know, we've been talking a lot about the transatlantic security relationship, but in a big tent way. Economics is part of security. Of course, we've got the war in Ukraine. We're going to have, you know, a representative of General Kellogg, Keith Kellogg, here later in the day, as well as other, we have Senator Jim Risch and others coming, adding different slices of life. But I would love to ask you, in this time where, you know, China has come up a lot as a significant Western geostrategic challenge, we talked a little bit about critical minerals and needing partners and friends. So I want to emphasize friends. How are we doing in the friend cultivation, friend-shoring world right now from your perspective?
Well, I think it's a question mark, but let me first thank you, Steve, and GLOBSEC for allowing me to share some thoughts with you in the audience in this distinguished panel that we've just followed. Let me begin by saying I think we're in a seminal moment in American and world history. And I don't know that we teach history that well in this country, or maybe in Europe because people kind of roll their eyes. But when you look at this new administration, when you look at their desire to, the president seeming to cherish chaos of one kind or another, and the relationship he had with our European allies, with the EU and with NATO in his first term in office, and you see where this is going with the issues of security, as you mentioned, and security is a broad definition because it's just not economic security, but the tariffs threaten that economic security. And the efforts to maintain our alliances and our partnerships. I mean, when you talk about Canada being the 51st state and invading Greenland, and retaking the Panama Canal, that doesn't rest well with our allies. They wonder what's going on.
Well, how do you think it sits in Beijing or Moscow in a sense that we know that China is interested in Taiwan. We know that Russia is engaged in a land grab in Ukraine and has in the past in Georgia. Are we running a risk of the recklessness? It could be hyperbole about Greenland and Panama Canal and others, but if sovereignty is just not a big issue anymore, is that something that's reverberating? I mean, you're on the Foreign Affairs Committee.
No, I'm on the Foreign Relations Committee and on the subcommittee in Europe, and I think, frankly, it's very unsettling, this recklessness, as you put it. It's certainly, I think, Russia and China are now resetting in terms of their own calculation the strength of America's alliance and partnership, not only with Europe, but the recent agreement between South Korea and Japan, and the United States, the efforts with Australia and the Philippines, because if sovereignty is something that, you know, is like a pair of shoes that you take on and take off, I mean, China's made no secret about 2027 being a timeline for Taiwan. And of course, Putin has always felt that Ukraine is a part of Russia. And so our allies are wondering, you know, what is the foreign policy going to be of this administration? And I think it's very unsettling at this time.
Let me ask you to take us into some of the private conversation. You're one of the members of Congress who's been around, and you have very good friends in the Republican caucus. You talk across the aisle, and I'm going to add a few minutes to this, folks, just so you know, because I want to hear the answer to the question. What is the temperature on Ukraine among Republican colleagues, among Democratic colleagues, of figuring out, you know, we're going to have folks with General Keith Kellogg up here, who's been tasked with being a special envoy, finding a new equilibrium, trying to blow out the flames of this conflict. You know, I wouldn't want his job. It's very hard. but I think the broad side of it is I'm interested in where members of Congress are and how serious they are about wanting to see a resolution that deters Russian ambitions and preserves some solvency in Ukraine.
Well, I think the Republicans fall in a couple different camps. I mean, I think there's those that have never really been supportive of Ukraine. There are those that will follow the president's lead in whichever direction that may take, and I think that's a question mark at this time. And then I think there are those that, members of the Foreign Relations Committee, who I've traveled with in Europe and around the world, that feel very strongly about maintaining our commitment to the people of Ukraine and their democracy, and to stand up to Putin, as the overwhelming majority of Democrats do. I mean, we've had 5 supplementals in the last 3 years. February 24th approaching will be the 3rd year of the invasion by Russia of Ukraine. I've been to Kiev 4 times in the last 2 years. I participated in the Yalta Economic Security Conference there, and been very involved with not only the financial, economic, and security aid packages, but most recently the F-16s to Ukraine. And, you know, I think when the president says, well, he's really, I guess he learned about all that Ukraine has, so he says, well, you know, that's in our interest. And so President Zelensky yesterday said yes, and we can do more together. Obviously, his uncertainty, I'm talking about President Trump's uncertainty in terms of how this will be handled, is, I think, a great concern to all of us who have supported Ukraine for 3 years now, and our European allies. I mean, make no mistake about it. NATO is stronger today, I think, since the Cold War. I mean, Putin would have never thunk that Finland and Sweden would become a part of NATO. 2/3 of the NATO countries are at 2% or exceeding that. Radek Sikorski, my friend, the foreign minister of Poland, did an op-ed piece over the weekend talking about Poland approaching 5% of their GDP in national defense. And certainly Europe needs to continue that effort and do more.
So Radek Sikorski, who used to actually live in Washington here, be at the AEI, great guy.
Ann Applebaum.
Yeah, Ann Applebaum is his wife, and we've read a lot about her, about autocracies and illiberalism and what's happening in the world. But I think Radek is pretty critical of other partners in Europe for not doing more.
He is.
And so Munich is coming up, and I think one of the things we're discussing with these outstanding foreign ministers up here a minute ago is the intensity of purpose that we hear now on this stage shared as you move across Western Europe. Do you think France, Germany, Italy, our UK are doing enough?
I think they can do more. Certainly we should encourage that in every possible way. But I think these foreign ministers, and I missed the panel here, but next week at the Munich Security Council, are going to be looking, when the new Secretary of Defense comes to Munich, the Secretary of State, who has had a history who they know a bit about, and the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and are they going to speak with one voice?
And J.D. Vance.
Yes, right. So it's going to be an interesting dynamic.
What's your bet?
Well, I would hope that as the vice president, he would lead the delegation and they would have some consensus. But what's happened here in the last 3 weeks doesn't seem to be that this administration yet is on the same page, at least with the different people that the president has chosen. So I think it's a big question mark. I think the Security Council next week is going to be telling as to how this administration with these new people is going to approach Europe, our alliance, and NATO. And it's going to have a direct bearing on where we go in Ukraine.
Jim, let me ask you finally, you're active in the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue. Would love to hear a moment about that, but I want to ask you, tough on you a minute. If one of these transatlantic legislators asked you and said, Jim, can we trust America anymore? Is America still a good ally that will help us on our dark days? Or do we need to pay more for protection? I mean, I'm just sort of interested right now where clearly relationships are being tested. Friends are being told to ante up more. Is this harming fundamental relationships from your perspective when one of your transatlantic legislative dialogue members saying, are you still going to be there for us?
Well, let me make a couple of points. I mean, first of all, I've been involved in the Transatlantic Legislators Dialogue for over 12 years now, and I think that partnership is extremely valuable. But, the second President Bush was the first to suggest that European countries, NATO members, meet their 2% and exceed it. So although Trump claims credit for it, it was continued to be a pattern with President Obama, and then of course President Trump and President Biden, and they've made a lot of progress in that area. So we should give them credit. And frankly, even though President Trump seems to ignore it, the European Union and NATO has done about the same amount of financial support to Ukraine as we have in 3 years into this war. But I remember very clearly 4 years ago, after Biden was elected, and we had our first transatlantic legislators meeting in Europe following his election. And, friends that I had worked with for years, I said, we're back. And they looked at me and says, that's great, Jim, and we're glad you're back. But for how long? How long? And of course, 4 years later, they're certainly asking that question again, and they're looking for answers next week at the Munich Security Conference. And this is going to evolve, but I hope, and the head of NATO has met with President Trump. I think they had a good meeting. But we've got elections in Europe this year, and I am very concerned about Elon Musk, who's not been elected to anything, going and doing his own cowboying in supporting parties in Europe that may or may not be in America's best interest. And I'm sure that our European partners don't appreciate his meddling in European politics.
One last question, then we can all go to lunch, and we're going to reconvene here at 2 o'clock. But it's a very tough day to get off the hill, so I want to thank Jim Costa for doing that. And I don't mean this as a low-blow question or a gotcha question, but do you think America should own Gaza?
No. I mean, that I think falls, I saw the press conference yesterday, and when he was going on in his riff to build these condos with oceanfront property, I guess there's going to be a Trump International Hotel with a golf course. I don't know what he's thinking. But the fact is that it did not play well with our friends with Saudi Arabia, nor did it play well in Jordan or Egypt. And relocating over 2 million Palestinians is a problem for everyone in the Middle East. And, I will give President Trump credit in his first term on the Abraham Accords. I think they were important. And we've been trying to build on that. Certainly President Biden was working very hard to include Saudi Arabia. I think that was part of the justification in Hamas's mind for the attack on October 7th, because they were getting close. But certainly the Saudis are going to tell the administration, along with their partners, the Jordanians and those in Egypt, that this is a non-starter. And so, and if we want to encourage them to come together, and certainly the president's going to have to weigh in with our friends, our alliance with Israel, on and we hope the 3 phases of this ceasefire will be completed, but that the next step has to be on how we rebuild the massive destruction, the horrific losses that have taken place in Gaza. And there's got to be some credibility, there's got to be some trust, and there has to be a plan. And right now there's not, I think, a credible plan that everyone believes that the United States is prepared to take a leadership role in. And certainly rifting about condominiums on the Gaza beachfront is not a plan.
Well, with that, I want to thank Representative Jim Costa, who is wearing on his lapel of the United States flag and the Ukrainian flag together. Thank you so much for joining us today, Jim. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Keep up the good work. This is important. It is a seminal moment in world history that we're living in, and we all play a role, and it's important that we be involved.
Thank you. I want to tell everyone we are serving lunch. That's where a lot of folks have gone out to serve lunch. We're going to reconvene in this room at 2 o'clock. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, really great.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Steve Clemens.
Hey, everybody. How was lunch? You know, I hate lunch. I hate breaks in conferences. I feel like conferences should just keep going and going, kind of like C-SPAN all day. And if you want to go eat something, that's your business. But I wanted to give GLOBSEC credit for feeding you, but getting in the way of my plan of keeping this program going. Those of you in the back, you should come join us in front. Those of you who are watching online, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of National Interest. I'm a very proud co-chair of what is going on with the GLOBSEC's U.S. initiative here, and we've just had an outstanding lineup of personalities talking about big tent security and many different dimensions of the transatlantic security relationship and challenges. And I'm very, very pleased to welcome to the stage Raja Krishnamurti, a Democratic congressman from Illinois and the ranking member of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Raja, it's great to have you here joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a seat.
Sure.
Sorry that lunch ate in a little bit to our time, but we're going to I'm going to eat a little bit in their time. But thank you so much for coming over. So how's the mood up in Congress today?
Choppy.
Choppy?
Yeah.
Does it feel like there are 30-foot swells out there? That's what I've been telling
Exactly. It's a little turbulent. You know, it seems like, you know, around 3 or 4 o'clock when the president goes to the Oval Office and signs those executive orders, there's a collective pit in people's stomachs. They don't know what's coming. And, you know, then that kind of helps to, unfortunately, that sets the tone for the rest of the day.
Well, I want to, you know, sorry, like I just had Jim Cost up here, and we ended the conversation with talking about Gaza and how that went over with both Republicans and Democrats in the House, but I don't want to eat our time with that. I do want to talk about what, you know, sort of focus on what you see as America's most significant geostrategic challenges in the world today, and where the transatlantic partnership, if we still have a partnership, but where that partnership is in dealing with those.
Well, I think that to me, the biggest challenge still is the strategic competition with China. From a technological, from an economic, and a military standpoint, I think that is going to help to define, you know, whether we rise to the occasion, become the best version of ourselves as a country, or whether we're struggling on a number of fronts. And we can't afford that, obviously. Fortunately, on this committee, we've managed to come together in a bipartisan and constructive manner so far, working with the Biden administration, hopefully now with the Trump folks. And you know, there's a famous author in China who is also a member of the Politburo and happens to be the I'd say he's
Is he a famous author because he's a member of the Politburo? Or?
He was a famous author before,
Okay,
but he became a Xi Jinping whisperer.
Oh, I see.
His name is Wang Huning. And Wang Huning's kind of theory about the United States is that we are hopelessly divided politically, ethnically, geographically, and every other way. We can't come together to do anything, and we certainly can't come together to defeat the Chinese in this strategic competition. And I think it's up to us to play against type and show them they're wrong.
So I've been watching China and China's development. I've been to China many, many times, and I have to tell you, I am blown away by their success. I find it staggeringly impressive on many, many levels. And you can argue about how they did it, whether they were fair, whether they were strategic predators, et cetera, but isn't there an element of you know, where you need to sort of admire and respect what's been achieved so you can look at what you're not doing?
Of course. I think that what they've managed to do in taking hundreds of millions of people literally out of poverty to what I'd call maybe a middle income status is perhaps the greatest kind of economic development story in modern times. However, the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, has also done a lot of bad things. You know, everything from the Uyghur genocide to repression of dissidents to the Tibetan cultural genocide and what's happening in Hong Kong. And of course, right now, I think the economy is in a tailspin. We can talk about that more. But the economy is in a tailspin. And so this story has not been fully written.
Right.
And so we have to, as Americans, keep that in mind, even as we're kind of competing with them, and figure out how do we, you know, make the next moves prudently.
Do you think Europe is moving in the right directions with regard to this strategic challenge from China?
I think directionally, yes, but I think that there are divisions even within Europe that need to be kind of negotiated, so to speak. I think some think that, well, other people can deal with China's aggression, whether it's technological or military or even economic. We will try to take advantage of the Chinese market and do whatever we can to maximize our own benefit. But as we all know, I think that the CCP most fears the transatlantic partnership. And of course, unity within Europe with regard to, setting international norms, the rules of the road, if you will, with regard to dumping, with regard to economics, with regard to the security situation in the Indo-Pacific. I'll just give you one other thought on this. I think Ukraine has definitely changed the nature of how the Europeans view China. I think they view them much differently now after the Ukraine invasion because of China's material assistance to the Russians than they did before. And so because of that, I think that we have grown much closer with the Europeans in our view of how we should treat Chinese economic, military, and technological aggression.
So I'm going to ask this carefully. Are we big enough in the transatlantic relationship to deter or to change the behaviors of Russia, China, the non-aligned crowd out there? I mean, I think there's a lot, my fear is there's a bit of hubris in the transatlantic relationship. When you look at the net value add or the net add to the global middle class tomorrow, it's more in areas where the Belt and Road Initiative is than it is in the transatlantic relationship. In fact, we're aging and we're not going to add to the middle class. And, China has a lot of these other places. Do you see that changing at all? And do you think America and Europe need to kind of get engaged beyond themselves in other parts of the world, particularly in development?
Yes, absolutely. I think that there are two parts to that. I think America and Europe and India and other Asian countries, along with certain ones elsewhere, have a lot of heft, have growth, have the markets, and have leverage.
Yeah.
And the question is, do you use that leverage now while you have it to try to change behavior, or do you wait? And do you hope that things are going to change on their own? I say you change that behavior now and you use that leverage right now. Because if you don't, it'll be too late. That's the first part. The second is we absolutely have to be in the development business. And so shutting down USAID is the worst possible move you could make if you seek to gain influence in those parts of the world where you're trying to curry favor, curry influence, build markets, build the international rules of the road that we want everyone to follow.
So you're like a significant member of Congress. I mean,
well,
can they shut down USAID legally?
No, but they've hollowed out a lot of the workforce, right? I think I was backstage with my national security advisor, Devin, and she said that she thinks everybody is gone except for like 2 people and that we know of. Yesterday, I was out in front of the Senate at a rally, and basically it felt like the whole USAID workforce was there because they were shut out of their offices.
Wow. Wow, that's an interesting article. I've got a friend, a journalist from Germany here. That'd be a great article. Who were the last 2?
It's Marco Rubio and his designee.
Yeah,
I think. I forgot who he's designated to run USAID.
But when you kind of get into that, you begin looking at the aid and development agenda that we used to have. I mean, I think one of the questions, again, thinking about Russia, Ukraine, we're going to have the counselor to General Keith Kellogg, who's assigned to try to find a different path on Ukraine, Russia out there. When you kind of look at these questions of the American brand, the American partnership, do you think the solvency, I mean, I'm not trying to ask a trick question, but the solvency of the American partnership and alliances is in question?
I don't know. I go back and forth on this, it seems.
So you do go back and forth, so there's a possibility.
Do. Yeah. I go back and forth because I think that our friends across the Atlantic and in other places, they know Trump. They've worked with him in the past. They've worked with the president. And sometimes I feel like some of them say, oh, that's just Trump being Trump. when he says, I'm going to take an ownership position in Gaza or something like that, they just kind of roll their eyes and wait for 5 minutes later when the White House walks back that entire position or says that it never happened. I think this is kind of the position and view of certain friends and partners and allies around the world. What I'm more concerned about is those folks who basically say, look, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to hedge my bets. I'm going to develop my own nuclear weapons, for instance, because I can't any longer rely on the American nuclear umbrella. And then we're off to the races.
I just need to say that President Trump's numbers are kind of surging. They're up well above 50%. Favorability on his.
You know how I know?
Yeah. How do you know?
He told us this morning.
Did he really?
I was at the National Prayer Breakfast. I delivered a prayer, and the president was there to deliver his prayer.
So we've been here all morning. So what were the zingers?
Well, let me just, I'll tell you, his prayer was a little more secular. It wasn't exactly a prayer in the conventional sense, but he did tell us his poll numbers were way up.
They're way up. I mean, they're way up.
He also then told us about how he believes in God a lot more now than before because of the assassination attempt. And he told us that the reason why is because of the immigration poster that he turned to at the right moment that positioned the shot, the bullet, in the wrong place, and that he believes that immigration poster saved his life. And then he said, fortunately, the bullet missed his hair. And so he's very thankful for that. And he also said that his son, Don, is much more religious because of this experience than before. And you would know it if you knew Don. That's what he told us. So it's very interesting.
Well, let me just ask you finally, our next panel is coming up, and I know you're short on time as well, but I think one of the other things we're struggling with, around this space is technology and thinking, GLOBSEC has a new geotech center. We're looking at geostrategic competition in the tech space, AI. Kevin Rudd, former Prime Minister of Australia, currently the ambassador of Australia here, said something at a meeting recently. I think it was actually a GLOBSEC meeting. And he said every morning Xi Jinping wakes up and asks what has moved forward on AI. What have we achieved on AI? For him, it's a strategically defining investment and challenge. And Kevin said in the West, I'm not sure we're doing that. And so I would love to give you
an opportunity. You don't think Trump wakes up and asks that question? Look, I think
I don't want to. I just want to ask you what you think is.
Look, I think that the benefit on our side is that we have a tremendous amount of innovation in the private sector, where I do think people are waking up and asking that question every single day, and that's a good thing. What I do fear is that on the public side, you do need those foundational investments, those blue sky investments in R&D that help to propel some of that innovation in the private sector. And I'm concerned about the state of that and whether it's going to be at the level.
Is our science ecosystem dying in the government-supported science ecosystem?
I wouldn't say that. I would say that.
I gave you an opportunity to make news.
I would say that we're in it's a fragile moment. Okay, it's a fragile moment. I'll just point to two things. One, the levels of funding are just not where they need to be. If I take quantum, you talked about AI, but quantum, I know that Xi Jinping is spending $16 billion annually on quantum. We spent about $4 billion, and so our leadership position is eroding. The last thing I'll just say on this issue is I still think we're going to win the race if we have the best talent, okay? But the way to have the best talent is you fix your darn immigration system. And our low-skilled immigration system stinks, and we got to fix that. Our high-skilled immigration system is in an equally bad state. 70% of all researchers in AI, I'm talking about PhD, I'm talking about master's students, are immigrants. And many of them are H-1B. And many of them are on student visas. So they are in a situation right now. We just had an immigration town hall, a pop-up immigration town hall after the first executive orders were issued. 800 people showed up. 800. That has not happened to me for any town hall in the last 9 years I've been doing this. And so a lot of them were these people with green cards, as well as student and H-1B visa holders, who are basically saying, what is next? What do I do?
So you're saying that people ought to rally and support Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy
On H-1B?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think President Trump was in favor of this as well. I think, if we can fix this, that would help in the technology competition in a really, really big way. Because I'm telling you, a lot of these folks are making alternative plans as we speak. And that would be a horrible, horrible, like we have the #1 draft pick. Right? To pick the very best people from around the world to join our team, and we're giving it up in the form of these people who are thinking about maybe going to Canada or going some other place.
Well, I'll say that Patrick Tucker, the science and technology editor of Defense One, is going to have a fantastic panel coming up right after this on exactly this subject. So Raja Krishnamurti, Congressman from Illinois, ranking member of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. Really appreciate you joining us here today. No, it's busy, but thank you so much, Raja.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm Patrick Tucker. I'm the science and technology editor at Defense One. Have a seat, everybody. I've been covering artificial intelligence actually for 20 years, and it's the most interesting time, certainly, that I've ever seen for it. And it's going to get much more interesting, I think, very soon. I'm going to go down the line here. Next to me is Stephen Lundstrom, Michael Chertoff, and Nushin Hashemi. I'm going to take a moment, each of you, just a quick intro, 1 or 2 sentences to who you are and what you see as the most important emerging technology issue for the Transatlantic Alliance. 1 sentence who you are and 1 sentence what that is, and then we'll get going.
Okay, good afternoon. Stefan Lindström, I'm the Ambassador of Technology of Finland. I work primarily with critical emerging technologies, issues like 5G, quantum satellites, and how these technologies affect foreign policy, security policy, trade policy, human rights, ultimately democracy. People ask, what do? I answer in 3 words. I sell values.
Excellent.
I'm Michael Chertoff. I was Secretary of Homeland Security from 2005 to 2009. I now run a consulting firm with my name on it that does security, physical, and cybersecurity advice and architecture. And I also am on a number of boards and do some occasional work with the government. I think we're dealing with a lot of challenges, but I would say the 2 biggest challenges as it relates to cyber are securing the supply chain, because we now understand the surface area of conflict is much broader than just the boundaries of the network. And artificial intelligence, which, as we'll talk about, both can be an enhancement of the threat and also an enhancement of security.
Good afternoon. I'm Nushin Hashemi, founder and CEO of January AI, also president of the Hand Foundation, sponsoring the conference. My background is all software, 40 years in Silicon Valley. I think I just want to say AI, that's it, period. And it has many angles. So in terms of our capacity, in terms of talent and building, capacity building in AI, in terms of being aggressive with our doctrines, et cetera. There's a lot to discuss there, but I think whoever wins the AI race wins the world.
Okay, well, let's stick with that for a second, because the AI race is, I remember a year ago,
there was a degree of certainty and reassurance among folks in the West that the United States was probably ahead on AI. We certainly had some ChatGPTs, OpenAI companies. We had really strong enterprise cloud providers, and that was the consensus. And then this week, I spent hours and hours trying to understand how DeepSeek works differently and trying to follow their numbers. And I'm not entirely sure all of their numbers work out, but it is definitely a more economical model. Might be partially stolen. They might have a bunch of NVIDIA chips in the back. But really quick, Nishim, how would you describe the AI race, the competition right now, and where do you think from here it goes in the next few years?
Yeah, so for sure, exactly as you said, whether they have chips in the back or they actually build things on top of our models, they were able to train at 1/10 of the cost. So if they can actually do this broadly, we can, the center of gravity for AI shifts to the east, basically, from us, because we've built our entire system is like, oh, we need to have these very fancy chips, and we need to do this brute force training. So I think we have to change the architecture foundationally, the way we've been architecting our AI models. I don't think this is going to work. Scarcity breeds talent, and I think China has scarcity issue, so we have abundance here, so we are resting on our laurels. So I think technologically, just pure technology against technology, we're going to have to improve our infrastructure so we have more compute. We have to change our architecture in the way we design things, and we're going to have to be way more scrappy than we have been and way more united. So in the United States, we rely on the private sector for AI advancement, but in China, the government has their finger on the scale, so they are also part of it. It's government and industry together. We don't really have an industrial policy, and of course their AI is all over their military, and they have an AI military doctrine, and they already have incorporated AI into at least 300 different programs in their military, and we don't have a military doctrine, which is really unfortunate because, we have a lot of bureaucracy, slow approval cycles, but we have insisted on having human in the loop, and they have not insisted on that. So they have set themselves up for autonomous warfare, which will be faster, and in their cyber attacks, they have infiltrated our power grid, water systems, our military, and of course everything else we know. So if a war broke between the two of us, they would have us down before even they had to shoot anything. We wouldn't even have electricity or water before we could even get to our equipment.
Yeah, let me take that and turn to you, Director Chertoff. I remember when he was Homeland Security Chief Secretary, and so I always, give him the honorific, so he'll always do that to me. On this thought on particularly the most recent Chinese tailored access big spectacle attacks, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon. Salt Typhoon is the attack that's in your phone. Volt Typhoon is the attack that compromised our infrastructure a variety of different ways. Your thoughts right now on how to best safeguard the U.S., both in terms of private telecoms and infrastructure, and your thoughts on where AI might play into that in the future, both as a threat and as a defense opportunity space.
Well, I think with respect to the getting into our telecoms, I think one of the things we've discovered lately is that it's not just the attack on the ultimate network that winds up yielding, for example, sensitive information or secret information, but it's actually going down the supply chain. If you're operating the infrastructure on which the networks rest, and you can penetrate that, you now have a skeleton key that allows you to get into any of the networks. And I think that's what you see with Salt Typhoon. They were able to perch on telecoms and on the broadband providers, and then using that, they were able to access telecoms, metadata, as well as the underlying internet activity. And so from an espionage standpoint and a counterintelligence standpoint, that was a very, very big victory for China. Now, when you look at Volt Typhoon, that raises what in some ways is a more dangerous issue, which is beginning to use cyberspace as a vehicle for carrying out the equivalent of a kinetic attack on something by undermining and blowing up your critical infrastructure. And we could see that by launching ransomware or otherwise making it impossible to use your operating system. We saw that with Ukraine, which was the test bed for this a few years ago. There were ransomware attacks, not Petya, that were designed to shut down the operations of the Ukrainian government. And among other things, because it was affixed to an accounting software package, there were actually Swedish and American companies that had offices in Kyiv that wound up also getting compromised and having their data frozen, and they couldn't operate. And we have seen with respect to Volt Typhoon, although they didn't trigger the attacks, the pre-positioning of exploits that would allow someone to shut down power, water, transportation. And there's no question that if we were to get close to a war, we would have to worry about them shutting down all of our ability to create energy and communications here at home, not only in the military sense, but in the civilian sense.
Yeah.
So how do we deal with this? Well, first of all, with respect to information, one answer is to make sure we secure the supply chain and that we know the integrity and the security of all the elements that we rely upon to build our networks. And that also means we may want to use encryption more, because if data is accessed and it's encrypted, it's not worth very much. On the critical infrastructure side, obviously we want to harden the infrastructure. We may want to limit and control access to critical networks from the internet in general. But a very important thing is resilience. To have the capability, if your critical infrastructure is compromised or interfered with, to provide critical services using some other vehicle. And that concept of resilience often gets, I think, underappreciated. But I'll give you an example. When Ukraine was attacked, when the Russians invaded, they did attack the government systems and government data networks. But what the Ukrainians had done in advance is move their data or a set of their data into the Microsoft cloud outside of their own borders. So they were able to reconstitute their capabilities almost immediately, even although the initial attack compromised their basic data sets.
Yeah.
So resilience is key to that.
Yeah. I understand from recent reporting out today that Doge is also using Microsoft Cloud, so hopefully our data is recoverable too. But let me turn to you, Ambassador. In terms of what you just heard, supply chain, very important. Also, sharing of information between private companies and governments, and of course, transatlantic intelligence sharing. Where in Europe are you trying to steer the discussion, and what sort of responses are you getting, if you can discuss them from the new administration and also from private entities in the United States in terms of this shared threat space?
I'm using your comments a little bit as a segue to what I want to raise is really the trusted connectivity sphere. And between the US and Europe, it works. But then we have to see what is happening in the rest of the world. Where are they building 5G networks, for instance, and what kind of security features are in those networks? From what country is the technology that comes in there? Where is the data going? Who is servicing it? Who is updating it?
Right.
All that hardware.
Yeah.
And basically, it's a question about data and data sovereignty, ultimately.
Yeah.
And we have so many countries in what we see today that they are buying Chinese equipment. They have no capabilities to update it. They have no capabilities to service it or regulate it. And it's an investment for 15 years. It's not an investment that you can just break up and replace it in 2 years. And that worries me a lot.
So on that, the first Trump administration really got out in front trying to move the international community and different countries around the world away from Huawei, underscoring the vulnerabilities that were inherent in Huawei, designed vulnerabilities so that they could be exploited by the Chinese military. As you look forward just a little bit, and in terms of where folks are now within the national security establishment, do you see a possibility for building on that and further outcompeting China in terms of this telecom discussion, this telecom argument about equipment, about where data goes, about whether it should reside in your country or perhaps be sent to China?
It's really a matter of education, I think. Education of the operators, of the political decision makers, of understanding what are the questions, what are the real questions there. And sometimes you get surprising comments. Yeah, it's so easy to deal with them, and you're so complicated. But when you put these other arguments ahead of them and seeing where are you going on these issues, I mean, you talk about infrastructure sovereignty, you talk about data sovereignty, you talk about technology sovereignty.
Yeah.
And if you don't have that, what sovereignty do you have left?
Yeah.
And they have to think forward and not just the short-term means there. Having said that, we have not done our homework properly in Europe either. We have the 5G toolbox, and I think there's only 2 countries who have implemented it 100%.
Yeah.
And we have to understand the fact that if we don't support our own industries, in 10 years' time, there's only going to be one service provider, and that's Chinese.
Yeah.
Is that the way we want? No.
Yeah, yeah, good. And Mr. Jimmy, you were going to add to
definitely. So China is definitely expanding its surveillance state. So they are exporting AI-powered surveillance technology to 80 other countries. So this isn't just about authoritarianism, it's about the amount of data that they're capturing. Because if you want to win the AI race, you need to win the data race. Like, how much data do you have? It's ultimately about how much data you have. So you have 1.4 billion people you're recording every day. You're surveilling your own population. And then you're surveilling populations in 80 other countries. And you're constantly recording them. You can imagine the kind of data that you're collecting on every aspect of society, every aspect of their lives. And so currently, as my good friend from Finland is saying, people have no choice. They're sort of signing up with China because there's no alternative. We kind of need our own AI Marshall Plan to have, before people sign into the Chinese ecosystem, which is everything you just said with telecommunications and everything else, and also surveillance and everything else, that they have an alternative, that they could sign up with us. Currently, that's non-existent.
Yeah, so on this, in terms of an AI Marshall Plan, a more robust international forward presence, basically arguing with different countries for better data security, USAID as an agency actually had a lot of work, particularly in Eastern Europe, providing cybersecurity and advice on specifically Russian threats, also Chinese threats. Who would lead this Marshall Plan in terms of implementation? Do we need people on the ground in order to basically help at a very local level people understand their networks, their vulnerabilities, and the different like suppliers that are out there? What would that look like?
Yeah, so actually it is a point of weakness that we rely entirely on our private sector for. So if they choose to research this area, they will pursue that area. If they choose to research this area, we don't have a cohesive national strategy. We certainly don't have a cohesive, military doctrine, AI military doctrine, which we absolutely need to have. So currently, it's not very coordinated. We're sort of at the mercy of whatever the market, whichever way the market goes.
Right.
So I think you definitely, if you want to have, and I'm not sure if USAID would have been the right organization necessarily, if they would have had the right DNA. I mean, this is really a war of talent. The previous speaker spoke about that. So 47% of all top AI researchers of the world are Chinese, compared to 18% US. And AI is the most desired major right now for students in China. For us, it's still business, is the #1 degree that people are pursuing. And then we are training Chinese AI researchers here with PhDs, and then 30% of them return home. And they return home, 1, because they don't have visas, and 2, because they are provided research facilities and smart, fellows. I have many people, because I work in AI, our SAB member, who's a Stanford professor, associate professor, he was offered a lab. They kind of come to you and say, hey, you could have a lab with your name on it with 12 of the world's smartest AI scientists as your fellows, and I could have it up and running in 48 hours. And most people fall for that. Their own population certainly does, and some Americans as well. But I think this is what you have to do is be much more purposeful, intentional about this. This is very serious.
Yeah.
And I see AI as a project in the United States, kind of like a fun thing.
Yeah.
This is not fun at all. This is very, very serious.
Yeah.
And this,
I was going to say,
yeah,
sometimes we use the phrase industrial policy, but I mean, there should be a deliberate strategic decision, as we've started to do, not only in the U.S., but among our friends, to basically put investments in these very critical areas where the amount of effort it takes is substantial, and if you don't have government backing, then people wind up getting distracted.
Yeah.
So I do think this requires a strategic approach to building into the next technology. And it'll also require, going back to the issue of Huawei, a modified decoupling from hostile or rival systems. Because I remember a few years ago, I was going around dealing with the British and other countries that were using Huawei, and I said, what do you think would happen if you get into a dispute one day and they turn the internet off?
Yeah.
And that we've seen that, and I think that finally woke a number of Western countries up to the idea that we need to build up an alternative to Huawei.
Yeah, thoughts on this, because also where is Europe on a cross-European industrial policy on some of these supply issues and on AI?
On AI and on the critical emerging technologies as a whole, I think it's been a wake-up call. And the Draghi report, the Niinistö reports on resilience are really lining up what we should do. Are we going to do it? I hope so, raising capital for it as well.
What are the main things you should do?
First of all, it's to align ourselves in setting a clear goal on where to go. The second thing is that it must not be just national policies.
Yeah.
We are too small, too shattered as a whole, but that we have a common goal, a common set. The last other thing that I propagate for all the time is that it's a coalition of the willing, and it's also value-based coalitions.
Yeah.
We have it on, for instance, Quantum Development Group that is doing it on quantum. I think we should do something similar on AI, where you have the people who align their values, align their technologies, align their sort of capabilities, and then they create a group together.
Yeah.
And that's a brilliant way forward.
Yeah, Jan, let me turn to you. In terms of especially the U.S., what are some of the first things that we can start to do right now to better compete? There's a lot of looking at regulation, and we don't want to emulate the regulation environment that exists in Europe, for better or worse. That's probably not going to happen. Where are the the low-hanging fruit items that we can begin to attack right away to better improve?
Right. Well, first of all, we need to have something, because Europe does have AI policy and China does, and we just don't. So first of all, we should have something. We should just hash it out, debate and argue. I think the second thing is that we need to go for semiconductor self-sufficiency. 90% of the world's AI chips are coming from Taiwan. And if China takes Taiwan, then AI, we fall behind. It's that simple. They can just shut that down. Yeah. So the stakes are really, really high. Yeah. And so the CHIPS Act is just not enough. We need to do so much more. Yeah. And we need this sort of federal AI strategy for self-sufficiency in semiconductors. Yeah. It's really serious.
So I want to get on that for a second, because I covered the CHIPS Act, and everyone was very excited about it in many ways, but the consensus among folks that work in microprocessors is, hey, it's great that we are going to start developing fabrication facilities here. The US doesn't have the workforce that exists in Taiwan or other places. It's going to take 10 years to develop highly skilled people that don't design chips but instead make them. So if we're kind of behind the gap, where do we make up for that? When it comes to shipbuilding, we're now talking about partnering with Australia and Japan on shipbuilding, but we had a partner in Taiwan. So how do we get around the fact that we just don't have, there's a talent gap, particularly in terms of chip manufacturing?
I think we need to be aggressive in terms of immigration policies towards high potential people, in terms of what is called it has a name,
the H-1B?
It's H-1B, but it's for special people, like people that are. So I think we need to aggressively recruit talent, give them visas, a place to live. I mean, this is a warfare on data, on talent, and we just simply don't have the capacity. So, and we're getting overwhelmed, right? You're getting attacked by cyber, then you're losing the people that you have, and then you don't have a strategy, and then you're all this. So you can't falter on all of these fronts. You need to, maybe you can afford to falter on some things, but not on everything. Yeah. So I think the talent is a very, very serious issue, and I think the semiconductor issue is also a really big issue.
Yeah.
Over reliance on Taiwan.
Yeah. And let me take that to you, Secretary Churov. in terms of cybersecurity, we have on the national level institutes, agencies. We have a Department of Justice out of the FBI component that looks at cybercrime. We have CISA. We have all of these different agencies and entities that work together to basically help to attribute things like Salt Typhoon and Volt Typhoon. Are you worried at all about possible destruction to those national public entities that play a really important role in our cyber defense? And if you could reform them, what would the reform look like? What could we do now in terms of a public entity that we could create or reform that would much better protect us from the threats as they exist right now, not the ones that existed when they were set up?
You know, I don't think that I don't think we need to create new institutions. I think each institution has a defined role. The FBI does criminal investigations and counterintelligence. NSA does overseas online activity. CISA, which is part of DHS, is the organization that is principally responsible for dealing with the private sector in terms of defending. Now, you don't want to have the government having the sole responsibility to defend the private sector like we have the Air Force defending airspace. Because first of all, that would put the government on every single network, which would alarm a lot of people. It would also consume a huge number of resources. But the unique role the government does play is it gets advanced intelligence it can share about where threats are emerging. It has information about techniques and capabilities that the private sector can adopt. It can coordinate with the private sector to make the private sector operate more efficiently. But in terms of the actual scale of what you need to defend the networks and the supply chain, you do have to have the private sector involved. I think the one improvement that could be made would be better sharing of information that now gets overclassified. You know, now if you don't have a clearance, you're not going to be able to be told certain things about the threats. But the reality is if you can learn about those things, it makes you more capable of adapting your defenses to that. And finally, the last thing I would say is we really have to focus again on the supply chain. For a long time, it was all about the walled garden, defend the network at the perimeter. Now we've not only learned we have to look at the inside of the network and build access controls and things like that, but we need to look at all the things that ultimately lead to the network. And those entities that manage those processes need to be brought into the discussion about what the threats are.
Okay, great. This is a fantastic discussion, and yet we could go on forever, and yet we are also out of time. So please join me in thanking my panelists. Thank you so much for being here and talking with us about this. Really appreciate it.
Feel like everybody, this is like the 7th inning stretch, you know, raise your hand, shake them up, you know, make sure you're still awake. Oh, you're already here. Great. For those of you who don't know, if you've just come in, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of the National Interest. I'm sort of, I've been editor-at-large of almost every publication in Washington. The Atlantic, Semaphore, The Hill, Courts, National Journal, you name it, I was there as editor-at-large. I never did Washington Post, but just wait, you know, there'll be a day. I want to thank you very much for coming, and we have a session this time, a great chat with a friend, Congressman Jake Auchincloss from Massachusetts. He is a member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, the Subcommittee on Health, on Energy and Environment, but he's really in the foreign affairs space, in my view. He's out there talking about the new administration. He's out there talking about Ukraine, Russia. He's out there talking about the Panama Canal. And he's out there talking about China. He, like Raja Krishnamurti, is a member of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. So, Jake, great to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Look, we've been going since early this morning discussing a lot of different dimensions in the transatlantic security relationship. And I think it's been, you know, no punches pulled in a sense that There's a lot of stress out there. You sort of feel like DC is, has 30-foot swells, all around us. You know Massachusetts and water, so it's rocky. And I think people are looking for what would a reset in relations look like? What are the equities we care about in the transatlantic security relationship? And we're going to see some of this defined by one of President Trump's big goals right now, which is to blow out the flames on the Ukraine-Russia conflict. And so I just want to start with that. And you're in the Democratic Party, you're in the opposition in this, but how do you think this administration and government can succeed on the Ukraine-Russia challenge, and what would success look like, but more importantly, what would failure look like?
I think it's a question of what success would look like. And for the last 2 years, I have been advocating for NATO and for Ukraine to have a very crisp, clear definition of success, which is a secure eastern border, freedom of navigation in the Black Sea, and imminent accession to the European Union, including the Lisbon Treaty 42.7 security guarantees.
So take us a little bit further on that third point.
Everyone talks about NATO. Ukraine should be part of NATO. It needs to be NATO security guarantees. I am one of the strongest proponents of support for Ukraine. I do not think NATO is the answer. I think the EU is the answer. And the EU, I mean, this audience probably knows it, but very few other people do, has its own collective defense clauses. The Lisbon Treaty's 42.7. Actually, the legal verbiage is in some ways tighter than Article 5 in NATO, but the political capital has not been vested behind it, and so people don't take it as seriously. It has been called into action before for France for terrorist attacks, but the accession of Ukraine into the European Union would be an opportunity for there to be not so much a legal update, but a political update within the European Union about what does 42.7 really mean. Here's what it means about Ukraine's eastern border. Here's what we're willing to do, both left of boom and right of boom, should something go wrong with Russia. And that, to me, is the formula for, I think, a persistent and sustainable peace.
So let me ask you this, and it's a little complicated, but I had Steve Biegun, former Deputy Secretary of State here, and he said in response to my question about whether or not there was a diminishment of the consensus on Russia, on Vladimir Putin, inside the United States, particularly inside some elements of the Republican Party, and whether when you have Tucker Carlson out there applauding, Putin, spending time with him, saying he's a great leader, or, applauding friends of Putin or supporters in a way like Viktor Orban of Hungary. Is there a dimension there? Steve Biegun responded and said, they may be loud, but they're not deep. They're not a significant portion that America and Americans largely understand the challenge posed by Russia. But how do you feel about that?
I think you're seeing an affinity between blood and soil nationalism across nations. So you've got MAGA, which taps into Christian nationalism here in the United States, which has been a persistent threat of American politics for 200 years. I mean, Andrew Jackson built the first mass party in the United States, ironically the Democratic Party, really largely off of anti-elitism and Christian nationalism, right? So this has been with us for a while, and MAGA clearly is the successor to that. You've got the Kremlin, which is built off of this Orthodox Christian nationalism and this revanchism about Kiev being the ancient heartland of the Russian imperial project. The Chinese Communist Party is itself a Han supremacist organization, right? So you're seeing this resurgence of what blood and soil nationalism after the 70 years of the Pax Americana and the rules-based liberal order and all the things that so many of us believe in. And so I'm not surprised that there is a MAGA Kremlin axis where they sort of feel like they're speaking the same language. It doesn't mean that they are on the same side, but they are using terminology and tapping into primitive urges that they both understand.
What you really said is very interesting, is that Democrats of yesteryear have become Republicans, and the Republicans of yesteryear have become Democrats.
I mean, Steve, we could have a whole separate fireside chat about what it means. the seventh party system, right? We've had 6-party systems in the United States. What I just mentioned about Andrew Jackson was the second. I think 2016 marked the close of the 6th, and we're on to the 7th. And Republicans have figured out who they are, right? They're MAGA through and through. And Democrats are figuring out who we are in the 7th-party system.
Look, I've interviewed you and talked to you before about China as a geostrategic threat, and I mean you're pretty severe, when it comes to de-risking, reorganizing American vulnerabilities vis-a-vis China. And I'll ask you the same thing I asked Raja Krishnamurti, Where do you think the Europeans are in that? Are they where they need to be? Are they grown-ups about it? Are we tying together with Europe in common cause about a lot of your concerns about China?
I think they are catching up to the American political consensus that while we believe in free and open trade, and I'm the only member of the China Select Committee who voted against the industrial policy report out of the China Select Committee because it was too protectionist and too autarkic. So I am a free trade kind of guy. But trade requires that the counterparty respect environmental labor standards, that they're not using slave labor, that they're not stealing intellectual property, that they're not dumping onto foreign markets, all of which China is doing. China is clearly cheating on the terms of trade, and it's going to hollow out and deindustrialize any country that tries to do business with them on a level playing field. So we clearly have to act against it, but we also have to recognize where there's potential areas of continued collaboration. Can I give one example of that?
Go ahead.
So we now have a sixth domain of competition: air, sea, space, land, cyberspace. The sixth is biology. And it's a really scary one because those first five are all offense, defense. And it's all offense, defense maneuvers are internationally recognized as acceptable within those five. We hack you, you hack us, et cetera. Biology has no rules associated with it, but you are able to engineer viruses for tens of thousands of dollars. It is not even a nation state. It is now a terrorist organization can do it. The Chinese and the United States need to sign the world's first treaty that establishes biology as a defense-only domain. There is no acceptable offensive use within the domain of biology. Now, there's not a lot of trust there right now to do it because, frankly, the Chinese are trying to do offensive applications in biology. All the more reason we have to get this deal done. But if we were able to do that, if we could establish some baseline of trust about biology as defense only, there could be tremendous biotech collaboration between the Chinese and the United States. Clinical trials infrastructure in China is good and getting better. Their end-use market for new medicines and therapeutics is massive, and they're adopting commercial health insurance to make it even bigger. We could radically lower the price of bringing new drugs to market if we would collaborate between the two of us. But it starts with diplomacy before economics can get involved.
Who is the villain in the way of that?
BGI and the civil-military fusion in the Chinese biotech sector. I mean, we do not have trust that they are not trying to weaponize the ability to genetically engineer viruses and anything else. And obviously what happened in 2020, frankly, whether it was the wet market or whether it was Wuhan, they were lying. They lied, and it cost millions of lives because they lied. So we start from a place of profound mistrust, and it's going to require diplomacy and serious commitments to get us to a place where we can start to compete on what I want to compete against China on, which is things like who's going to cure ovarian cancer first, right? Like what a healthy piece of competition between the United States and China.
You know, one of the things that I think we've been struggling with today is, to come back to the Ukraine conflict and whatnot, is, can this clear resurgence in a kind of nationalist orientation, an America First orientation, can that coexist within an all for one and all for one for all NATO Article 5 world where we have core friends, core allies that are largely together in terms of a unity of concern about strategic threats? And I don't know how to answer that question. I'd love to get your sense of it, and not only yours, Jake, but you're one of the few people who, not one of the few people, you're one of the people who do talk across the lines. You have friends on the Republican side. How do they feel about this moment? I mean, do allies matter? Do friends matter in the world?
I mean, quietly, the Republicans are still largely Reagan Republicans, but they're all getting subsumed by MAGA, right? The short answer to your question is yes, this can survive, and in some ways actually get stronger. And to be grossly generalized about it, what we need is for Europe to do the Army and for America to do the Navy. That is the specialization.
Okay. Go back here. I just need to hear that again. We have a 5-star general over here, General Levino. He's going to take notes.
The United States Army is way too big. We don't need 600,000 active duty people. It costs a tremendous amount of money. I mean, 2/3 of the Pentagon's budget is personnel. Love them. We got to significantly attrite the size of our Army. What needs to get a lot bigger is our Navy. And not just bigger in terms of more exquisite ships, although we need more nuclear submarines too, but we need a lot of unmanned maritime, both surface and subsurface, collaborative autonomy, the ability to sense, surveil, swarm, strike out in the Indo-Pacific. We're playing an away game in the Indo-Pacific, right? It's 14,000 miles away, and it's a pretty darn big place. We need a big Navy, and we got to be working with the Australians and the Japanese and the South Koreans for bases and for augmentation of that Navy, but we got to focus on the Navy right now. The Europeans, the Poles, the Estonians, the Finns, the Swedes in particular, are really good at the land forces element of it. Germany, if they would invest, would be good too. Let's focus on that, on hardening their eastern border. We'll focus on the Navy.
It's definitely one of the more provocative comments I've heard today. So thank you very much. Well, let me take you another area. President Trump has come in and talked in interesting new ways about Greenland and the Arctic and geostrategic competition up there. He's talked about the Panama Canal and concern about, Chinese control and influence, around both ends of the canal. We've talked just, within the last day and a half about Gaza. And it just sort of seems like there's this new imperialist urge out there in terms of this. You have been in Panama Canal, you've lived in the Panama Canal, you wrote about Panama Canal. So what are your thoughts about this, and what signals is it sending other nations that would be interested in, not paying attention to sovereign lines either?
So you're right. In 2014, I commanded a combined special operations mission to Panama. It was me and the Marines and the Colombians training the Panamanian public forces on drug interdiction tactics in the Canal Zone, jungle, and riverine. The Panamanians are professional. They're pro-American, and they're not going to take kindly to having the Panama Canal taken from their sovereignty, nor should they. What Donald Trump is trying to elide over is that the problems that exist in Latin America largely originated in his first term. So his ambassador to Panama in 2017 resigned in frustration because he was so incompetent there. Right after he resigned, Panama became the first Central American country to join the Belt and Road Initiative. And China started building a lot of infrastructure there, bridges and railroads, et cetera. Panama at that time also took back its recognition of Taiwan and recognized China instead. So the kind of assertion that we have taken our eye off the ball in Panama and Central America is not wrong. I would say the attempt to remediate that has gotten the Monroe Doctrine totally backwards. The Monroe Doctrine says, hey, foreign powers don't mess in the Western Hemisphere. And Trump has taken that and said, we're going to mess with the Western Hemisphere. Like, we don't look tough by bullying a small ally the size of New York City. We look tough by getting tough on China and their influence in the Western Hemisphere. But that means that we need to show up. We got to build our own infrastructure, do our own trade deals, and yeah, if necessary, kick out CK Hutchinson, and which is CCP controlled, out of the two marine terminal operators on the Atlantic and Pacific side. But if we're going to do that, we'd better show up with our own deals, right? If we're going to force a sale of those MTOs, what are we showing up with? Because the Chinese come with telecom and natural resource and rail deals, and we show up and we don't even have an ambassador there.
Just finally, I think one of the big new features of what GLOBSEC is doing in the world is has launched a new geotech center, and part of it is going to be operating in Europe, in Prague, and part of it is here in Washington, D.C. General John Allen leads it. It's got a very distinguished advisory board. I'm interested in what the agenda should look like from a member of Congress's perspective to make a dent in transatlantic cooperation, in challenging and kind of dealing with really Chinese success, if you want to call that, in the tech space, and what we need to do. What would be useful as an agenda from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, I was an infantryman, so my tech was pretty low grade. But at the macro level, to me, what we need is information and energy overmatch against the Chinese. Information and energy overmatch. So if you look at information, it's not just TikTok and forcing a sale of TikTok, but it's also their telecom access. We need to be the ones who are not just at the frontier of technology for telecom and social media, but also actively exporting that technology and the cultural capital that goes with it, as opposed to trying to sanction or pull back from our engagement with Southeast Asia and other areas. And on energy, same thing. The Chinese are eating our lunch right now on nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is going to be the clean energy technology of the future, and you get the Chinese pitching deals to African nations. We're going to hook up a nuclear power plant controlled by China to your desalination plants. What an unbelievable piece of leverage that is. We can't even build a nuclear power plant here in the United States in fewer than 15 years and $1 gajillion. So we got to get serious about going down the production cost curve for nuclear and really just trying to engage on information and energy overmatch against the Chinese everywhere, because they're really good at this stuff, and we have to invest in ourselves to be good at it too.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to just tell GLOBSEC right now that the next time we have Jake Auchincloss on stage, we need an hour. It's really, really good.
Hey,
so,
pleasure.
Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for staying with us, and please, panelists, sit down and try to fit onto the podium. We have I think the largest panel for today, and I'm really happy about that, because it takes a lot of effort to make sure all this experience and knowledge fits onto the podium. My name is Martin Sklenar. I'm from GLOBSEC, and I will have the honor of moderating a discussion on defense industry, which is always interesting. I have 5 people on the panel plus me, 50 minutes. That's going to be quite a challenge, but let me make sure that you recognize also the people on the panel. So starting on my left, Major General Vahur Karus, the Chief of Staff of the Estonian Defense Forces; General Philippe Lavigne, former the Supreme Commander ACT, but also served on as the Chief of Staff of the French Air and Space Force; Hannah Thoburn, she's from Endural Industries; General John Allen. I feel like I don't have to say anything more with you, sir. And then Nico Lange, who is joining us from a Munich Security Conference, and will be joining Nico then next week in Munich. Let's get into it. And what I thought I'll do, because we hear the whole day about how much we have to do, and I thought, using the experience and the stars on the podium, military stars, I'll go and ask you, General Lavigne, as the Supreme Commander of ACT. You were here basically a year ago, across the street, where the NATO summit has adopted the requirements, the NATO force model, which if you see and if you look at some of the German papers, the Welt am Sonntag writes that this might be an increase from what they say is from 80 to basically 120 brigades, which tells me this is 50%, right? If you add the shortfalls and the gaps that we had previously, how confident are we that sourcing this model with existing capabilities will be a great challenge, and it will be met? Will we be ready? We will have the force when it will be necessary?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and good afternoon. The title is Deficit in Defense Industry Base, but it's a challenge not only for the industry. It's a challenge for the politics. It's a challenge for the military. It's for, of course, the industry, the tech, and of course the people. Deficits. Why? Because yesterday we've got minus. We've got less. We've got peace dividends. We've got no urgencies, so delays permitted. We've got only crisis response ops, and with all the equipment and the talents we've got, it was not so difficult. Then we were talking a lot about and this morning about energy and a lot of dependency because of globalization, and we've got a poor civil military cooperation. And today we've got what I call a new reality. Why? Because we are facing more, faster, and everywhere. More, of course, more ammunition, more missiles, more system we need. but it's also during the war in Ukraine, more casualties, so we have to take into account. So medics, things for the reinforcement, we need more logistics coming from west to east. But we have to deal, and the panel before was about that. We need to deal with more data, and that's the big challenge. So it's not only the brigade, but it's also this digital transformation we need to implement faster. Well, faster, of course, it's hyper velocity, and we need to take that into account, either to protect, but as it was said also in another panel, we need to shift our mindset, and we need to take into account the shape and context mindset. When you want to protect versus something who is flying towards you, you can shoot the arrow, but you can also shoot the archer. So we need these long range fires, and it's also more faster and everywhere. And we have to think about weaponization of disinformation, mass migration, energy security, etc., etc. So that means that we need not only brigades, but we need also to work a lot on resilience. And as you say, last summer we were in Washington for this summit, and a lot of head of state and governments were talking about, of course, about defense, about we need to produce more, we need to produce to integrate faster technology which has already emerged, and we have talked about AI, and we need to go faster. But they were talking about resilience, because if battles are won by armed forces, wars are won by people. And so we have to protect energy, we have to protect people, we have to make them as resilient as possible, so because resilience has deterrent effect. So where are we? Nations know what they have to do, and now they have to do it. And so that means that the team has to play together, either to share more data in order to give the ability for the digital transformation to have the fuel, which are data, but also to be more resilient and to get the either the high exquisite, because we need high exquisite platform, low visibility, hyper velocity, but we need also the mass. And how to do the mass, of course, is collaboration. We can talk about that, but we will need the mass also with not low tech. I don't like this word. It's okay tech equipment.
All right. Thank you very much. And we will get to collaboration in a minute. But General Carlos, let me turn to you, because the other general just said that nations know what to do, and now they need to deliver. So how are you delivering, and what is your, because you got the requirements, right? What are your recommendations to the political level? What do they need to buy for you so that you can fulfill the requirements?
Well, the discussions, and I can only specifically currently talk about the Estonia, there are the first requirement we are trying to instill in them is that, okay, the military is in a good place. We know the task. We have, okay, if it's not the high-tech equipment, but we know how to operate it. And we know what our task is. Our biggest problem is, does the society as well understand? So get the politicians to understand the urgency and actually explain this to the population as well. That is the first thing we are trying to do. Then the second thing, small nation, 1.3 million inhabitants, which means that there are restrictions on how much wealth this nation is generating. And you know, Estonia taking great pride in 3.6% GDP currently. Last summer when we got the capability targets, which is, by the way, the first time ACT and ACO has done a tremendous job in putting those together, because everything what came out of the ACT is actually operational needs, which is forming the basis. We discovered that, okay, we need to go 5% long before President Trump actually took the office, because we understand that. The problem is you can't buy anything for the percentage. You can only buy for hard cash, and 1.3 million people are only generating a certain amount of wealth. which means that if you ask the military, we will say immediately, put a lot of money into the education, public education, university education, because that is where the ideas are starting to come. Okay, it seems like a long shot because it takes normally, 11 years to go through the gymnasium before you hit the university. It's a long thing, but if you don't start now, who you gonna kind of watch or who you gonna blame after 10 or 11 years? So there is a clear need to put the money as well into research and into the education. The third thing we are trying to do is, again, small nation. For example, when it comes to the AI, what is our challenge? Normally, in quite many state functions, we are one deep. So there is one or handful personnel who are only dealing with this issue. So, for example, why we took AI as one of our priorities on the military side as well, because we understood, okay, we are not going to be world leading, but we cannot afford to actually fall off this train. We have to be somehow there in order to work with them. So there is this need to negotiate the transfer of technology as well. And that goes back to taking the leap of faith with actually handing over some of the technology which the smaller allies need to have in order to do their piece as well. And the last thing is review of the regulations when it comes to whether we are building up the military or academia or police force or rescue or healthcare system, which is exactly what Philip said. That is the things which actually lay the foundation for successful defense of a country.
If you could pick one regulation that you would like to change very quickly, which one would it be?
Turn, for example, drones into consumable.
Okay.
Not apply the kind of weapon system ideology on the drones, because if you make it consumable, we are not counting bullets we are firing from our weapons on the shooting range. If you have the drones on the same basis, that would give you an opportunity to go every year to the best provider, and you are hanging with the technology and you are developing your own TTPs and understanding what you are actually providing as an effect on the battlefield.
Thank you very much. And Hannah, we started a little bit broader, right? I mean, everything seems to be connected to defense and security, which basically aligns with the development in the world, right? I mean, everything is now very much connected to how our security will look like. But let me try to refocus that back on defense industry. Where do you see, what are your, let me be very, very frank, what are your frustrations with the political level then? Because they have the money, right? They know the requirements. Are they quick enough to buy?
Yeah, look, I mean, it's an excellent question, and I think it's one of the things that Anduril as a company is actually trying to solve. I think some of the generals on the stage will have in the past been very frustrated at the slow pace of procurement. When you set a standard and you say, okay, this is what we want for this particular effector, this particular weapon, it takes years and years and years to actually make it happen. And I do think that is something that we as industry can actually solve. Instead of forcing our partners and allies to wait years and years in order to receive their Abrams tanks or to receive whatever highly exquisite system it is, we should be able to create these kinds of weapons that are needed in the mass that is needed. Maybe they're not the most exquisite system out there, but they're usable, and they're usable right now, not in 5 years. And that is something that we as a company are trying to solve, trying to build the mass and build it very quickly. I think one of the other things, to get to the general's point about some of the rules and regulations that can be changed, is maybe rethinking the way in which we as the defense industry actually create our products. A lot of times we've spent so much time building out something wonderful and exquisite for one specific military use, And then we have to go through all of the export control regimes, and it takes a long time for us to provide Estonia what it wants to purchase, what it needs. And what we're trying to do is let's buy things that are off the shelf. Let's buy things that are not considered so exquisite. And then we can work with an Estonian company to put something that they've made inside of Estonia, get that really exquisite capability and put it on. Or we can make a modular weapon that allows a country to say, okay, wonderful, we don't necessarily want this capability, but we can take this part off, add another part in, and now we have something that works for the country of Sweden or Estonia or France. And so I think thinking creatively about this problem is something actually that industry can do. Now, obviously, we're going to need to work with government and have a government, whether it's the American government or a European government, that actually wants to remove some of these barriers and is interested in working in a way that maybe is not traditional. But in order to solve the problems that the generals have just laid out, that's exactly what we've got to do.
Would you say, as you're talking about this, would you say that you see the government preferring quick delivery over price? Because the usual public procurement is set very straightforward towards the lowest price available on the market, right? In many cases, but what we see now is the time question that we need to solve. Do we get the kit that we need, the equipment that we need in time that we need? Do you see a change there?
I think Ukraine and the realities of the war in Ukraine have started to change that for a lot of people. At a certain point, when you don't have the ability to just pull something off of the shelf, you sometimes have to resolve to stick with a second best or a third best solution. And unfortunately, that is the position that a lot of our allies find themselves in. They can't have exactly what they want, so they're going for the second or third. And that is forcing people to realize that they can be more creative with the way that they use certain weapons, but it also should, as industry, force us to stand up and say, okay, well, let's solve this problem. Let's actually figure out how we're going to provide the weapons that our friends and allies and the United States need, so we can, yes, both have quality, but also the quantity. Mm-hmm. But right now, what we tend to have is a lack of the quantity.
And yeah, which comes also with the quality that then is necessary, because our approach is different from, say, Russia, right? I mean, they fight with mass and they don't care about their soldiers. That's not our approach. General Allen, let me turn to you and try to make this at least a little bit more complicated with the technology angle on this. Because we are speaking about the requirements, they are huge. The industry is trying to scale up to deliver. The governments are, trying to find the money and to compete with healthcare and education and others in their budget. How does technology fall into this? Is it something that helps us, so it replaces old capabilities with new ones and we can actually save some money? Or are we in a situation where actually technology forces us to have even more requirements, to counter more threats, and be even more prepared in ways that we maybe don't realize now and will probably not realize in 5 years? I mean, we don't know where the things will be in 5 years.
Well, first, it's great to be on this panel. Can you all hear me out there? I don't hear myself very well. Okay. It's great to be on this panel with two fellow generals. And it's great to be with you because Anduril is the kind of company that's on the leading edge of change in terms of the adoption of technology in the world for national security and defense. And I say this because, to your point, I recently spoke to a group of generals from a country who were having a general officer offsite. And I talked about this concept of hyper war, and we can talk about it if you like, but it's coming, and we better be ready for it when it arrives. And in essence, I was asked, what one piece of advice would you give to the assembled generals about how they must prepare for the future war? And I said, there's only one word, and the word is acceleration. Every dimension of warfighting as we have known it, every dimension of warfighting as we will embrace it, is in the process of accelerating. It's accelerating because of technology. It's accelerating because of artificial intelligence. It's accelerating because of compute power. It's accelerating because of data access and the capacity to render data in terms of big data analytics. Everything is accelerating. But we have to be able to fight tonight and be postured to fight tomorrow. So a couple things I would say. It is no longer anything other than an absolute strategic imperative that the United States and Europe must move more closely together in terms of technological innovation. It is an imperative. And I can't say that too loudly, I can't say that too frequently. The gap between our two countries isn't about innovation, isn't about the capacity to bend metal or code software, isn't about talent. The gap is structural. The gap is, as someone has used the word exquisite several times, we have exquisite series of regulations, legal requirements, ethical requirements that we have imposed upon ourselves, which have created a strategic gap in the transatlantic relationship between the United States and Europe. That is a strategic vulnerability, and the enemy is playing against it, because in the end, it slows us down. It prevents the acceleration that technology is bringing to everyone. And the other area, to the comments that we heard a moment ago, the other strategic imperative that we have to embrace is the reality that the public-private relationship going forward, that gap has got to compress enormously. There is no public-private separation in China. There is no separation between the so-called private sector and the public sector and the Communist Party. There's a very clear blending of all of those capabilities. Yet the separation of this company from the capacity to be sitting in the room as people are thinking about the future requirements and the incorporation of emerging and advanced technologies into future requirements, the fact that that conversation can occur and not have the leading edge of our most sophisticated private sector representatives in that room because we're worried about operational security or classification and clearances, et cetera, is a self-inflicted deceleration in our capacity to fight. So many of the challenges we have isn't that we can't recognize the technology, isn't that we can't anticipate technological innovation. And in fact, technology, of course, is spinning so quickly in the advance that these separations between the public-private sector, these separations between the United States and Europe, these are self-inflicted decelerations in an environment where everything is accelerating in warfare. Now, one of our previous panelists said very well, she talked about how the Chinese are embracing artificial intelligence. And one of the key points about hyperwar is that war will move so quickly, will accelerate so quickly, that the gathering of information, its evaluation and dissemination, the requirement for decisions for the commitment of forces and maneuver, and the target acquisition, target engagement, and target destruction, all of that has the potential to be automated. All of it does. Now, we haven't done it yet because the law of armed conflict requires that if we're going to commit autonomous systems into taking human life or destroying critical infrastructure, it has to comply with the law that I had to comply with as a commander in Iraq and Afghanistan, which is I have to first of all have the necessity as a commander to take human life. My business in war is not to take human life, it is to preserve human life, but on occasion I must use necessary force to take human life. So I have to determine the necessity to apply force. The second is I have to be able to discriminate between non-combatants and combatants. And we've killed plenty of non-combatants, and I'll never get over that for the responsibility I have felt for that. But it is an explicit requirement that commanders attack combatants and preserve the life of non-combatants. And then the third is that you use force proportionately. You can't use a sledgehammer when a fly swatter, I don't mean to be sarcastic, but you have to use proportionality. So necessity, discrimination, and proportionality. There isn't an artificially intelligent algorithm yet that has been produced that can do all of those three things. To our standard, as ethical people in the West, in democracies that prize these kinds of respects for human rights. But the Chinese don't give a damn about that. The Russians don't care about that. I've been in bilateral conversations with the Chinese on the application of artificial intelligence for security and defense matters. And they talk about complying with international law, but I'm telling you, the actual compliance with the law of armed conflict makes it almost impossible for me to visualize, for now, applying artificial intelligence to fulfill those three legal obligations. Nonetheless, warfare is accelerating. And how are we going to embrace the technologies that will give us the tactical, operational, and strategic edge over the Chinese when the time comes? We've got it over the Russians now. I don't think there's any question about that. The question isn't them, the question is the Chinese. So acceleration and remove the distance between our two continents for the purposes of joint ventures, investment in innovation, maximizing talent, and remove the distance, the strategic imperative of the distance between our private sector and our public sector. Get the private sector in the room for the establishment of technology-based requirements, and we'll see us move much more quickly to achieving the kind of acceleration that we need for the next battlefield.
Thank you very much, and I'll take that as a complete transformation of the, it's not either or, it's basically everything all the time from every possible angle.
We have to fight tonight and be ready tomorrow. Being ready tomorrow means we have to compress these distances.
And this is obviously happening in a reaction on the deterioration of the security environment caused by Russia's aggression. Nico, can you give us an idea how this plays out in the battlefield? How does it look like, all this? Because those are the requirements that we think or that we understand that we will need. So how does it look like in Ukraine? What are your top lessons that we need to take into account when we speak about this?
Well, when researching on the battlefield in Ukraine and when interviewing soldiers and commanders and observing what is going on, one gets very modest. And I have been doing this for 3 years of war now, I became more modest over time about our own capability to adapt. Because lessons that were very obvious already almost 3 years ago are far from being implemented in our systems. So how much time do we have? When do we want to do it? And I do not want to talk about other countries' armed forces, but the German armed forces, they have, by end of 2024, around 600 and something drones. And 5 of them are capable of being weaponized. Ukraine produced 3 million drones in the year 2024 alone. And then from what I'm seeing in the battlefield in Ukraine, I start wondering, what are we thinking? Will the confrontation be? Will the Russians fight differently against us than they are fighting against the Ukrainians right now? I do not understand. We are ordering armored platforms, and we are paying for armored platforms that will be delivered to us in 2 years or in 5 years, or if we are lucky, 2 years and 5 years is already fast. But there is no built-in drone defense in each and every of those armored platforms. But in Ukraine, in the battlefield today, every vehicle and armored platform that goes out there will be hit by drones immediately. So what are we thinking? I mean, if you say, be ready tomorrow, maybe tomorrow is already there, but we think it's still today. And the biggest deficit I see, because I like the panel being called about deficits, because deficit means security risks if we are talking about defense. And the deficit, to my mind, is a combination of military planning, procurement, and industry. And it's easy for each of the three to just look at the other. Oh, the procurement agency is bad. Oh, the military planning is too detailed, and it's like adult men playing with toys, and they want a little bit here and a little bit there. Or it's the industry not up to speed, or the industry complaining about policymaking. But I think this complex, that's the problem. Too complicated planning, with too many details, and with a very theoretical approach to warfare. Procurement that is bound by many regulations and laws, and impractical, and industry that should be able to produce in spiral development. That's what I see in Ukraine. The howitzers that are put out every month, they change from month to month. And they have to adapt to the battlefield realities. And then if you think about our procurement system and planning system, are we ready to enter spiral development and change the product while we are receiving it and implement different versions of certain military capabilities into our armed forces and work with them? It's a big challenge, I think, for everybody involved. And what I see in Ukraine is also, Ukraine cannot afford to have a parliamentary industrial complex where the same companies are getting the contracts all the time again because they are so plugged in with the political system. Ukraine has to weaponize everything that is available. And it has to weaponize cheap, commercially available technologies, and that works quite well. And General Allen talked about the trade-offs, but I think we have to make decisions about on which side of the trade-offs do we want to be. Because if I can speed up my artillery kill chain by using cheap tablets and software on the tablets to put a software layer on my guns, then maybe the cheap tablets are not in accordance with operational security standards. But they are cheap, they are easily usable, and if I have the speed in my artillery kill chain, maybe operational security matters much less. And this is a political decision. Somebody making decisions about the future armed forces that we want to have has to deliberately decide, look, we will decide this trade-off in favor of more speed and less operational security. But we cannot have it all. And we want
structural issues.
And
everything you're talking about is a structural issue.
Our procurement is based around the idea we want to have it all, we want the perfect product, and we end up spending a lot of money on frankly saying PowerPoint presentations about capabilities that are delivered to us in 2038. How is that going to help with a Russian threat that is projected by intelligence services to be very valid in 2028 and 2029? I think that's the challenge we are facing. And I'm convinced now, after what I've seen in Ukraine, that the radical adaptation in Ukraine, bringing new people in who did computer gaming before, finding new solutions for known military problems, and radically voting in favor for the new solutions to be implemented, not incrementally developing very expensive platforms that are very slowly produced, opting for the thing that is faster to produce, not for the, as you said, the okay tech, not the perfect tech. Ukraine is doing this. And my last point is, one reason why Ukraine is doing this is because they are brave enough to have people in deciding positions who are 20 or 30 years younger than on the other side. And General Sierski promoted 2 colonels to his deputies, made many people in between unhappy, but I understand why he did it, and maybe we need a little bit of this spirit also in our armed forces.
Those are great points. Yes, please react to whatever you heard in the previous statements, but also let's get to the solutions, right? I mean, now we have heard everything that is going on and how difficult it is, but let's try to see what are the recommendations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Some thoughts about to reduce the deficits. Of course, the digital transformation will help us to go faster, but I think that we have to move from platform-centric to software-centric.
Yes.
Definitively.
Yes.
And the weapons system versioning like Tesla or Microsoft.
Yeah.
But that means that the institution, government institution, has to reappropriate the data, because data are produced by the soldiers, and so the data are belonging to the nations. And then you can do a lot with that.
Right.
We need also to work more on open architecture, agnostic of whatever, sensors, C2, effectors. That means that if we've got a sensor from Estonia, we can put it. And the next will be from US, and another one. So it's and maybe in US they will use their equipment, but in the Nordics they will use their equipment. So agnostic of sensors and C2. And I'm thinking about the Alliance Future Surveillance and Control, the next, not AWACS, because AWACS it's not an open architecture. I think we need also to operationalize R&D, because I think we need to create ecosystem and driven by operational challenge. Maybe not to design the next frigate or the next NGAD. But for the OKTech, we've got our operational challenge, and I think the best who are doing that are Israel. They are doing that every day. They are, and I'm sure Ukrainian also. They are bringing to an ecosystem. That means ecosystem is not only the big industry, defense industry, but it's also tech industry. It's also the supplier. Supplier has to be in the development part, and of course the military. Outthink. I think it's super important. You were talking about drone. You can design drone and then go to the market and see what you have. And sometimes, because everybody wants drones, then you don't have the material. Or you can go to the market and see what materials you have, and then you design the drone. And of course, it will be 80% of the specification, but you will have thousands of them. Yes. So it's sort of a thought.
Thank you very much. General, please.
Just quickly adding to this one, bringing the next generation, young officers actually into the planning of, because their understanding of technological application is nothing you can compare with my generation. We still think in terms of platform-centric in very many cases. Bringing those young ones in, because even though it takes longer time sometimes to develop those systems, to be kind of ecosystem, by the time they have the power of decision, they already know why it was designed, how it was designed, and how to bring it front. And they will bring the next generation on board and next generation. That's how we can do. But coming back to this, why Ukraine and Israel actually succeed with that, I do think, and this is where I said that we still think in Europe that war will never come to us. Yeah. There is no sense of urgency, and none of the European countries except Ukraine is actually fighting for their very existence. And that is what is taking all the brakes out of the system. They have to do this, otherwise they wouldn't survive. It's just, when will we discover that actually we have to act like this right now? And we are not doing this. The only thing I can promise is I will go back home, I will again talk with the ministers, with the parliamentarians, and say, please pass those, take out those regulations, make sure that we can do a lot of things and bring in new people.
Can I just,
thanks. Yes, please.
If we're looking for an example on how most people can, or many countries can get it right, it's Estonia. They're the case study for how they have digitized the entire dimension.
Digitalization, yes.
And while this general is dissatisfied with how things are going there, no general is ever happy with how things are going in their country. But if you want to see an example in Europe where they've gotten it right, it's in Estonia, and they deserve a lot of credit for that.
Well, but it's also a very difficult task to, go around the country and tell people, get ready for war. War is coming. I mean, we should be doing the war stuff, right? Politically, it's very complicated. I think Ukraine, they called for the state of war. What was it? A day or 2 days before the Russian invasion. That's how we actually expect war to happen, right? That we will call all these emergency states, and then when we get to them, we will have the 6 months or whatever it will be to get ready. But that's not how it does. And on top of that, in a situation where we are, kind of looking away, trying not to see what might be coming our way, we trying to scale or square how we are going to do, how the industry is going to do this. And we have basically set ourselves in a situation where we have two industries, right? One in the States and one in Europe. In an accelerated war or even an accelerated production, how do we bring them closer together? I mean, here we are to talk about the collaboration. Anna, you want to try, what is your experience? What would you like the European Commission or Europeans to do to be closer to close the gap across the Atlantic?
Certainly, so I'll give this a stab, but I do just want to focus for a second on what General Allen talked about when he talked about hyper war. And also to your point about, we have this idea in our heads that it's going to be war is going to look something like the origins of World War II. That there'll be a formal declaration of war, everyone will sit down, we'll decide what to do about it, we'll activate armies, and then maybe a month or two later we'll start the actual war. That's not how this is going to work, and that's not how it's working right now. And certainly Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping are not thinking about war in those terms. And to the General's point about the regulations, we do, it's not comfortable to say, we do need to think about ourselves as constantly being under threat. And those regulations that were built for a time of peace, for an analog time in which things moved a little slower, they're not going to cut it for us today. And it's those regulations that say, oh, well, I'm sorry, Estonia, you can't share your HIMARS ammunition with Latvia next door unless you get a license from the United States. That doesn't work in wartime. That is the kind of regulation that you could say, okay, well, in the realities of war, you've got to get rid of this. As to what we all, as America, as Europe, as the European Union, as NATO members, to what we should be doing, I do think this is not an easy question. I'm not going to be able to solve it in a 2-minute answer. I don't think any of us could solve it. I think, you'll not be surprised to hear me, and I think many other Americans say that we're a little concerned to see that the European Union is wrestling with itself about how it wants to do defense, about how it's going to interact with NATO. I think there's a bit of fear that I sense from Americans, Canadians, Brits, that they'll be left out of whatever that decision is. And concern from the industry side that if the European Union decides to spend its dollars a certain way, then it's going to necessarily exclude American, Canadian, UK companies from working with Saab or Thales or Kongsberg or Rheinmetall on the kind of joint ventures that we should be doing. If there is a great product from Rheinmetall, then fantastic. Why aren't we working to, sitting down with a US company or a Canadian company and fusing our joint capabilities? That's precisely what we should be doing to outfit NATO and to outfit the allies to do the defense. The one other thing I would just add is I do think we as an alliance, as a NATO alliance, need to get our heads further around the idea of what the Swedes and the Finns tend to call societal resilience. They think of the world as the kind of place that will always present a threat. They don't think of the world as we Americans do, behind our two cozy oceans. They know that they may have to step up one day. And I think that is something that we as Americans can work on ourselves in civic education to change. There is a reason that young, interesting engineers want to go and work for Google or Facebook. They want to do something interesting. And the defense community has generally not been very welcoming of those kinds of people. And we've also not explained to the American people why it's useful to work in defense. It's seen as, oh, we're going to go out and invade something. Doing this work is killing something. It's harmful. We should flip that script and say, no, this is about defending what we've built. And these kinds of jobs, engineers, we need you to be working for the country in defense, in industry, not just...
The paradox being that, it used to be defense agencies who were actually driving most of the research, right? And innovation. And now we are here in this situation. I completely agree, where we are, where the militaries or the defense domains are left out a little bit of the innovation. But I think somebody mentioned investing into innovation. You did, General, right? This is very important and interesting, but how do we do it? I mean, there seems to be a lot of money, right? We will see whether it's 3.5% or 5%, but it sounds like a small number, 5, but it represents a lot of billions that will go into this. How do we put that into what we need, into scaling up the small projects? I mean, drones. I can name 6 companies easily in like Slovakia and the surroundings who produce drones. So there is probably not a lack of of the capacity or the thinking. So how do we invest in these innovations? Are the countries prepared to put their money into private development?
Well, I think the private sector, in many respects, is going to have to step up and be the source for the investment. Angel investors, private equity, joint ventures, VCs.
Excuse me, but can we then make sure that we channel the investment into really the things that fit the requirements?
Sure, the public sector can create incentives for the private sector to invest in areas that need to be targeted.
All right.
I think Europe is poised to do much better on all of these things because of the reality that you've talked about. Look, I'm a Marine. There's never been a living Marine who had to look up because the threat was coming from above. Now, the next battlefield, the whole threat's going to come from above very quickly and very early. That kind of thinking has to permeate everything that we're doing. In Europe, it's always been difficult for startups to move to scale up because of the sort of uneven investment that's been occurring. But I think the idea, and I've been watching this very closely, I'm very closely associated with Microsoft. Microsoft as a private sector entity has been putting billions of dollars in various countries around Europe, not just to develop the data capabilities of those countries, but really importantly, to the General's point a moment ago, really importantly, one of the objectives of the billions that have been put into the economies is the skilling of the population. Creating a population that is digitally literate, a population that is not afraid of AI, but wants to embrace AI and understands that everything is accelerating. And that kind of private sector investment in the population and ultimately in society, this has got to be de rigueur. I mean, we've got to do this as a matter of course. Europe's talent in its startups is probably unparalleled in many respects. The problem is the investment strategies, the investment environment to take those young startups with great talent and great technology and move them to the scale-up phase. That has been lacking in the past. I think we're going to see it get better in the future. And one of the ways to do it is have the public sector, governments, incentivize the private sector to target the investments in technologies that have value to society or to defense.
That sounds easy, but it's probably will be very, very difficult. We have almost 7 minutes left on the panel. Why don't we go around and please feel free to react, starting with you, General Karus.
Just thinking of yesterday evening as well when we had the dinner, it's a lot of pointing fingers on what industry is not providing. And actually, when you go and ask a lot of the generals, and you ask them, okay, but how many orders did you put in? And you find out it's 0. So industry is not producing anything if there is no need for this. And this is where Europe has to become certainly much better in actually kind of giving the guarantees as well. And we know that we need all those things.
Isn't this exactly the problem? I mean, everybody's looking for the perfect solution, right? The perfect equipment at the perfect time. No, not anymore?
Well, not only. I would say Europe's biggest problem is its protectionism. Every country is protecting its jobs because that is what drives the politics. And until the politicians don't understand in what state we are, how quickly we have to move, and what boundaries we have to take away in order to be able to work, as General Allen very, very smartly said, bring the technology industry into the same room where we are doing the planning and discovering what effects do we need. Until we are not doing this in Europe, we are doomed. Sorry.
It would seem simple, right? Producing more would mean more jobs, so that should be an easy political equation. I'm glad I'm not a politician. General Lavin.
Yeah, just 1 minute on civil-military collaboration, because I think it's the way we will bring private sector to institutional sector. I think that, for example, cyber. We need civil-military cooperation, and we are doing that in NATO. Space also. We've got so many talents in space and outside the military that we need. We need to collaborate more. Logistics, same. It's medics. I can have thousands of it. But what we have to do also, military, we have to open our books. Yes. We have to open our challenges. We have to open our experimentation field. We have to, but we have also to get this team of industry coming and see what are our challenges. Startups coming, because then they will say, "Oh, I can do something for them because I've got an idea," and so it's what I've called during my command the continuum of experimentation, continuum of interoperability, continuum of. That means that there will be a chef d'orchestre, maybe ACT, saying, "Okay, I know what we need, but now I can't do it alone. I can do maybe 1 or 2 exercises." But then I will ask Estonia, will like US, "Okay, this is the big map for 5 years, and we need all of this type of experimentation. Let's do it."
And just to reflect that into reality, I mean, Diana, the NATO incubator, basically is the first type of these military things happening. Nico, you wanted to comment?
Referring also our discussion back to the battlefield in Ukraine and the modesty I mentioned. When I talk to German generals or NATO generals or armed forces in general, many of them seem to be still very confident that most of the problems the Ukrainians are facing in the battlefield would not be problems they would be facing. We would fight this differently and we would do it in a different way. But what I see in Ukraine is for me an indicator that we would face the same problems or very similar problems. We should not be so confident about this. And let's be clear about what we are facing. I mean, Ukrainians in the battlefield, they are facing an armed forces of the Russian Federation, let's say in southern Donbass, in initiative since October 2023. And since October 2023, Russia is losing 800 to 1,000 soldiers per day, and they are considering the advance since then a success. I mean, that is what we are dealing with here. So the innovation and the technology is a necessity to oppose our way of fighting this on the Russians, because if we are not doing this, we are faced with these heavy losses. We cannot sustain hundreds of losses per day. We cannot win like this. And I think this is what the Ukrainians are showing, that they are using the innovation and the technology to fight the war in a different way. And I think we should question our handbooks and question our technologies, question our doctrine, question our structure, and question our training, and not be overconfident that, oh, we do it differently and then we will succeed.
It looks like a very different world that we should expect.
Simple things like large dynamically managed minefields in the flat area in southern Ukraine. Yeah, the German instruction says, oh, if you come to a mine obstacle, go around it and then continue the attack. Yes, I mean, if it's a dynamically managed minefield and you are sitting out there in flat territory, I mean, have fun with going around it. So what's the technological innovative solution to remove the dynamically managed huge minefield? And how do we get it now and not in 2045? And there are many operational questions like this that we can derive from Ukraine that we have to solve right now.
Thank you. Anna?
2 quick things to add here at the end of the discussion. I'm surprised that no one's mentioned DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit, which, nothing is perfect, and I won't pretend DIU is perfect, but it has done a relatively good job of helping the military go out to California, interact with Silicon Valley, find those small companies that are actually doing things that are pertinent to the warfighter and bringing them in. And I do think there's a lot that Europe could learn. Honestly, there's a lot that the United States could continue to learn from the experience of DIU. And the work that they've done has benefited a lot of companies like Anduril, like Palantir, that are starting to become household names. And that is because the military took a chance when a lot of people didn't really want them to to go out and say, okay, we've got to do something about the disconnect between the world of technology and the Defense Department.
All right.
The final
a little
thing
bit optimistic.
The final thing I would just add is on politics. Until pretty recently, I worked at the U.S. Senate and spent a lot of time in the bureaucracy. And the one thing that I find is a bit of an attachment to the past. People don't want to get rid of a legacy system that worked because it worked 20 years ago. And it was really fantastic. But there's not much assessment of whether or not that legacy system is going to work now. And as we enter hyperwar and as war accelerates, we're not going to be able to keep our, I hesitate to call it nostalgic attachments to some of these older systems and older capabilities. We're going to have to move on and be ready to attrit those systems and lose that, the warfighter's attachment to it.
All right, thank you. Sir, last word to you.
I know we're over time. An honor to be on the panel with you all. It really was. I will just say what I said to those generals when I had the opportunity to speak to them not long ago, and that is every dimension of your contribution to warfighting, you now must think of how acceleration will change that. And not rest until you have fully embraced that acceleration will change everything for you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the valuable insights and comment statements. Let me invite you to thank the panelists with a round of applause and follow on to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Oh my God. How are you, Mr. Congressman, former Congressman? Good to see you. The tallest guy in the room, he came in, and we'll tell you about him. Look, it gets slow up here. I'm going to bring you up here, Tom. So everybody, I'm going to tell you the next hour, I was going to open this up this way. For those of you who don't know me, and I hope you all do now by this time, I'm Steve Clemens. I'm editor-at-large of National Interest and a very proud vice chairman of GLOBSEC's U.S. initiative. And I think GLOBSEC, whether it's in Europe or whether it's in the United States, is about pulling consequential people together and exploring consequential conversations. And I hope, though, I feel like I just know some of you have been here, weathered the ice storm. It's now really hot outside, by the way. Weathered the ice storm to be here. You've been here, many of you, all day. And I'm just sorry. Is that Diana Negma? Hello, Diana. It's good to see you. We have really stars in the audience. If it gets slow, I'm going to invite you up, Diana, because I can interview you as well. But I feel like we should be giving T-shirts, medals, or mugs to those of you who have made it, through 6 or 7 hours today. But let me just tell you, I don't know if this is going to work, but I just got onto YouTube, and I'm going to play this little tune that some of you who are my age will remember. Is it working? Who's going to be my Ed McMahon? So I'm going to be Johnny Carson. This is going to be my Tonight Show. Because for the next hour or so, I'm going to have a couple of major U.S. senators, and one who's in the wings right now. We have Representative Neil Dunn, we have a member of Parliament, and we also have the Counselor and Chief of Staff to the Special Envoy for Europe and Ukraine, General Keith Kellogg, joining us. So it can be an hour. I don't know when people are going to show up. They're going to come in and wave, and when I get bored with the person I'm here, I will say, thank you so much for joining us, and we're going to bring on the next person, and you guys just applause at the right times, okay? That'll be the way we do that. So let's give a big round of applause right now for Senator Tom Tillis from North Carolina. Senator, come join me up here. Yeah, we're going to do here. Thank you very much, Tom, for joining us. And we've had a great day since early this morning, as I said, weathering the NOAA's weather alerts on the ice that was going to hit us that never showed up. But we're very happy to have you here. But we've been talking about every dimension that we can think of transatlantic security, how to strengthen an alliance during a stressful time where I tell everybody the swells outside, these buildings feel like at 20, 30 feet swells, and you wonder where you're going to come out. But let me just ask you, because you're a military person. We just had a very provocative and interesting discussion with Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. He's a member of the House Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party. And I asked him, how could we strengthen NATO? And this former Marine said, I think Europe should do the Army and we should do the Navy. We should just get out of doing an Army and we can do Navy really well. What are your thoughts about that?
Look, I think you have to build on all of the armed services exist for a reason, up to and including the latest one in the space domain. You only win conflicts, kinetic conflicts, by being on the ground, taking ground, and that's how wars and conflicts are won. I think there are some people now, maybe because we do so much virtual stuff, that you think you can do this virtually, but at the end of the day, these conflicts require you to secure ground, create normalcy, move on. So look, I'm open to any ideas to make us safer, more lethal, more effective at what we're doing, but reducing one force in favor of the other. I by the way, happen to come from a state that is the home of the Global Response Force. So when the president makes a phone call to get about 1,000 people in parachutes on the ground anywhere in the world in 96 hours, that call goes to North Carolina. I'm also the home to 45% of every Marine in the Marine Corps. I think that those folks would have a slightly different opinion about whether or not they need fewer of them.
We'll make sure Jake Auchincloss gets that little script. So let me ask you a little bit about NATO. And we've been talking about NATO, and President Trump has come in and he did trigger, and many people give him credit for getting a much broader subscription to 2% of defense spending. The president is asking for more now. But how do you, I would just like to ask you, when it comes to the solvency of NATO, when it comes to NATO's defense mission and its capabilities, how do you see the deficits and the holes that need to be filled?
Well, I've been the Republican leader. In 2018, Jeanne Shaheen and I requested that leadership reestablish the Senate NATO Observer Group. And since that time, I've been the Republican leader. And we have several members, Democrats and Republicans, on the group. Without question, the NATO treaty and the NATO alliance is the most important alliance that's ever existed, and going forward, it will continue to be so. I'm glad that we expanded it now with Sweden and Finland. The president is frustrated with what I think is a fairly straightforward concept for anybody who can count. If you only limit it to this century, the last 24 years, the NATO countries who have failed to meet the 2% minimum, folks, this is not a floor. This should be the minimum. It translates into nearly $2 trillion of modernization that hasn't occurred simply because NATO members have not paid their fair share. Canada alone, $300 billion. Did I say trillion? I did say trillion. I want to make sure that, because the trillion's the new billion, or billion's the new million.
I'll fix you if you're right. So far, you got it.
But at the end of the day, $1/3 of $1 trillion from our neighbor to the north is insulting to me. Because frankly, these are lawmakers not explaining they're saying we're having a tough time explaining this to the people. Well, explain it this way. You've lost an opportunity to the tune of $300 billion to make your military more ready and more capable of defending Canada. Not to mention, to be a part of an alliance is pretty important if we want to secure democracy. Let's go to Brussels, the home of NATO. Really? We've got to have a serious discussion with our friend. And I'll leave you with this, because I know there are many people here from Europe. I grew up in a family of 6 kids. I have one sister that I'm convinced, if she lived in North Carolina, would not vote for me. We are so ideologically opposed. And I have differences with each one of my 3 sisters and my 2 brothers. But if we were threatened, I have no doubt that those differences would go away and we would take care of the threat. So when I tell my colleagues in countries that are fallen below the level, I am speaking to members of a family of democratic nations who have come together with the most consequential alliance that's existed in human history. But I owe it to my friends, my brothers and sisters, my fellow members of NATO, get your act together, invest in our mutual defense, or be prepared to deal with a president who feels even more strongly about it than I do.
So when it comes to NATO and its role and purpose in life and what it's designed to do, is it your sense that President Trump is as committed to that alliance as you are?
I think so. I mean, first off, I remember you said that I could indulge your humor. You're going to have to indulge mine. We are on our way to the NATO summit a few years ago in Brussels. And literally as we're flying across the ocean, President Trump says, maybe it's time to leave NATO. And Gene and I were going there to talk about a session on NATO. But a lot of the European parliamentarians, the people in the audience, don't realize that that's not a decision the president can make on his own. There's a reason why we like ratifying treaties and having Congress involved. And so I think that the president is right to say he could have a lot of sway over that and maybe having us exit it, but it's not as simple in the United States as the chief executive saying that darn Constitution, that law kind of gets in the way. So you need to take what he says seriously, but understand that we as parliamentarians in the United States get an opportunity to weigh in too. And I don't believe that the president thinks that the NATO alliance is something that's dispensable. I think he thinks that every member of NATO should take their obligation as serious as the United States and some of the other NATO members do. It's in our mutual best, it's in the family's best interest.
Senator, there seemed to be a faction, a large faction, probably a majority faction, of Republican legislators and thought leaders and strategists that I would say are hawkish and realistic about Russia. And there seems to be another faction who sees the relationship with Russia as having been miscast, Russia as a victim of humiliation and misunderstanding, should have been allowed into NATO long ago. And
Russia?
Vladimir Putin, I'm sorry?
You said Russia?
Yeah.
Okay.
Vladimir Putin's a better guy than we think he is. I mean, there are some Republicans, and you know who they are, that are along those lines. So I just want to ask you, is there a concern you have that there's not a consent, that the absence of a full consensus on Russia today is an impediment as we deal with Russia in Russia?
Most of the members of Congress believe that Vladimir Putin is a murderous totalitarian bent on rebuilding the Russian Empire. And it's not a plurality, it is a majority. Now, how they present themselves, I'll leave it to them. But he is a malign influence that threatens democracy all over the globe. He and China and North Korea are the axis of evil that we have to fight against today, with Iran playing maybe a second-tier role. I don't think in any serious conversation, people can say whatever they want to. I don't know about how many parliamentarians do we have in the room here? If you could raise your hand real quick.
Well, there's one over here.
Okay. Well,
he's a member of the European Parliament from.
Okay, well, weird things happens to elected officials, and this is probably a global phenomenon. They say stupid stuff when a TV camera gets in their face sometimes. But in reality, I haven't heard anyone, not one, say what you just said you think some members think. And if they said it publicly, they would be ridiculed for it because it's absolute nonsense. Other than that, I don't have an opinion.
Yeah, it's really good to hear that. So let me ask you about General Keith Kellogg's task, representing and first coordinating a unity of message with Secretary Hegseth, Secretary Rubio, Mike Waltz, and more importantly, the President of the United States. That's, enough to get together, but then dealing with Russia in Ukraine. And really, I don't even know if I want to call it a peace deal as much as I want to call a new equilibrium that's stable, that secures Ukraine's interests in a credible way. Do you have any thoughts on on what we have to get right in that negotiation and what the red lines would be?
I think that what we have to get right and what the red lines should be largely a decision of the Ukrainian people. That has to be not what we are comfortable with an ocean apart. I think it's critically important to honor the dead and the fighters who are trying to maintain security in Ukraine. Now, can we coach them on, maybe some areas where emotions are playing? I don't know. That's hypothetical. I don't have any specific point in mind. But at the end of the day, for this agreement to last and to be successful, the hearts and minds of the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian leadership have to be bought into it. We can help influence them, but I think that that's critically important, self-determination. This is a nation that was invaded. Hundreds of thousands of people have lost their lives. People have been murdered, raped, relocated. To be so arrogant as to say, we know the perfect solution for you, is just not the way I operate. In deference to the members that you've met and others, they may have to press, but folks, we should keep the interest of the Ukrainian people in mind, or we lose credibility in the next conflict. Are we going to go in and dictate what acceptable terms are to sovereign nations that have been invaded and occupied by malign regimes like Vladimir Putin? I've got no beef with the Russian people, by the way. I have no beef with the North Korean people, Chinese people, or Iranian people, but I got a hell of a beef with their leadership. And until their regimes change, we've got to treat them like the adversaries and the cancer to democracy that they are.
The president is a real estate guy. Talks a lot about real estate.
I heard recently.
Gaza, maybe real estate development, Riviera on the, et cetera. But one area that does interest me is the kind of interesting geostrategic race in the Arctic. And Russia, China, the U.S., other players, squaring off as global warming opens up opportunities there, essentially in new ways. And so Greenland is very, very much fixed on Donald Trump's. There's a map room in the White House. It was FDR's map room, Franklin Roosevelt's map room during the war. And there are maps all over World War II. It's fascinating. I feel like Greenland's up there now. What do you think about Greenland and the president's desire to acquire it? But what are, I think that's one question. But the second is, what are the geostrategic implications of a great race in the Arctic?
It's real. I mean, it's been missed. I don't even know if there was ever a serious mainstream news report here in the United States, but everyone should be concerned with the fact, for the first time in history, Russia and China executed joint military exercises in the Arctic. I mean, that should be chilling to everybody. I think what President Trump is saying about Greenland, I mean, it's an island nation of about 56,000 people. It's very, very cold, but it's strategically located and probably one of the best land masses that's relatively or virtually not populated as a percentage of land mass. That's a great power projection platform for NATO and its allies. And so is he going to invade it? Not likely. Is he going to mandate access to it? Probably not. But he's communicating a very important point. We have to understand that for the first time in my political life, probably in my life, we have to consider this a very real threat, particularly from Russia and China. We have to be able to project power there. And if it's from Greenland or the Arctic nations who also happen to be members of NATO, we've got to take this threat seriously and match up against a flex that Russia and China have already made in recent times.
What do you think about China? We've been talking today about AI, and I don't know can I out you on your early ChatGPT presence?
Oh, sure.
So the senator was
coming out of the closet, Pete.
Yeah. So this is a historic moment. He was in the beta group without them knowing he was a U.S. senator of the earliest users of ChatGPT. How often are you on it?
Every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Have you ever stumped it?
Yeah, I have. It's pretty easy to. You can cause it. There's terms. Well, in full disclosure, my first foray into artificial intelligence was in 1985 at Wang Laboratories in Boston, where I was a product manager and manager in research and development and state-of-the-art AI then, which was voice-to-text recognition and optical character recognition, pattern recognition. Now languages have become more efficient, processes have become more powerful. We're just seeing what that thinking was that predated what I was doing in the 80s. But I was fascinated with ChatGPT, and they offered an early like beta or developers program within at least 48 hours, probably 36 hours of it being available. I just went in and enrolled the way anyone could if they were first mover. And I haven't missed, unless I've been overseas, I don't think I've missed a day of about an hour interaction sometime between 5 and 6:30 a.m. every morning. Sometimes trying to break it, sometimes trying to make it hallucinate, asking it what it thought about DeepSeek, and those sorts of things, or drilling down on getting a little bit more information on the events of the day or patterns. The first, when we first started tabulating NATO, for example, the people coming short of their NATO obligation, I went on to ChatGPT, said, create me a table including the name of the country and the deficit and NATO spending over the last 24 years. And it was substantially correct, but then I got my pros on staff to have it be absolutely checked. It's remarkable. I use it every day. I use it for writing, for doing journals, for taking something that I've written down to a 10th grade reading level or whatever I need to do for the day. It's a remarkable tool. I use integrated Word for Windows. I never use Word without an integrated add-in and AI and Word and any of these other products that we use every day.
So ChatGPT, of course, scrapes the internet to find out what other people think and whatever. So if it scraped the internet to find out what does Tom Tillis think of DeepSeek and reported back to you, what would it have reported about what you said?
It would have reported how thrilled I am to see a disruption so soon after disrupting technology was introduced a couple of years ago. The large language model, ChatGPT, is a couple of years old. Now, through distillation and other techniques, we've got an AI model that takes about 1/10 of the power and the power, I mean in terms of electricity and power. It's not really going to be that way. I know it promises to be 90% less impactful on energy and processing power. The real number is probably somewhere around 30 or 40%. But that is extraordinary that they've created that disruption. And the U.S. does what the U.S. does best. We started a technology. China, in this case, perfected it. Now it's time to beat them at their own game. I love disruption, and that's why I've invested so much in it and think so highly of it.
So let's jump ahead in the security space, in the transatlantic security space. As you sort of look at this technology and the power of it, and you see where it may go, and you think about, I don't know, autonomous systems out there and targeting, or you look for critical minerals. We've been talking a lot about critical minerals today, and how algorithms are coming in to really take a lot of cost out of the exploration side of it. There's a whole realm of new possibilities there. What would you recommend by way of NATO or broad European-U.S. relations in terms of amping up our game and cooperation there, or are we frenemies in this space and we need to compete with one another in that?
Oh, I know. I think we should instead of frenemies, I think we should have co-opetition. We should compete, but be cooperative about it, but compete. You know, Europe is a great innovator. The United States is a great innovator.
Where is Europe a great innovator?
I'm sorry?
I'm just joking. Sorry, guys, I'm just joking.
But they're
we've been talking a lot about Europe as a regulatory superpower.
The thing is, you have there, it's like GDPR, data privacy, data breach. I think Europe may have overreached on that. And that we know we have because they've had to change some of it since they first promulgated it. We want to make sure that we are in environments where you can be as innovative as possible. I use that as an example of a policy that arguably makes European countries a little bit more bound than we are because we haven't adopted at a national level the same sort of constructs. We need rules of the road. We need ethical standards. We need industry-driven norms for the AI industry, but we need to cut loose. If not, our adversaries are going to continue to move at the same pace. And so I think it is co-opetition. It's like at the end of the day, particularly as it relates to NATO and military and national security cooperation, clearly we're going to share our results with the family of nations and NATO minimally, and maybe some others that are partners. But we need to press. I remember when ChatGPT first came out, there were people in industry saying, we need about a 6-month pause. Now, I worked in high tech most of my career. I thought that that was almost certainly the length of time that this big tech executive needed to catch up with ChatGPT.
Right.
But the reality is this is a global race, and it's going to go whether we choose to be a leader or not, the Western world, I should say. And so let's deal with the consequences. I don't think the robots are going to get smart enough to kill us for at least 10 years. So we got plenty of time to get through it. I mean, so let's just get rid of the hyperbolic language and the threat to this. We've done it every time we've had a major change or increment in technology. Embrace it. Make sure that it takes care of society, that bad outcomes are checked. But boy, we've got to be all in, and co-opetition's the way we stay ahead of the East.
Let me just ask you in a careful way here. You were speaking today about Elon Musk.
Yeah.
You want to share a little bit about that in a moment, but you know, a lot of people are distressed, I think is
Got 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
That's okay. Yeah, so he's there, but part of it is U.S. Agency for International Development, AID.
Yeah.
You know, part of America is facing interaction a lot of places in the world. I think there are other elements of American soft power that are part of the equation of America being engaged in the world. I'm just interested as you to sort of look at that, and you look at how our profile might change, what concerns, if any, you have about this moment.
You're just talking on the whole, all the Doge and...
Well, I'm sort of thinking, you know, when you're trying to sort of settle, I mean, Doge and what Doge may do to the face of U.S. foreign policy.
I don't think it'll have much of an effect on U.S. foreign policy. Let's talk about USAID and the elephant in the room. I've been in the Senate for 10 years. Every year, we have an oversight hearing on dumb projects, respectfully, just projects that should not be core to USAID. We want to support Ukraine. We want to support initiatives in Africa. I'm not really sure, and I just saw a list that came out today. Respectfully, I submit, in a world of scarce resources, does it make sense to send $6 million to Guatemala to help fund or promote transgender sex reassignment? Does that make sense? If it's $1 or $6 million, does it matter? I mean, we have scarce resources. Can that $6 million be spent to save 100,000 people who need vaccines in Africa? And so a part of the problem is every time we have an oversight hearing, it's like nothing to see here, knowing that the vast majority of the USAID programs are very important, and they will ultimately, they will continue. But we need our international partners, the NGOs and other people that interact with USAID, don't set them up for a disruption like they're experiencing here. And that disruption is occurring because people in every oversight hearing is like nothing to see here. That's a misconception. Well, the president has issued a list of some that have inspired him to do it. Disprove them. Prove that they're wrong. Otherwise, take a look at the programs and say, yeah, I kind of understand why the American people are giving the president the benefit of the doubt right now, so that we can get back on good footing. Some remarkable programs. There are programs from President Bush on down that were extraordinary programs that are very, very important, and they have to continue. But we're here because partners, NGOs, and fire leaders of USAID have drifted away from the core mission. And I finished right on the money.
Elon Musk and Icarus?
Well, I did use, because a Greek friend of mine, a person of Greek background, said, what's going on with Elon? I said, it's a lot like the myth of Icarus. I believe that President Trump is his father, and he's given him a set of wings that the feathers are put together by wax, and his father told him to fly, but not too close to the ocean so that you would fall in and drown, and not too close to the sun because your wings will melt and you'll drown. Well, Icarus did not take his advice, and that's why we have the Icarian Sea. So to Elon Musk or anyone else, I don't think that the president has given him the role of president. I think President Trump's pretty comfortable in that role. He's given him an opportunity to have an impact and use judgment, and he needs to work on his communications a little bit, because a part of the news cycle this week has more to do with the words he used in an ex-post and less to do with the real facts that my office has run down. So I hope that Icarus just maintains flight, drives more efficiency out of our government, helps us fulfill the promises that we as Republicans made to the American people if we got the leadership, and things will be fine. Otherwise, Splash.
Before you go, let me invite one friend up here. Andrzej Kolar, let me invite you up to the stage. Let's give a big round of applause to Andrzej Kolar, member of the European Parliament, former member of the Chamber of Deputies of the Czech Republic, apparently a Christian Democratic Party guy. Just sit for just a second, and I just want Senator to tell us, what advice would you give to our young European member of Parliament about being a better partner to the United States in NATO?
I think it's speaking truth. I mean, just be blunt. I tend to, I've been accused of a lot of things, but being indirect is not one of them. And I believe that we owe it to those who elected us back home, and we owe it to our colleagues when we go to a NATO summit or the Munich Security Summit that I'll be at next week. We've just got to speak truth. I mean, I got to go back to, I do believe that we are a family of democratic nations. And family at its best speaks honestly to one another and makes the family stronger. And so a part of what we need is a frank discussion. Canada, pay your fair share. Brussels, home of NATO, pay your fair share. Everybody understand that the threats that are emerging today are at about the highest level that they have been in my lifetime. And we need to recognize that. And we need to explain it to our voters. Why am I so committed to Ukraine when there was maybe a brief period of time where Republicans were trying to create a wedge? Get out of your comfort zone. Speak truth to your constituents. Speak truth to your family members, and things will work out just fine.
And Andrzej, I'm going to ask you, if you had a chance to talk to one of the most powerful Republican senators who knows foreign policy, who knows national security.
Yeah, he couldn't be here, but
Europe.
I'm a second.
Yeah, and this happened. You have that opportunity. What would you like to impart to them by way of what you need to strengthen NATO and strengthen this transatlantic relationship? And you can ignore that he's here.
I wouldn't ignore he's here. It's very good to meet him, and I want to thank him for being frank, because that's important. One thing I would say is I agree with you that being frank with the others and with your partners is very important. On the other hand, I'm not sure if blackmailing your partners and friends is the right way.
Give me an example of blackmail.
When he spoke about Greenland, for example, more Danes are now afraid of the United States than they are of Iran. And I don't think this is the right approach, I know where I can see where President Trump is going, but I would probably choose a slightly different approach.
Yeah, okay.
Any final thoughts, Tom?
I'm going to see him tomorrow. I'll tell him that. But President Trump is a disruptor, and his personality is what it is. And again, it's sort of like I have a brother who's a little bit of a disruptor. And he's never going to change. And President Trump is not going to change. But I think people also need to sit back and say, really, you honestly believe, I'm not saying that their perception isn't real, but you honestly believe that the United States is more of a threat to Denmark than Iran is to the world? Just put that out there. Somebody who funds global networks for Hezbollah and Hamas, that creates all the stuff that's going on in the Middle East, that openly murders gay people in their country, is less of a threat than the United States of America. So again, it's going back. I get it. The president says stuff that even I may not say, and that's saying something. But the reality is, he is, like it or not, as the President of the United States, he is the leader of the free world. He uses unorthodox communications at times. But I don't believe that he's any less committed to NATO than us, any less committed to the sovereignty of Greenland. But he uses and Denmark, and the whole process of doing a referendum so that the Kingdom of Denmark can determine whether or not Greenland could be independent. He understands those mechanics, but he does use things to get people's attention. And clearly, if the people of Denmark think that Iran is less of a threat than the United States, he's gotten their attention. So
He really did.
yeah.
Here we go. Hold on.
But it all, nothing, again, my philosophy is nothing is ever as good or as bad as it seems. The Democrats are...
Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, the democracies and our democracies are going to be safe as long as we keep cool heads and pay do our part for the family of democratic nations.
Can we give a big round of applause to Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina? Tom?
Let's catch up sometime.
Yeah, definitely.
Tom, it's a real pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you
Yeah.
very, very much
Take
to you.
care.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Andre, why don't you take a seat? No, what? Dude, oh. Oh, it was breaking? Because I've been doing too much here today.
I don't want to one-man
Has
show.
nothing to do with my diet. Here we go. Andre, thank you so much for joining us. Well, that was quite a good exchange.
Really?
Yeah, did he answer the
Quite
question?
a short one, though.
What's that?
Quite a short one.
It's been short all day, so but welcome, and we're going to have a congressman joining with us in a little bit, Neil Dunn. But I want to kind of start out with you. You're a member of the European Parliament. I want our audience to know you a little bit better. You're, part of the Prague cabal here. I get it. Are you from Prague?
I am.
Okay,
I was
good.
born
So
in Prague,
there's a great Czech contingent, and we loved having the annual GLOBSEC forum in Prague this year, and we'll be doing so again, so thank you so much for that. But I want to kind of get a temperature of the European Parliament for a moment. We have a whole string of legislators coming in. And your point about Denmark was I heard it and have noted it. The senator just said, come on, get realistic, et cetera. But from your perspective as I think you're a transatlanticist, you're here. What more do you need from the United States to make sure that relationship remains solvent?
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me and having me here. It's a great honor. To your question, I think that we in the European Parliament need to settle down a bit. The re-election of Donald Trump has sort of created uncertainty and a bit of a havoc in
Apparently, I've lost my mic, but have I lost my mic?
No.
Okay, never mind. Okay. Okay, good. Okay.
And I think we need to calm down. And on one hand, there are people who are fascinated with Donald Trump, and they think that he's the savior who will now solve all the problems that we in Europe have. I don't think this is the right approach. We need to solve our own problems and need to do our own homework, because we in Europe have been falling behind in many ways, in many areas. When it comes to defense, for example, defense expenditures, when it comes to research, when it comes to many topics that have been discussed here today. And thinking of Donald Trump as someone who will solve all the problems that we have in Europe is the worst perception that we can have.
So that's something new I had not heard. I thought Donald Trump was about America first.
Oh, he is.
Not necessarily fixing Europe. But, I do know that Mario Draghi, former head of the European Central Bank, has, written a report that's, gotten a lot of traction. Yep. We've seen reports come and go, but it really is, in a way, both, it's kind of a condemnation, if you will, if you read his report, of Europe's failure to take seriously its the importance of competitive issues, capital markets and other things like that. I mean, is it going anywhere, or is the Draghi report going to be buried?
I hope not. And I hope that we will take it seriously because, well, I'm newly elected to the European Parliament. I've been there since, August? And what I've learned for the short period of time that I've been there is that we like to produce various resolutions, and many of these resolutions are just made to be made, and there is no action behind them. Unless we learn to take action in many, many areas, then I think that we will be on the losing side. And as I said at the beginning, that Europe is falling behind, Draghi's report is one of the instruments that we have to actually get us back on the winning side. Europe has a potential to become a superpower again. It just needs to realize that there are many fields in which we need to take serious action. Innovations, research, and all that, we have problems with energy prices, for example. They are much, much higher than here in the United States because we are dependent on energy imports, and we are unable to find new resources and new ways how to get more energy that we need, And I could continue on the whole day. when it comes to defense, for example, defense spendings. We have a new commissioner now who is responsible for defense. Well, I'm very grateful for that because it means to me that Europe has finally realized that we need to do our part, you know?
Right.
His task will be very difficult because he needs to unite the European approach to defense. And when you consider that you have neutral states in the European Union, then of course this brings new challenges, you know. So
I'm going to give you the time of your life here for a minute, but it's only be for like 2 minutes. But I'm going to ask you to move over to this chair right here, Ranjay, again. Yep, right over there, because you're important, but not that important yet. No, I'm just joking. Just joking. You're very important. But I want to invite to the stage a very dear friend, Senator Jim Risch. Senator Jim Risch, Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations. Let's give a big round of applause.
How are you?
I will not waste
Steve,
a minute.
how are you?
Jim, Chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee.
Thank
Senator
you.
from Idaho, a state I spent a lot of time in. We have Andrzej Kolar, who's a member of the European Parliament. We're going to spend a couple. I'm running this like. Do you remember who Johnny Carson was?
I do. A lot of these folks don't. They
I
look
know,
kind
you're
of
that
young
old.
audience to me.
I've been playing the theme song and said, over this hour, I've been having people come in and join. I just had Tom Tillis, brought Andrzej Kolar, out of the Czech Republic, member of the Parliament. And so I thought, let's just do this like, Johnny. I just don't have an Ed McMahon with me.
Yeah, I was going to say you need a McMahon.
Ed McMahon. But, and I know how tight your schedule is, and I'm so honored you're here. We've been talking about it. But, Andrzej, I want to kind of give you an opportunity with Senator Jim Risch here. This is the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. And I want to just, give you one quick opportunity, make it short. What would you like to ask Senator Jim Risch about NATO, about America in the world, that you can take back to the Parliament and actually build more support for this relationship?
Well, let me think about it for a while.
Well, don't think too long.
I can answer that. I can answer that question. Why don't I answer that question?
Tell him what he should take back. That's good.
Oh, yeah, please.
Americans, by and large, really like Europe. Now, it doesn't seem like that. Our Europeans are a little thin-skinned at the time, and Americans are very direct. Our president, just as an example, is quite direct himself when he says things. And
creative.
But look, we are strong partners. I'll give you the short version of my speech that this world is quickly turning into a bipolar world where you have democracies and capitalist free market systems on one side, and on the other side you got autocracies that are communist or socialist governments. And those two poles are getting tighter and tighter and tighter. As we go through the 21st century, that's going to continue to happen. Now, we're different. There's no question we're different. Our values are different. On one side, we believe the individual and human rights are the thing. The other side believes the state is most important. We have different views in that regard. We're going to have to figure out how to live on the same planet without killing each other, because we're not going to change, they're not going to change. And we do have a tendency to coalesce with the people who have the same values that we have. And look, we got the Ukraine war going on right now with Russia, and that's going to end before too long. But the challenge for this century and probably beyond is dealing with China and this axis of authoritarian governments, and that's going to be our challenge. We need to work together to meet that challenge, and to do it, we can't do it individually. We really need to do it from America's standpoint with the closest allies we have, and that's our cousins across the ocean. Look, we've been partners for a long time through a lot of things. We formed NATO after World War II, the strongest military alliance in the history of the world, stronger today than it was before the Ukrainian invasion. And I can tell you, there is huge support for NATO. And you say, well, how can you say that? Well, in the United States, to get a treaty in place, the president negotiates it, the Senate has to vote 2/3 to confirm it, or you don't have a treaty.
Right.
So, but the Constitution doesn't say how you get out. And so for centuries, we've been arguing how you get out. Well, to make sure, about 2 years ago, we passed a law that said, specifically as to NATO, if America gets out of NATO, the president can give it a try, but we don't get out unless you get a 2/3 vote from the Senate.
Well, with that,
that vote was 100%, well, 99 to 1 or 100 to 0.
Well, Andrzej, there you've got something to take back with you to the European Parliament. And I'm going to say thank you for joining us and give a big round of applause to Andrzej Kolar.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim, I want to, I know we got very limited time, but I want to, first of all, thank you for being here. But in the same blunt fashion you shared, I'm just...
Actually, this is a real pleasure to be here. I spent over an hour with the president yesterday afternoon. I spent over an hour with Netanyahu this morning. This is going to be easy.
Hey, buddy. Hey. So let me just ask you, Jim. You know, I'm interested. We've having this conference because we're basically thinking, how do you shake inertia and out of our foreign policy? How do you shake inertia out of the transatlantic relationship? And sometimes jarring it and shaking things makes you fight for what you care for, what's most important, get rid of the things that aren't. And as you look at this moment of resetting American foreign policy, a new president, what are things we have to get rid of? What do we need to keep?
Well, I think the first thing that we need to do is, as you say, figure out a way to handle this. And in my judgment, the best way to handle this is we really, really focus on the things we agree on and the things that have worked for us and the things that we've done well together in the past. We have other issues. You know, people are all riled up about the tariff thing. This has been going on for a long time, and this is nothing new. We've always gotten through it in the past. We will get through it in the future. I've told everybody, take a deep breath, stay calm. When he put the tariffs on Canada and Mexico, they lasted, 24 hours?
Do you go and see the president and say, are you serious?
Not exactly. But this is a president you can talk to that way, by the way. You'd never do that with another president, but he's entirely different when you see him in person than what his public persona is. But in fact, people say to me, well, you must agree with President Locke since you guys are good friends. I said, we are good friends, but we have arguments like anybody else does. And I always know when I'm getting the best of him because he always says, oh, you're just a Rubio guy. I was a Rubio guy in the 16 primary. I jumped ship after Marco got out, but we get along well. But you can talk to him. He loves to engage. He doesn't want, he doesn't want a mamby-pamby that's going to sit and listen. He wants to engage. He wants to hear what you have to say. Sometimes you even move him in your direction. Whether you move him or don't move him, at the end of the argument, he's still the president. You're not, and we got to make this work.
What can you tell us about trying to get to a peace deal, cessation of hostilities in Russia and Ukraine?
I know more than I can tell you to start with.
You always do. I keep trying, though.
Look, this is interesting. Putin has not made an overture at this point, as most everybody in this room knows. And I'm a little bit surprised at that. I think maybe he's playing coy. I think maybe he thinks that if he makes the first move, that's going to show weakness. So I'm waiting for the first thing to happen. There are some things going on, but look, this isn't going to be easy, but there's a deal to be had here, and I only know of one guy that can negotiate that deal.
Keith Kellogg?
What's that?
Is it Keith Kellogg or Donald Trump?
No, it's Donald Trump. And he knows how to do this stuff. He's been in lots and lots of negotiations. We have people saying, oh, well, he's soft on Russia and Russia's going to get the best of him. If Putin does not listen to Donald Trump, he will be making one of the worst mistakes. He's made a lot of mistakes in recent years. This will be the worst one he ever makes. You don't want to get on the wrong side of Donald Trump. And Trump has cards to play with both of the parties. I'm convinced this is going to get done. But
do we need to own Greenland?
I'll let you take that up. There are.
I ask it in a way. Look, I mean, the way I put it with Tom Tillis. Look, I mean, Tom Tillis just shared with us that Russia and China just cooperated on a military exercise. It's something I didn't know in the Arctic. That there are things unraveling and unfolding in the Arctic that are serious, and that's on President Trump's mind. And that's why this is coming up. And so I don't want to be silly or gotcha.
No. I get you.
What are the
and you're
stakes
absolutely right on that. And, there's 57,000 people live in Greenland. And interestingly enough, when I talk to them, They don't want to be Denmarkians. I get what's the word? Danish. But they don't want to be U.S. either. And they also have a clear understanding of the need for the U.S. to have virtually total access to Greenland in order to guard Europe and guard the United States. They get that, and they're there. They also understand that they have some pretty valuable minerals there, and the U.S. ought to. They're wishing the U.S. was more aggressive there. They've got like 35 contracts out there for people exploring and mining, and U.S. has only got one of those. So, look, I think there's a deal to be had there. Again, we got the right guy negotiating.
China. In the China front, we have $750 billion of bilateral trade. You talk to Bob Lighthizer, and former U.S. trade representative. He says we really, really need to decouple from our dependence and this, the influence of the Chinese economy. Others say we need to de-risk and be strategically cautious. But and you have a lot more access to intelligence. How big a threat, a national security threat to the United States and its standing in the world is China? And are we doing the right things to counter it? And where does Europe fit into that?
Well, look, China is a challenge for us. It's a challenge militarily, culturally, economically, about every way you can think of. Is it a dangerous situation? It could be. But again, I look at it, you asked, do we decouple or de-risk? My answer is yes. And on a transactional sort of way, we need to do that. And we need to figure out how we can engage with China as is appropriate. As you know, China just refuses to accept international norms and international law. And they say to us, oh, you guys, you've been doing this for hundreds of years, we're new at this. Oh, baloney, they know exactly what they're doing. But they have not come to the point yet where they realize, and they may come to the point where they realize, that if they can do really, really well with a 1.5 million person market, we all know the consumer's king here in the United States, and that'd be true anywhere in the world, if they would have complied to a rule of law. And they don't comply with the rule of law, and that's a big problem. Maybe someday they'll get there. They're not there yet. So we need to deal with them appropriately.
Senator, I was up in the Senate the night of January 6th when President Biden's election was finally certified after a very tumultuous day. And I remember Senator Jeanne Shaheen talking about you and your trip to Georgia and your meeting with the Georgian president who was facing some choices. It was very riveting when she talked about the importance of democracy and talking to the Georgian president about the choices they had about democracy. And she talked about you and her partnership in this. And I guess my question to you is, where is democracy promotion in the roster of objectives of American foreign policy today?
Well, democracy is forefront. If there's a democracy, generally speaking, they're going to be friends of ours. They're cousins of ours. We may have spats, we may have disagreements, but generally speaking, because we have the same values, that is valuing the individual human being and human rights above all, we get along with those people. So, however, there are countries that don't think that way. Well, if there's anything we learned from recent wars, Afghanistan's the good example. Look what we tried to give them. $2 trillion, 20 years of blood, sweat, and tears. And it turns out we wanted it more than they wanted.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. If you want it more than they want it, it isn't going to work. Georgia's on the cusp right now. Gene and I left there in 2012, very optimistic. It was a very free, fair, open election. The incumbent, Saakashvili, who Gene and I both knew, we didn't know Ivanishvili. He was the newcomer, the billionaire. In fact, we visited with both camps the next morning, interestingly enough. But we left there thinking, this is going to be good. And it hasn't been. The thing's been going the other direction. And when they came out of that election, they truly did have an opportunity to really put that country on course. One of the problems is there is tremendous Russian influence in Georgia, and it's the result of their connection for so many years. But that's not an excuse, because Ukraine had the same connection. We all see what they want to do with Russia today, and it's nothing at all.
What do you think the biggest blind spots are when it comes to American foreign policy and rejiggering it and dealing with your colleagues, stuff we've got to get right that we're not? I mean, I know that you work this every day.
Yeah.
And I'm just interested in what you think we need to wake. You know, it's really the what should we be seeing around the corner question.
I think that, first of all, Americans generally, and I'm not talking about the people in this room, or
you can talk about
well, yeah, or Congress, but I'm talking about people that I live with,
right?
People that are in Kansas or Nebraska. They don't wake up in the morning thinking about foreign policy. Where I live in Boise, which is the largest city, if you go looking for international news, you can't look to any local media. You got to get on the internet and go to. So the more and more we have got to persuade the people that this globe is very, very small, and that we have to be engaged in foreign policy, and they're getting it. I mean, in my case, we're a large agricultural state, and our farmers and ranchers really understand foreign policy from an economic standpoint and what happens if one of our customers falls off the list. So, but we have to keep at that. I think that is really important, really important.
I'm going to ask you another question. I'm going to invite Congressman Neil Dunn to come up and join us for a minute or two, and then you can tell him what he needs to talk to in the to his House members. But you know, Christine Lagarde, the head of the European Central Bank, is in town this week, and I saw her the night before last. And you know, one of her big concerns, which she's very public about, is she's a hardcore, you know, friendly but kind of cold-eyed realist when it comes to economics and economic planning and what drives growth. And she said repeatedly her concern is that national security issues are beginning to overlay on smart economics and twist us this way and that. And it's one of her biggest concerns because you don't know where the lines are, the North Star. And I ask you this very carefully because if you look at China, China overlays national security and mercantilism and, you know, predatory practices by overlaying on that. And I'm just wondering, when you kind of look at that, if the economic dimensions of security cross your path in the Foreign Relations Committee, or is that not? Because you're beginning to see it in the Commerce Department here, you're beginning to see it in the CHIPS Act, you're beginning to see it in industrial policy. How much does the economic portfolio come into your purview?
Well, it does at the 50,000-foot level, because look, part of national security is economics. I mean, without a strong economy, you don't have national security. And you can look around the world, and there's lots of examples of that. I don't worry about them clashing. I think they can exist together really quite well. I'm really glad that our European cousins are getting more and more concerned about defense and national security. When Donald, you know, for years, those of us who work in this lane have tried to convince our friends, saying, look, we made the agreement 2% of GDP. Well, when Donald Trump took office the first time, 3 countries were at 2%. Of course, he started poking, and today we're well into the 20s and going further than that. So, as I talk to my European friends, they even talk about spending on their own defense, not just NATO, but on their own defense. We all need to work together on this. And with the Europeans, our cooperation, our working together on NATO and on defense is second to no relationship in the world.
Wow. Let's invite Congressman Neil Dunn. Let's give a round of applause to Congressman Neil Dunn, who's from Florida, good friend of mine in the Doctors Caucus. You can sit here. You're going to be there for just 2 minutes because we've taken a lot of. So, you know, let me just invite Senator Risch to give you a little counsel to share with your House colleagues on foreign policy. So, what do you think the blind spots are in the House?
I'm really glad you asked that question. This is my 45th year in the Senate, 28 at the state and now 17 here. I never served in the other house. I led our Senate in the state for 2 decades. And I learned a very, very valuable lesson in all this experience. Do not ever involve yourself in the other house's business or try to tell them what to do. And you know what? It works really, really well, so I wish you well.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Jim Risch, Chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. My friend, thank you. Jim?
Thank you.
Jim? Yep. Thank you. Take care, my friend. Neil, come join me here.
Good to see you again.
Thank you. So I've been running this like the old Johnny Carson Tonight show, and normally I'd have Ed McMahon up here. I've been playing a little bit of the song as people came up and left. We were going to have you earlier with Andrzej Kolar, really bright and interesting member of the European Parliament, but now we have you alone until Ludovic Hood shows up, and he's here too. I'm going to get him on in a minute, but. Let me just start out and ask you, when you're kind of looking at, the big challenges that you're thinking about. We've been talking a lot about China. What do we have to get right about China? What do we have to get wrong? What can we get wrong about China? Start out and tell me where China is on your security map.
So I do sit on the China Select Committee.
I know.
Spend a lot of time thinking about that. And interestingly, I also sit on the Parliament of NATO, and even NATO is focusing on the Indo-Pacific and the trade difficulties, difficulties transiting the South China Sea.
Right.
And where they're getting involved in European conflicts too. So what we need to do with China, clearly, is we want to avoid a war. But we also don't want to back down. So the only thing they really understand is peace through strength. We do want to continue to engage them. I think that, if you're working to trade with people, you're less likely to have war with those.
So let me ask you, I think it's so hard to know what is in the negotiations that are going to unfold on Russia and Ukraine with General Keith Kellogg, and we were just hearing about Jim Risch just said the only guy that can negotiate this is President Trump. I'm really interested in, what are other big powers looking at when they see this? What does China need to see so it behaves more?
So
to
China
speak,
actually,
as a result of what comes out in Russia, Ukraine.
Well, I think China took its message on how we'll behave from Afghanistan, the pullout in Afghanistan. That set the green light to Putin, set the green light to Xi. In fact, I think if Putin had been as successful as he thought he was going to be at the front end of this invasion, China would have already launched at Taiwan. Now, they've watched what happened to Russia when they didn't get an invasion right, and they're learning lessons from that. The other thing is, of course, that China, we tend to forget this. We think they're great allies and buddies there, but they've also been at war with each other off and on over the last couple of centuries, and a fairly large chunk of China has been annexed by Russia, Manchuria, and the Chinese are now saber-rattling, saying we would like Manchuria back, and by the way, all the way through eastern Siberia to Lake Baikal, which is a big old piece of Russia.
You're trying to encourage a little land war?
I don't want to encourage a land war, but I think that Russia and China have a much tenser relationship than is generally appreciated.
Neil, Florida, great state.
It's
a trading state. It's also a state very dependent on tourism and travel, international engagement. How is President Trump's deep interest in tariffs going over?
So that's a great question. I will say that we have a lesson in Trump 1.0 tariffs, and he levied them on China at that time, and they didn't pass the cost on to us. We had very, very minimal, like 1.7 to 2.0 expenses there in percent cost on the tariffs. And so it really was not expensive the first time. He tends to use tariffs not so much as a trade war, but rather to get a behavioral change. So you see him talking, we have tariffs on Canada and Mexico. We want to affect how they control immigration and drugs.
In a minute, I'm going to bring up my friend Ludovic Hood, who is the counselor and chief of staff for Senator Keith Kellogg. So we're going to get into that in a moment. So before that, get into the question of what you think the EU and U.S. can do better together.
A lot.
When it comes, well, go into that a little bit. We've been talking about this all day, and I would love to kind of get a roster of how the relationship, not in a kumbaya way, but addressing things that are tense. It's what did Tom Tillis call it? Co-opetition. He says we need co-opetition. We just had a new word framed here at the GLOBSEC meeting in Washington, D.C. But I'm interested in what you think we have to get right, because another part of this is going to be communicating, which I'm going to discuss with our next guest. How do you create trust at a moment of tension in resolving one of the world's big, volcanic ulcers right now?
So trust is a valuable commodity, as you underscore, and of course they want to trust that we will stay engaged in the Ukraine conflict with them.
Right.
And they are slowly, ever so slowly, ramping up on it. You've noticed how long it's taken so many of our partners. We now are 10 years into this 2% GDP for defense thing, and we still lack about 8 of the NATO partners making the 2%. So, you know, if you're going to defend your nations, I think you need to step up there and do it. Now, some of them are outstanding. Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, they're paying 5% of their GDP for defense. And that's really showing. So, by the way, back during the Cold War, the United States was spending about 5 to 9% of our GDP on defense. So, you know, it's a reasonable thing to do to defend yourself. I heard when I came up, you make a comment about national security layered on economics.
Yeah.
And it is. It absolutely is. That's probably the one card that trumps economics, though. Smart economics is a great thing to have, and smart trade is a good thing to have. And both the Americans and, frankly, the Canadians and all the Europeans tend to be a little bit protectionist. And this protectionist, these tariffs, tit-for-tat things, you know, they're like barnacles on a ship. They accrete and you go slower and slower and slower. So we kind of ought to all look in the mirror and say, maybe we could be a little less protectionist.
One other big issue that's been coming up a lot, and I'll make this the last before we bring Ludovic come up, is energy. We've had a lot of discussion about energy. You're on the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and I guess the big question is, how do we make energy partnership great again, or something? And we've had a lot of people who've said we're not doing the right nuclear. America's been on and off with Europe on LNG. What's your picture when it comes to energy policy?
Well, so I'm unabashedly pro-energy. I mean, we all of the above kind of approach. But realistically, the kind of energy we have in the near-term future are going to demand that we, dip into the fossil fuel reserves. Let's remember, America cleaned up its environment by using clean natural gas. And so that was a huge step forward. What's cleaner than that? Well, nuclear is cleaner than that, and we have a ton of nuclear fuel laying around. We have some technology. We need to warm up to that. Eastern Europe, you're watching them really seriously warm up to doing nuclear and building more and more of these small modular plants. And even large light water plants are being built in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE. This is the future. And they have the lowest lifting costs for fossil fuels in the world. Why are they going nuclear? Because that fossil fuels it's valuable. And you don't want to burn it all for gas. You like to make some clothes and things.
Okay, well, this is great. Let me invite Ludovic Hood, Chief of Staff and Counselor to the Special Envoy for Ukraine and Russia. We're going to have him for a couple of minutes up here. We've been running this, Ludovic. This is Ludovic Hood. Give him a round of applause, because, everybody we've had up here today, I thought, I can do that job. I can do that job. I can, be chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee easily. I cannot do his job, which we're going to get into in a moment. But I just want to say, first of all, thank you. We're running this like a talk show of people coming and going. And, before we excuse Neil Dunn from joining us, Neil, would love to hear from you. There's so much. I mean, look, I want to be fair to the administration. They've been in place for 2 weeks. A couple of people have only been confirmed for a couple of days.
Right.
So there's not a lot out there. But when it comes to framing American equities in a conflict that's on the edge of Europe, that involves a very key power, that Zbigniew Brzezinski used to say to me that there are defining challenges in the world, and then there are basically, sideshows. But when you make something a defining challenge, how it comes out, I think Ukraine has become a defining challenge one way or the other. I'd love to just hear from you and what you might share with Ludovic from a member of Congress's perspective you would look for in a strong deal, something that would be enduring and that would represent something that could be, I don't want you to solve all the negotiation, but that could be fair and resilient within the transatlantic context.
Well, I think the first criteria that should be of interest to all of the NATO allies, Europe and America, is that the Ukrainians are happy with the deal. They're satisfied with it, right? So you got to get Zelensky on board before you can get Putin on board, right? And I think that's very important. And one of the reasons for that is because you got to convince Russia that they touched the stove, they put their hand on the stove, and they got burned. All right, it sure looks like that. And their economy is in tatters because of it, and they're having a lot of trouble at home and all these things. But you want them to feel the pain, and you want them to draw back. Now, it's worth remembering that this isn't the first invasion that Putin's pulled off. This is his 9th. invasion.
Right.
So he's not, this isn't a one-off thing. He wants Ukraine. He wants Moldova. We know that. He's got troops in Moldova. And by the way, I think he'd like to have the Baltics back.
Ludovic, I mean, I'm going to get into our own one-on-one conversation, but if you wanted to convey anything to a great GOP member of Congress who's well-liked on both sides, everybody wants to know what you're up to. What would you like to share with them?
Well, first of all, Steve, as I enter my third week on this job, I don't know if I'm capable of doing it, let alone you. It's definitely an intense new responsibility as a career Foreign Service officer. I wouldn't presume to tell the Congressman or Senator Risch anything prescriptive on this file. General Kellogg is actually meeting with Senator Risch imminently for the first of such outreach. Suffice to say, Steve, and by the way, it's a pleasure to be here, and I still don't quite know how the irrepressible Steve Clemons got me here.
That's how.
I mean, offsetting that, I'm just the mid-level apparatchik, so I'm not sure if I'm going to actually edify anyone tonight. But it's a new approach. There is the president, his special envoy, my colleague, General Keith Kellogg, very focused on what is a clear presidential priority to bring this war to an end. A swift end, one with a truly sustainable outcome that brings stability, security to that part of the world and to Europe more broadly. It's early days, and the president is personally driving this with his national security team to include General Kellogg, his special presidential envoy. Other than that, we're, surveying the situation, doing our homework, and getting ready to go to the Munich Security Conference next week. Yeah.
So what I hear, Neil, is give him a call in a couple of weeks, be patient for a couple of weeks, and then he'll be back to you. Let's give Neil Dunn a big round of applause for joining us. Congressman, thank you, my friend. Thank you so much.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, great.
Thanks so
Neil, thank you.
Appreciate you. I look forward to talking.
See you on the Hill soon. Yeah. Yes, sir.
We'll see you. Neil, thank you for coming over.
Take care, Steve.
And we'll be in touch. Ludovic, thank you so much for joining us. Let me just, I want first respect. I mean, I will, out myself. We're friends, and I don't know anything that he's doing. He never tells me anything, but that's why I invited him here to kind of, learn a little bit. But I want to ask you about as a negotiator, because you are counselor to General Kellogg, and I will convey one thing that I'm allowed to convey about General Kellogg, because he said it on Fox News. I recently was at a dinner with General Kellogg, and when I met him, I said, well, guess you're lucky, because President Trump said he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia conflict in 24 hours, but right after he won, he says, well, it's going to take us 6 months, and Keith Kellogg says, well, I think I can do it in 100 days. So you've got the 100-day plan, and I guess my question to you is, you've gotten into this a few days, how are you feeling about the 100-day plan?
Look, obviously, timelines are timelines. We're going to do our utmost to stop the carnage on that battlefield as swiftly as we can. Everyone here who attends this kind of conference knows not just the human toll, there are literally thousands of casualties every week in essentially what is a largely static battlefield for the most part in the scheme of the last year and a half. Not to mention the economic damage, and the spillover effects are well known to many of you, whether it's agricultural impact on faraway continents and so forth. The goal is to bring it to a swift conclusion. The president has made that very clear. General Kellogg has his marching orders. He and the other members of the cabinet focused on national security are seized by this, and we're gradually getting things in motion, including going to the Munich Security Conference next week, where we will meet with senior leaders from most of our allies as well as Ukrainian officials.
So how bought in or not bought in are the two antagonists thus far, Russia and Ukraine? President Zelensky and
well, they've all said things on the record. I mean, there's clearly indications from both sides that they want to engage President Trump and General Kellogg and his national security team. The timing of that is all TBD. We're sort of comfortable with the early dialogue that we're having with the Ukrainians, and there'll be a number of high-level engagements in Europe next week, particularly at the Munich Security Conference. And as you know, a big part of that is how we engage our allies too, and the role that they can play in this.
I interviewed the foreign ministers of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia today, and all of them essentially had, I would say the temperature is hot in terms of concerns about Russia, wanting to see a different resolution, and the foreign minister of Lithuania said, absolutely, we should have things on the table that muscle up Europe's position, including potentially using Russian sovereign assets, the principal, not just the interest, or the $50 billion loan based upon the interest, but going for the core of this and making that available, to Ukraine, if that in fact were to be part of a negotiating dimension. What do you need from Europe and European leaders at this moment that would be helpful as you approach this challenge?
Key question. I mean, this may be a tiny bit too political, but as a career diplomat, what I like about the current administration's approach is not taking any options off the table. I think that's kind of critical, not just in negotiations, but just in foreign affairs writ large. So nothing's off the table at this stage. The president's going to determine which carrots and sticks, which tools, which incentives, which pressure points to apply, to make sure that he gets to the conclusion to this war that he wants to see soon, for the many reasons that most of us would agree with as we enter year 3. When we've already had a number of meetings with senior Europeans. One thing we do convey to them, is both an expectation and a request for creative thinking about how Europe can really step up here, as it were, and play a leadership role in securing their own eastern flank, as it were, offer more deterrence, both within and without NATO. So these are all part of the ongoing discussions. And all governments have been very, very receptive, and we know we're going to be getting a lot of really good inputs from Eastern and Western and Nordic and Mediterranean allies with whom we meet next week.
So this is a slightly unfair question, perhaps, because I know you've got to consider lots of different potential formulations that get us there. But is there a model that continues to keep U.S. support of Ukraine in place, that a model that keeps whatever by way of a security force or commitments of material or commitments inside Ukraine there? In other words, is this negotiation going to be, okay, we've negotiated a deal and a new equilibrium and America can now pull out? Or is most of this going to continue, do you think, to somehow keep America engaged to try to keep that equilibrium in place and endure after whatever is achieved is achieved?
The economies of the U.S. and Europe are pretty intertwined. We definitely expect to see that continue, including in the context of a post-war Ukraine. The President was clear earlier this week about his interest in seeing essentially commercial opportunities and other arrangements in place for America and American firms. He was saying that obviously in the context of the very large sums of money that the U.S. taxpayer and through the government have put into Ukraine over the last 3 years. And there are discussions ongoing, and the Ukrainians have been saying quite a lot themselves about this week, including expressing interest publicly about coming to understandings with the United States on this issue. This is something the President is focused on. General Kellogg, other members of the cabinet. This is one of the areas of future cooperation, economic, commercial. This is another reason why this war has to end. This has been a drag on all of Europe's economy. And as I said,
it's a huge enterprise and lots of moving pieces and parts. And just to remind the audience, you're housed, I think, in the State Department.
Yes.
So you have Secretary Marco Rubio, who has now been confirmed there. You have now Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, who no doubt will be part of the equation. Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor there. We have General Kellogg. I don't know if Treasury and other players get involved. I'm sure intelligence will when that's all resolved. So just from a bureaucratic perspective, has it been hard 2 weeks in to align perspectives,
Actually, that's been,
contributions?
perhaps surprisingly, that's been the easiest piece. I mean, the ongoing meetings, consultations, group meetings, including something we did earlier this afternoon with yet another cabinet secretary, that's going really well. Everyone recognizes this is the president's #1 foreign policy priority in terms of crises to be addressed. There have been meetings with all of the above. I've been in a couple myself, and that is going well under the president's leadership.
So I know lots of nations from around the world are sending their ministers and emissaries pounding on your door to get in because they want to know what's going on. How's that going?
It's overwhelming, yeah. But the general has lots of demands on his time. The great thing about the Munich Security Conference, for those of you who haven't been there,
it's very economical.
It's economical. We'll see a number of prime ministers, foreign ministers, defense ministers. General Kellogg is really looking forward to those engagements. There'll be other senior U.S. officials there. They'll be part of some of the engagements on this particular crisis. Again, it's a team effort, truly, on this file. The president has made it repeatedly clear, to his national security team, this needs to end, and this needs to end soon. And
so, to the degree that you can, and then we'll finish up here. As you go into the Munich Security Conference and you have foreign ministers, defense ministers, heads of state there, what would really help you and your team, our team here in America, on the temperature of Europe's presence in this equation?
A unified European approach to achieving the shared goal of ending this bloodshed is obviously something that we're very focused on, and so far the signals have been great from the Europeans we've spoken with. More and more heads of state, heads of government in Europe are doing phone calls with the president, which is the most important thing, obviously. But as I said earlier, we're looking for concrete inputs from European governments that General Kellogg can take and discuss back here internally and see how we can come up with future arrangements that help make this an enduring peace and show that Europe is committed to figuring out some of its own defense and deterrence by itself.
Well, I want to thank you, my friend, because I know this was not an easy invitation to accept. In fact, you rejected it many times. But I do want to keep you here for a moment. This has been a great day. We've started early on. We've had such a fantastic conversation on so many different dimensions of the transatlantic relationship, and I'm sure many of you, like Ludovic and myself, needed and want to drink. But I want to invite our vice chairman, or our chairman of GLOBSEC US. I'm the vice chairman of the initiative, but the chairman of the GLOBSEC US Foundation and vice chairman of GLOBSEC, Peter Poodle, to come up and say a few words. And also I want Peter to thank this guy, because you have no idea how much he didn't want to come here today.
It's not true.
This is Peter Poodle, Ludovic Hood. And let's just all right now just give a big round of applause to Ludovic. And I'm going to move over here. Okay. Can you sit here for a minute with me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, great. Oh, Peter? Oh, this is Peter. You're going to make some really great zinger comments, but thank this guy again.
Thank you for coming, really. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of GLOBSEC US Foundation, I'm honored that I can close this conference. But before I would officially do, I would like to actually say that when we had the idea to organize such a conference quite close after US election, we thought it would be quite challenging, but I think that the mission is completed. We offered all people which are interested about these topics for conversations. We heard so many inspired thoughts from respectful speakers. So I think it was a really, really successful conference, and I have to thank you all which organized that. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Milan Solar. Thank you, Alena. Thank you, all board members. Thank you to entire team of GLOBSEC. Without you, wouldn't be possible to organize that.
Thank you.
I would like to give a special thanks to our main partner, Chess Group, and to our partners, which is a media company Central, Google, Jigsaw, and Hand Foundation. Thank you for your support. Actually, in this my small notebook, I made two takeaways from this conference based on the inspiring conversation here on the panel, on the sidelines, behind the scene there. And one of them is for Americans and one of them is for Europeans. I will start with a local one. I think that Russia is a proxy state of China. North Korea and Iran are military suppliers of Russia. And so now I think it's much more clear than 3 years ago that these conflicts are somehow more and more interconnected. And I would like to repeat the quote of Robert Wash during the opening speech in GLOBSEC Forum conference in Bratislava in 2022, so a couple of months after the war started. Robert said that future of the West is being decided on the East. And I think that quote is still valid. Yeah. So the upcoming months, hopefully not years, will craft the future of the West in negotiations with Putin, in our capabilities to find a reasonable agreement between US and Europe about the war in Ukraine. And the other takeaways which I realized here is for Europeans. I think that my piece of advice would be Europe should be transformed from think tank to do think, like GLOBSEC did over the last couple of years. And I think that Europe should accept the challenge of President Trump to be focused more on deliveries than to commitments, to be focused more what we can really do next year, next month, or even tomorrow, rather than define like an ambitious vision for 2050, because our future will be decided in upcoming months and years, not in decades. So at the end of that, maybe I would like to mention what you can expect from GLOBSEC in upcoming weeks and months as a deliveries. We are preparing to publish a very robust report about the innovations in critical minerals as a part of our Geotech Center led by General John Allen. I think it would be a very comprehensive report with practical policy recommendation how to close the gap between the supply and demand in critical minerals in US or for US and for Europe. And obviously, I am honored to also invite you to upcoming GLOBSEC Forum in Prague on June 25. But it's too far. Now I would like to invite you for a small reception, which is just next door. So thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting GLOBSEC.
Thank you. And I want to thank Ludovic Hood again. Ludovic, thank you, my friend. Thank you so much. Peter, thank you very much. All right, everybody, come have a drink. And thank you so much for joining us.